N.U.S. In the distant year of 1977, when I was 16, an incident occurred that would forever be etched in my memory. The events unfolded in picturesque Colorado Springs, where young Alice was working as a babysitter for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were model children, obedient, quiet, and went to bed without complaint. The babysitting job seemed like a breeze, just a few hours of vigilance to keep the house from burning down, and a little extra pocket money. However, the evening of February 7th turned into a nightmare that would haunt Alice for years. Mrs. Carter, a single mother exhausted from her worries and rushing to a night shift at a local diner, lived in the same apartment building as Alice's family. An advertisement in the community center had caught her eye. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The proximity of their homes and the modest wage were decisive factors in Alice's favor. On that ill-fated evening, after putting the children to bed and receiving a meager $5, Mrs. Carter instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, flipping through channels on the old television. The small apartment was a mess. Toys scattered about, belongings strewn around, children's clothes everywhere. Tommy and Lily, dressed in pajamas, were cozily settled on the couch. After reading their favorite Dr. Seuss book, the children were asleep by 8:30. Alice tucked them in, checked the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. Silence settled in the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Alice, lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, watched a simple sitcom, turning the volume down so as not to wake the children. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a faint thud, as if something had fallen in the kitchen. The girl froze, a chip halfway to her mouth. The apartment was on. The first floor and the kitchen window faced the parking lot. Trying to reassure herself, Alice assumed it was just a cat on the windowsill, but her heart was pounding. Grabbing the old rotary phone, she placed it beside her. In those days, cell phones were an unaffordable luxury. Only a cord connected her to the outside world. On tiptoes, Alice crept into the kitchen and turned on the light. Nothing suspicious. The window was closed, the sink empty. Laughing at her own apprehension, she returned to the television. But suddenly, there was a scraping sound, as if metal were scratching against glass. The sound came from the back door, which led to a tiny patio. Turning off the television, Alice strained her ears. The children were sleeping peacefully. Only Tommy's quiet snores could be heard from their room. Silently sliding her socks across the linoleum, she crept toward the back door. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it back an inch, Alice peered out. The patio was plunged into darkness, the light from the street lamp barely penetrating the night. But the girl swore she saw a shadow moving behind the glass. Animal fear gripped her. Checking the lock, which was fastened, Alice stepped back. Just as she was about to call her mother, she heard footsteps. Not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured steps were coming from the hallway leading to the children's room. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Alice felt her hands trembling. "Who's there?" she whispered barely audibly. In response, silence, only another step. Slowly, knife in hand, she moved toward the hallway, holding her breath. The door to the children's room was ajar, as before, but the atmosphere felt oppressive, as if someone were watching her. Pushing the door open, Alice saw Tommy and Lily sleeping peacefully in their beds. Exhaling in relief, she felt her knees weaken. But then her gaze fell on a shadow in the corner. Tall and still. Frozen in place, Alice felt the knife slip in her sweaty hand. "Get out!" she said louder. The shadow didn't move. Turning on the light, she expected to see only emptiness, a figment of her imagination. But in the corner stood a man, about 20 years old, near the children's dresser. Tall, with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at her. In his hand was a knife, larger than Alice's, the blade gleaming in the lamplight. Screaming, Alice backed away. The man didn't say a word, just stepped toward her. She rushed to the front door, frantically trying to unlock it. Her hands slipped with sweat. Hearing him approaching, Alice threw open the door and ran into the parking lot, desperately screaming for help. A light came on in one of the windows and someone shouted, "Call the police!" Alice ran, not feeling the cold asphalt under her bare feet, until she reached her own apartment. Her father, alarmed by the noise, had already run outside. Grabbing her, he dragged her inside and called the emergency services. The police arrived immediately. The man had fled, the back door lock broken. The children, fortunately, were unharmed. Blood was found on Alice's overalls, not hers. It had smeared when the girl pressed herself against the wall in a panic. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints from the back door. The perpetrator was William Kernan, a college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had been seen in the apartment and the surrounding area. He was not caught that night. He disappeared without a trace. Only years later, in 2024, did Alice learn that the case had been solved. DNA extracted from the blood samples matched Kernan's DNA, who had died in 2010. Confirming this for sure was impossible, as the body had been cremated and there were no surviving relatives. But the police were certain. That same night, Kernan had stabbed 14-year-old Maria Hansel, who was babysitting in another apartment. She did not survive. The cold-blooded cruelty and indifference of the Millers left an indelible mark on her memory. She could not erase the horror of that night from her mind, and nightmares haunted her, presenting before her eyes cold and empty children's eyes. After what she had experienced, she decided never to babysit again and left that apartment complex forever, shuddering at how close she had come to becoming a tragic statistic herself. At the age of 12, she began babysitting for the Millers, and by 15 it had become a regular routine. Every time she followed the same path, walked 2 houses down, spent time with their 6- and 8-year-old rascals, received a modest reward, and returned home. The children were noisy, disobedient, and clever in the worst way, but the money she earned helped her buy the necessary school supplies and save up for a coveted used bicycle. On that fateful Friday, Mrs. Miller, throwing on her coat, announced that they would not be back until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Just a regular night," she said. The girl simply nodded in response, already mentally planning to put the children to bed by 9 o'clock, then do her homework at their kitchen table, and head to her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, silence had settled in the house. A lone lamp on a side table cast a soft light in the living room. Cartoons were playing at minimum volume. Outside the window, a storm was raging. Rain pounded furiously against the glass, and from time to time the headlights of passing cars slid across the curtains. The children, exhausted from an hour of restless running around, curled up on the couch, covered in blankets up to their chins. The girl held the remote control, ready to mute the sound during annoying commercials that could wake the dozing rascals. The clock hands passed 9. She decided to give them another 10 minutes of rest. Before taking them to their bedrooms, getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to raise the temperature a little. It was at that moment that there was a deafening knock on the door. Heavy, insistent, unlike the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade trembled. Then came a second blow, more muffled, as if someone were pressing their ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. Her heart pounded in her chest. She glanced at the children, whose eyes were wide with fright. Putting a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, and don't peek out." The children surprisingly obeyed without question and scurried under the knitted blanket. The girl turned off the television and the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness, broken only by the dim light of the digital clock on the cable box. In the ensuing silence, the sound of the rain seemed deafening, but she could clearly hear someone moving at the door, the rubber sole of a shoe sliding on the mat. Frantically, fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she found no signal. Due to the raging weather, their Wi-Fi often went down, and it was impossible to contact anyone by phone. Retreating to the kitchen, she opened a drawer near the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had recently washed after making frozen pizza for the children. Holding her breath, she made her way along the wall to the hallway leading to the front door. Every inch of the floor in this old house creaked, so she tried to step on her heels to soften the noise. Halfway there, she heard another sound, the click of the mail slot opening and then slamming shut. The stranger outside was methodically checking all possible openings, probably looking for a lock that could be broken. The thought flashed through her mind to run through the back door with the children, but the backyard was not fenced, and beyond it stretched a dark and impassable forest. If the intruder bypassed them, they would be trapped in the open air. It seemed safer to meet him here, where she at least knew the layout of the house. Clutching the phone in her left hand and the knife in her right, she rounded the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so loudly that she almost missed the moment when the front door burst open. 2 tall figures stormed into the house, their arms wide and shouting, "Boo!" For a moment, her mind refused to match the faces she saw with names. Suddenly, a flash of lightning outside illuminated them, and she recognized Mr. and Mrs. Miller, whose raincoats glistened with rain. They burst into unrestrained laughter, bending over and patting each other on the back. A scream caught in her throat, her breath taken away. The tip of the knife trembled a few inches from Mr. Miller's chest. Straightening up, he noticed the blade, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising both hands in a protective gesture, as if facing an armed police officer. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, continuing to giggle. "We just wanted to see how brave you were," she said. "Looks like you passed the test." The girl lowered the knife, but anger, displacing fear, filled her soul. Her legs trembled treacherously. "You could have been stabbed," was all she could manage to say. Mr. Miller waved away her words. "Come on, it's just a joke. We came home early and decided to play a little trick on you. Test your nerves." He turned to hang up his coat. Put the kids to bed, okay? We're starving. We're going to make grilled cheese sandwiches." She froze, expecting an apology, or at least permission to go home. But instead, they headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to rattle the dishes. Returning to the living room, she was still shaking from what she had experienced. The children, embarrassed and frightened, peeked out from behind the couch. She told them that their parents were back and carried the 6-year-old upstairs, while the 8-year-old trudged behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her subdued mood. She spoke in an even and curt voice. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still held the knife in her hand. Returning it to the drawer, she carefully washed her fingerprints from the steel and wiped the blade dry. From the hallway, she could see the adults through the kitchen doorway. They stood at the stove, hugging and swaying, laughing at some joke only they understood, spreading butter on bread. The smell of frying cheese spread throughout the house, but it only made her stomach churn. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her food. No one thanked her for not plunging the knife into Mr. Miller's ribs. The babysitter and the haunted house, a tale of fear and growing up. Working with the Miller family left an indelible mark on her young soul. On that ill-fated evening at 10:30 p.m., her patience reached its limit. Mrs. Miller finally graced her with her attention. "You can go," came the cheerful permission. Payment as usual. Accompanied by the drizzling rain and the squishing of her shoes, the girl headed home, the coveted bills clutched in her hand. At night, in the silence of her room, her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. The image replayed over and over in her mind, the door bursting open, the blinding flash of lightning, the ominously gleaming knife blade. Mr. Miller's raincoat seemed dark and slippery, like a character from a crime drama. The realization of how close she had come to a fateful line that would have changed not only her life, but also the fate of others, filled her with dread. At that moment, another realization dawned. Her fear meant nothing to them. An empty sound. The whole spectacle had been staged for their amusement, for their dubious entertainment. After that incident, she no longer agreed to babysit their children. She responded evasively to Mrs. Miller's persistent messages, which came in over the next 2 weeks, citing a busy study schedule. Soon the inquiries ceased. In the evenings, passing by their house on the way to the bus stop, she saw the usual scene: yellow light streaming from the windows, toys scattered on the lawn. But forever etched in her memory was the chilling horror they had created for a moment's amusement. This incident taught her 2 important things. Panic feels indistinguishable from real danger, and some adults never grow up, remaining children at heart. Since then, she carefully checks every door she enters, even the door to her own home. Her phone is always charged and within reach, and when someone suggests a harmless joke at someone else's expense, the very knife that trembled in her hand appears in her imagination, and she resolutely shakes her head, saying a firm no. Before this incident, she didn't really believe in ghosts, but after working at the Thompson house, her beliefs wavered. The seemingly ordinary house was located at the end of Willow Street, across from St. Mary's Church. The girl's mother, who worked at a preschool, knew the Thompson sons, Ethan and Liam, from her classes. One evening, Mrs. Thompson called her, asking her to babysit because their regular nanny, had suddenly cancelled. The 17-year-old needed the money and agreed, thinking it would be an easy job. How wrong she was. The beginning of the evening was unremarkable. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old, turned out to be cute but energetic boys who ran around their old 2-story house. The house was built in the 70s and had all the hallmarks of that era: creaky wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if it had absorbed all the years it had seen. Mrs. Thompson left her clear instructions: feed the boys, bathe them, and put them to bed by 9:00 p.m. The task seemed simple. Around 6:30 p.m., she was in the kitchen with the boys preparing dinner. The children wanted tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam carelessly slammed a plastic container of salsa on the table. The girl turned away to get the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Salsa flew everywhere, splattering the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. The boys screamed, their voices mixed with laughter and fright. The girl stood, clutching a piece of cheese, in complete shock. She tried to convince herself that it was just old salsa that had fermented and created gas. With these thoughts, she grabbed paper towels and began cleaning up. The boys helped her, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing toward the living room, as if expecting something to appear there. It took about 20 minutes to clean up the mess, but a sharp tomato smell lingered in the air. They were still in the kitchen, scraping the last bits of salsa off the refrigerator, when a loud crash came from the living room. The sound was as if something heavy had fallen. Telling the boys to stay put, the girl entered the living room, her heart pounding. 2 framed photos, one of the boys on the beach, the other of their parents' wedding, lay on the floor, having fallen from opposite walls. The glass was not broken. The frames lay face up, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. She checked the walls. The nails were in place. No cracks or damage. All the windows were closed. There was no wind. Ethan, who had followed her despite being told not to, whispered, "That happens sometimes." The girl forced a smile, leaned the frames against the walls but didn't hang them back up. She felt uneasy, but she kept telling herself it was just an old house. After dinner, it was time to bathe. She took the boys upstairs, filled the tub, and let them splash around, while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door ajar. Across the hall was their father's home office, a small room with a cluttered desk and an old desktop computer. Leaning against the wall and scrolling through her phone, she heard a faint sound, then another. The computer monitor flickered, the fans whirred. The screen lit up blue, showing the Windows login page. The girl froze in amazement. No one had touched the computer. The boys were in the bathroom, and she was far from the desk. Entering the office, she expected to see a cat or something else on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse wasn't moving, and there was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. She tried to convince herself it was an automatic update, but after the incidents with the salsa and the frames, it seemed unlikely. Yanking the monitor's power cord, she hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15 p.m., she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom upstairs. The children were exhausted and quickly fell asleep, their quiet snores filling the room. Closing the door, she went downstairs to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on the old square TV, she suddenly heard footsteps. Slow and heavy, they came from the hallway upstairs. Turning off the TV, the girl felt her heart pound. She assumed the boys had gotten up. Tiptoeing upstairs, she quietly stepped on the creaky stairs. The door to the children's bedroom was closed. Opening it a crack, she saw that the boys were fast asleep, exactly as she had left them. The hallway was empty, the air still. Checking the other rooms, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and the office, she made sure there was no one there. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking repeated, this time slower, as if someone were walking from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't go up again. Curling up on the couch, the girl texted her boyfriend, telling him about her fear. Just stay calm, he replied. Old houses always have noises. But she didn't believe him. Sitting in the corner of the couch and clutching her phone, she counted down the minutes until 10:30 p.m. Upon the arrival of the Thompsons, the narrator, seeking to hide her confusion, probably betrayed herself with a bewildered look as Miss Thompson did not fail to inquire about her well-being. In response, she vaguely praised the boys and hastily threw on her jacket, eager to leave the house as soon as possible. She did not utter a word about the strange salsa, the mysterious frames, the ominous computer, or the dancing footsteps, driven only by the desire to be out on the street as soon as possible. All the way home, she was haunted by Ethan's mysterious whisper. That happens sometimes. And us. After that incident, she babysat the children a few more times, but she avoided staying late. She always brought a friend with her, so she wouldn't be alone in that strange house. To this day, she is haunted by questions about what was really going on in the Thompsons' house. She is sure that it was not just a figment of her imagination. There was something inexplicable and sinister about that place that has been etched into her memory forever. NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later. I laughed and said our traditional phrase, love you, Daddy. Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. Dad! Hospital! My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grass. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather. But it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps. The house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack. And worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered, not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan, this isn't a game, the knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance, but Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife, it's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Okay, the prank's over, guys. Stop it. The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. Wait, what's going on? Ryan asked in confusion. We're supposed to follow the plan. But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. Screw this, he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed, and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He let the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked, trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile. "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, Ennis. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away, an old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run? The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten. The incident occurred in 2017 when the young person was 19 years old. By their own admission, they were, to put it mildly, quite foolish during that period. Circumstances dictated that they were heading to visit a friend, but missed the last bus departing from the station, and they had absolutely no money for a taxi. Moreover, their mobile phone battery was at a critical 5%. It was at that moment, as they later realized, that they made the most reckless mistake of their life. They walked to the highway entrance, stuck out their thumb, and began hitchhiking. Their sole goal was to reach the next major town, located approximately 80 miles from their current position. Dusk was already gathering, and the time was approaching 8 in the evening. After about 30 minutes, during which countless cars sped past, a dark blue sedan slowed down and pulled over right in front of them. The driver, a man in his 40s, leaned over and lowered the passenger window. He seemed like a perfectly ordinary person. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. The young person told him the name of the town. "Hop in," the driver offered, gesturing an invitation. The young person felt a wave of relief. They grabbed their backpack from the ground, got into the back seat, a habit of theirs as they never liked sitting in the front next to strangers, and said, "Thanks a lot, man. You're a lifesaver." The driver merely grunted in response, pulled back onto the highway, and they continued their journey. He was quiet, which suited the young person just fine. They put in their headphones, but their phone died almost instantly. With a frustrated sigh, they took them out and simply stared out the window, watching the dark trees rush by. Their drive on the highway continued for about 20 minutes. The young person was starting to doze off when they felt the car slow down and turn. They sat up abruptly. They were taking an exit too early. "Hey," they said. My exit is still about 50 miles away." The driver didn't respond, continuing to drive. At the bottom of the exit, instead of turning left towards the lit gas stations, he turned right onto a 2-lane road that disappeared into a black wall of trees. "Where are we going?" the young person asked, their voice already trembling. "This isn't the right road." Their heart pounded wildly in their chest. This was wrong. This was very, very wrong. The driver looked at them in the rearview mirror. His eyes were indifferent. He let out a low, guttural chuckle. "I'm going to take you into that forest," he said in a calm voice, "and have some fun with you." The young person's blood ran cold. They didn't think. They just reacted instinctively. They grabbed the door handle and pulled. Nothing. In desperation, they pulled again. The plastic handle simply spun freely in their hand, as if disconnected from anything, clicking and turning. Useless. The driver laughed again, louder, this time. "You're not going anywhere," he said. "Child lock. Very useful feature." The young person simply slumped. They began to sob, pleading with him. "Please," they cried. "Please don't. You can take my money, anything you want. I won't tell anyone. I swear I'll say I got lost. Please, just let me go." The driver completely ignored them, as if the young person wasn't even speaking. He just continued to drive slower, turning his head from side to side, surveying the dark forest. He muttered almost to himself, looking for a good spot. It was then that the young person realized they were going to die. They would die here in the dark, and no one would ever know what happened to them. They felt unbearably sick. They were sure they were going to vomit right there in the driver's car, and then they felt it, a sudden, hot, and strong gush in their jeans. It was so instantaneous and so copious that for a second they thought they had wet themselves. They were so scared they had lost bladder control. It was a new layer of humiliation on top of pure terror. They were still crying, but they seemed to freeze. They looked down. In the dim light of the dashboard, they saw a dark, spreading stain on their faded jeans. It wasn't urine. It was blood. A lot of blood. Their period wasn't due for another 2 weeks, but it had started immediately. They had no plan. It was just a final animal instinct. The driver was slowing the car almost to a complete stop, pulling onto the gravel shoulder. "Wait!" the young person cried, their voice hoarse. "Look!" The driver looked back in the mirror, annoyed. "Look at what?" "Just look!" They pointed to their knees, to the blood. "I'm bleeding. Look at me. I'm getting blood all over your car." The driver's face instantly changed. The cold, predatory look in his eyes simply vanished. It was replaced by pure, sudden disgust. He grimaced as if he smelled something rotten. He stared at the young person's knees for a second, then back at their face. He said nothing. He just slammed the gear shift into park and reached for his master controls. The young person heard a click as their door lock disengaged. "Get out!" he spat at them. "Get the hell out of my car now!" The young person fumbled for the handle. This time it worked. They grabbed their backpack, tumbled out of the car onto the gravel road, and scrambled to their feet. The driver leaned across the passenger seat. "If you tell anyone a single word about this," he growled, "I'll find you. I'll come back and I'll finish it. Do you understand me?" The young person didn't respond. They just ran. They ran straight into the forest, into the complete darkness. They didn't care about the branches scratching their face or the thorns tearing their jeans. They could hear their own panicked breathing. They were sure they would hear a gunshot, that the driver would simply shoot them in the back. They dove behind a huge, wide tree and crouched, holding their breath. They peeked out from behind the trunk, shaking so violently they could barely see straight. The driver's car just sat there for an eternity. Then the tail lights came on. He made a quick, angry three-point turn on the narrow road and sped back towards the highway. The young person stayed behind that tree until the taillights disappeared. And then they stayed for another 10 minutes, just shaking and crying, their jeans cold and sticky. Finally, they returned to the road. They were in the middle of nowhere. They had no idea where they were. They just picked a direction and walked. And overcoming the momentary numbness, she rushed forward. Approximately 20 minutes later, headlights appeared in the distance. The woman almost recoiled back into the thicket, seized by fear that it might be the same man. However, the approaching vehicle turned out to be a massive, boxy truck, a bread delivery van hurrying along its morning routes. She dashed directly into the middle of the road, waving her arms desperately. The driver, an older man with a kind expression, slammed on the brakes. He immediately assessed her condition, covered in dirt, leaves, and blood. Without a word, he opened the passenger door. "Get in, sweetie," he said. "You're safe." The man drove her directly to the nearest police station, where she gave her statement. The police officers were kind and attentive, but the woman clearly understood that they realized the futility of the search. A dark sedan with no license plates on a night road. The driver was like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. 6 years passed. The woman completed her education and never attempted to hitchhike again. One evening, sitting at home, she was flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, a special on HBO caught her attention. It was a true crime documentary about the psychology of serial killers. On screen, a man in a prison jumpsuit was being interviewed by a psychiatrist. The remote control slipped from her hand. It was him. The blood in her veins turned to ice again. Her breath caught. It was his face, his voice, those same empty, lifeless eyes. He had been sentenced to death. Calmly, almost indifferently, he spoke of his exploits, of the women he had raped and those he had killed. He spoke of them as inanimate objects. The woman consciously and persistently erased his name from her memory. She refused to keep it in her mind, but his face, his image, she would never, under any circumstances, forget. She later learned that what happened to her is a real, documented phenomenon. In moments of extreme, life-threatening stress, the female body is capable of this. It can induce immediate, heavy, unscheduled menstruation. It's a primary biological defense mechanism. That's what saved her. Not her pleas, not her non-existent phone. Her own body did the only thing that could stop that monster. And that's the only reason she's here to tell the story. She owns a 10-year-old sedan that has certainly seen better days. But there's one thing she treats with almost religious reverence. The door locks. As soon as she settles into the car, she immediately presses the button, and the characteristic click is heard. She doesn't care who walks by. She never stops for people standing on the side of the road. It's not because she's a bad person. It's because of Dr. Evans. Her college wasn't anything special. It was a typical sprawling state university in North Florida, with flat concrete buildings built in the 1970s and huge old oak trees draped with Spanish moss. As a sophomore, she took criminology 2 or 3. It was one of those large, sometimes tedious lectures held in a giant auditorium with fold-down wooden seats. Dr. Evans, the professor, was an older man, always looking tired, with a quiet, raspy voice that made it hard to stay awake. Before teaching, he had worked as a criminal psychologist for 20 years. Usually his lectures were a monotonous recitation of statistics and case study analyses. But one Tuesday, when victim selection was being discussed, the classroom was deadly silent. Students were either dozing or texting. Dr. Evans suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and scanned the 200 people sitting before him. "You all look at this as just numbers," he croaked, his voice suddenly clear. "You think you'll recognize a monster. You think there's some kind of sign on them. No, sometimes they just look pathetic." The room suddenly became very, very quiet. "This didn't happen to me," he continued, "but to a close friend of mine many years ago near Ocala. He was a traveling salesman, always driving all over the state. A kind-hearted guy, maybe too kind. One day he was driving down a long 2-lane stretch of highway, one of those roads that cuts right through the Ocala National Forest. It was an hour's drive through pines and swamps. It was late, around 11 at night, and it was hot, one of those muggy, humid Florida nights. My friend, let's call him Ted, was just trying to get home, and his headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure walking on the gravel shoulder. Ted saw him, and his first instinct was to just drive past. But as he got closer, he slowed down. The man looked terrible, just disheveled and ragged. His clothes were torn, he was covered in dirt, and he just looked exhausted, like he couldn't take another step. So Ted stopped. He told himself, the guy's car must have broken down. The man shuffled over and opened the door. A wave of smell hit Ted. It was sour sweat, pine needles, and something coppery, like old coins. The man collapsed into the passenger seat. He was young, in his mid-20s, with matted hair and those wide, haunted eyes. "Thanks," the man hissed. "Car trouble?" Ted asked, pulling back onto the empty road. "Something like that," the man mumbled. "Just need to get to a gas station, anywhere." They drove in silence for a few minutes. The only sound was the tires on the asphalt. Ted started to feel that cold, prickling sensation on the back of his neck. On the back of his neck. The man, staring fixedly ahead, breathed heavily through his nose, his breathing audible in the silent cabin. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "I'm going all the way to St. Augustine," Ted replied. The man slowly turned his head. His eyes, dark and empty, seemed bottomless. "St. Augustine? That's quite a ways. I guess I should just ride with you. I should just go wherever you're going." Ted let out a nervous, high-pitched chuckle. I don't know, buddy. My wife's waiting." "I was planning on dropping you off at the nearest town at the 24-hour truck stop." The man seemed not to hear him, continuing to stare intently at Ted. "They wouldn't stop talking," he uttered. Ted cast a quick glance at him. "What?" "My parents, they never stopped. Said I was lazy, said I was no good, said I was a mistake, just over and over, day after day. It was so loud in my head, always so loud." Ted's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly they ached. He was in the middle of nowhere, not a single car for miles around. "I was fixing the fence today," the man continued, his voice dreamy, as if recounting a movie plot. "Dad came out, started yelling again. I just had the tool in my hand. He was so loud I had to make him stop." Ted was sweating profusely. He felt the cold air conditioning blasting, but the sweat still broke through. He wanted to hit the gas, floor it. Mom came out. She saw and just started screaming louder than him. So loud I had to make her stop too. She wouldn't stop screaming. Dr. Evans paused. He surveyed the room, making eye contact with everyone. My friend Ted was terrified. He didn't know what to do. He was trapped in a metal box, speeding at 60 miles an hour alone with this man. "It was messy," the man said, a note of surprise in his voice. "It gets all over you." Then the man slowly reached for the waistband of his dirty jeans. Ted flinched, his foot hovering over the brake. The man pulled out a knife. It wasn't a regular pocket knife. It was a thick, heavy utility knife, meant for cutting leather or wire. The handle was wrapped in black electrical tape, and the blade looked dark. It was covered in something thick and dark, with bits of grass and other things clinging to it. It was a bloody knife. "Look," the man said, holding it up in the dim dashboard light. At that moment, Ted caught a flicker of neon ahead. A single, isolated gas station. One of those tiny ones at a crossroads. It felt like a miracle to him. Ted's voice trembled, but he tried his best to sound normal. "Hey, look. There's a place right there. You said you needed a gas station, right?" He pulled off the highway, tires squealing on the gravel parking lot. The car stopped directly in front of the brightly lit door. The man just sat there for a second, looking at the knife. Then he looked at Ted. He didn't look angry. He just looked tired. "Yeah, that's good." He opened the car door, got out, and just walked away. He didn't run. He just walked around the building with the bloody knife in his hand and disappeared into the pitch darkness. Ted sat there for a full minute, unable to move. Then he slammed the car into drive and sped out of the parking lot. He didn't stop until he was home, securely locking the door behind him. Dr. Evans put his glasses back on. He called the police, of course, but by the time they arrived, the man was long gone. Ted sold that car. He claimed he couldn't get rid of the smell, and he told me he never, for any reason, stopped for a stranger on the side of the road again. The school bell rang, and the narrator jumped. She still remembers that story every time. She drives at night. Previously, the narrator had actively hitchhiked. It was simply an economical way to travel, and most of the time she met interesting, normal people. However, this particular trip made her abandon hitchhiking forever. She was in Pennsylvania trying to get to Ohio. The previous day had been a beautiful, sunny, perfect spring day. So naturally her clothes matched the weather, simple shorts and a t-shirt. But this is Pennsylvania. She woke up, and the weather was like a monsoon, just cold, pouring rain that soaked her to the bone in about 30 seconds. She stood on the side of some 2-lane highway, shivering from the cold, thumb out in desperate hope. After about an hour, an old sedan pulled up. A woman in her early 30s was driving. The narrator looked into the car and saw 3 other women, one in the passenger seat, 2 in the back. Honestly, a car full of women is usually a good sign. You feel safer, you know. She ran up to the window, and the driver rolled it down. "Where are you headed?" she asked. "Just trying to get to Ohio, but honestly, the state line would be awesome," the narrator said. "Hop in," the driver offered. The narrator tossed her backpack into the back seat and squeezed in. She thanked them. Just the relief of getting out of the rain, which was now pouring so hard that hardly anything was visible. As she settled in, she noticed something. The girl in the front passenger seat had one of those thick black state trackers on her ankle, like for house arrest or parole. The narrator's brain just registered it. Okay, maybe they're on parole, no big deal. She'd just be polite, make small talk, and get out at the border. The border line, Ambience, about 20 minutes passed uneventfully when the driver suddenly announced, "I need to get gas." The car pulled into a typical gas station. The driver exited the vehicle to begin fueling. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls in the car remained in their seats. One was engrossed in her phone, while the other 2 simply stared blankly out the window. The atmosphere inside the car was filled with a strange, oppressive silence. After finishing with the gas, the driver, instead of returning to the steering wheel, walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. The narrator, trying to stay warm, remained seated in the cabin. Suddenly, she heard snippets of a conversation, and then a man's voice became distinctly audible. It was muffled, coming from the trunk, and filled with panic. The voice cried, "Let me go, you freak!" The narrator froze instantly. She looked at the two girls sitting next to her in the back seat. They showed no reaction whatsoever, no exchanged glances, absolutely nothing. Then a dull thud echoed. It wasn't loud, not like in movies, but rather a sharp, sudden sound. The trunk slammed shut. The driver returned to the pump, carefully rehung the nozzle as if she had just finished a routine fueling, and got back into the car. She started the engine. Her gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, met the narrator's eyes, and a faint smile played on the driver's lips. "All set," she said. The car left the gas station. As they drove away, the narrator looked back and swore she saw a man lying on the ground near the pumps, bleeding. She sharply turned away, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through her ribs. Her gaze fell on the other passengers. They simply sat there, immersed in absolute silence, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The narrator didn't utter a word. What could she say? She was trapped in a car with 4 women who, she suspected, had just dealt with someone in their own trunk at a public gas station, without even batting an eye. The journey continued for about another half hour. The only sounds were the monotonous swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain. Then the driver stopped the car again. This time they were on the side of a secluded road, surrounded by a vast, dense forest to their right. "We need to take care of something," she said. The driver got out, and the other girls followed. The trunk opened again. The narrator tried not to look, staring straight ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she still saw what was happening. The driver retrieved a shovel. One of the girls pulled out a large black plastic bag, resembling a heavy-duty trash bag, and something inside it moved slightly, wriggling. Then all 4 simply walked into the forest and disappeared. The narrator was left alone in the car. She tried to open the door, but it was locked. For 2 hours, a full 2 hours, she sat there staring intently at the spot where they had gone. The rain was finally subsiding, but it was already starting to get dark. Thoughts raced through her mind. Should she try to break a window? Where would she run? They had a car. They had a shovel. Then they returned. Their shoes were covered in mud. The shovels and the bag were gone. They all got back into the car. No one said a word. The driver simply started the engine, and the journey continued. They drove for another hour, complete silence. By this time, it was pitch black outside. Then the driver turned off the highway onto a dark, muddy dirt road, winding deep into the forest. She parked the car and turned off the engine. It was so quiet that the narrator could only hear her own breathing. The driver turned in her seat. She looked the narrator straight in the eyes. Her gaze was empty, indifferent. And then she said, "You're next." The narrator didn't think. She didn't say anything. She just reacted. With a sharp motion, she slammed her hand against the door handle. This time, the door was unlocked, and she flung herself out of the car. Falling into the mud, she scrambled up and bolted into the forest. She ran. She ran harder than she ever had in her life. Behind her, she heard car doors opening, but she didn't look back. She just ran, branches scratching her face, tripping over roots in the darkness. She must have run for miles. Finally, she broke free from the trees onto another road. Looking up, she saw a sign. "Welcome to Ohio," the state line. She flagged down the first headlight she saw. It was a taxi driver just finishing his shift. She must have looked like a maniac, covered in mud, soaking wet, still in shorts and a t-shirt. She told him she had been robbed and was lost in the woods. She paid him every dollar she had to take her to the nearest town. From that moment until the end of her trip, she always ordered a taxi and never, ever hitchhiked again.
After the divorce, I was left with nothing, and I desperately wanted to start over from scratch. I moved into a rundown apartment in a new city. I had no decent job, no pets, no kids, and of course, no wife. I was completely disconnected from the world, just existing. Endlessly sending out resumes for any vacancy, I eventually landed a lousy job at a lousy cafe, serving lousy coffee to equally lousy people. Boredom and despair were eating me alive. Even though I just moved to a new city, I felt I needed something more drastic. And then luck finally smiled on me. Among the thousands of random applications ID sent out was one for a fire lookout position deep in the woods. No experience required. Can you believe it? Fire lookout. Those are the people who live in total isolation in a 70-foot tower surrounded by forest, scanning for wildfires and yelling at tourists. I remember filling out that strange application because it seemed absurd that the position was filled, yet they were still accepting resumes in case it suddenly opened up. It was odd, but I sent it anyway. And now, here it was, my new job. A gruff-looking man called me and said I'd get paid and live in the tower until the end of summer, about 2 months. He stressed that it was crucial I start immediately, gave me directions, and told me I'd begin tomorrow if I agreed. I said yes. This was my fresh start. I'd just parked my car where the road ended, and now I had to hike to the fire lookout tower. It was just past 8 a.m., and Marcus, the guy who D called, said the hike would take about 4 hours. I expected to arrive by lunchtime. Marcus assured me my fire lookout tower, my new home, would be fully stocked with food. After that, I could radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. It was cool for a summer morning, but I was incredibly excited for the hike. The woods here were famed for their beauty and peace, exactly what I'd been longing for. I reached the fire lookout tower just after 1 p.m. The hike was tough, but easy to navigate. Everything was well marked, and the trail was clear. The fire lookout tower was much bigger than I'd imagined. I'd guess it was about 100 feet tall, with a cabin perched on top, supported by 4 stilts. A spiral staircase wound around it, leading upward. Next to the fire lookout tower stood an outhouse and a storage shed, which I assumed held the food. I will explain more once I get inside the cabin and drop my backpack. The stairs were tough. I was a little tired, but I'd get used to it. The cabin was small, with a balcony wrapping all the way around. Inside stood a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small handheld radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The cabin walls were all windows, so I could see the surrounding forest from every angle. It was eerie, but made sense, since I was literally watching for fires. I dropped my backpack and remembered Marcus mentioning I should radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. So I did. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling awkwardly with the big radio. "Hey, you're the new guy, right?" Olivia," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been keeping an eye on your patch of forest while you were on your way, but I couldn't see too far, so I am glad you made it." "Nice to meet you. Yeah, I am the newbie." "Adam," I replied over the radio. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing." "Well, you've already figured out the radio. That's a start. The outhouse is down by the fire lookout tower, and that's where the food supply is too. It gets restocked weekly by Marcus or Hakeem. As for the job itself, it is mostly observation, making sure no one camps overnight where they were not supposed to, and watching for wildfires," Olivia continued. "Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the manual on your table. Read it." "Thanks, Olivia. I'll do my best," I said enthusiastically. "I'll radio you if I have questions." There was no reply. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I grabbed the manual and started flipping through it, and mostly repeated what she just told me, only in more technical jargon, but I planned to study it, cover to cover, to feel confident. As I flipped the pages, a sheet of paper fell out. It was lined paper, covered in messy, almost frantic blue handwriting. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the woods with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return to your fire lookout tower immediately. 2. If your radio crackles and it's anyone other than your nearest fire lookout tower, do not respond, no matter what you hear. 3. If you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. 4. Always sleep with the lamp on at night. If it starts flickering, run to turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If your lamp goes out completely before you can do this, hide under the bed until sunrise. 5. If, at night, you hear someone running up the stairs to your lookout tower, immediately turn on the main light. If you hesitate and the creature reaches the top, it'll be too late. 6.
NUS last spring, a young woman, 17 at the time, got a job as an evening babysitter for the Davids, whose house was just 5 blocks from her own in the quiet town of Chandler, Arizona. Eagerly saving money for upcoming college expenses, she couldn't resist the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour. Besides, the Davids' neighborhood seemed the epitome of safety. Neat, single-story homes, well-manicured lawns, and evenly spaced lampposts every 30 yards. These factors convinced the girl's parents to give their consent. At the appointed time, 6:30 p.m., she arrived at the Davids' house. Mrs. David meticulously instructed her on using the alarm system, provided the Wi-Fi password and a list of emergency phone numbers. The caring mother had already prepared 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler for bed, dressing them in pajamas and leaving leftover, appetizing chicken nuggets in the fridge. Mr. O. David, in turn, reminded her to strictly adhere to the 8:30 p.m. bedtime. After these parting words, the Davids departed for a charity dinner in the city center. As soon as the front door closed behind them, the girl, acting on instinct, carefully slid the bolt shut. The evening began surprisingly peacefully. The children enthusiastically drew with colored pencils, watched half an episode of the popular animated series Paw Patrol, and diligently brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., the young babysitter led the children upstairs, read them a touching story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight, an LED lamp shaped like a moon, emitting a soft blue glow. The children quickly drifted off to sleep. Coming back downstairs, the girl texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a glass of refreshing drink. At 9:15 p.m., an unexpected doorbell rang. The girl involuntarily flinched. The Davids hadn't mentioned the possibility of visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. The stranger held a set of keys and cheerfully waved at the camera mounted by the door. A black Honda was parked at the curb with its engine running. The man addressed the girl in a calm, even voice, as if confident he was being heard. "Hi, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I forgot my keys. I need to grab something from the bedroom upstairs." His tone was friendly and casual. Despite this, alarm bells went off in the girl's head. The Davids had never mentioned a brother. Through the locked door, she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Your parents didn't tell me anyone was coming." "That's my fault," the man replied. "I told my sister I had a spare key. Look, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always wants it when she's tired, and Tyler ate mac and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their routine." He was absolutely correct. The G.N. girl's stomach churned. Maybe he really was a relative, or maybe not. She stepped away from the door and opened the Video Baby Monitor app. Both children were sleeping soundly in their beds, snoring softly. The girl glanced at the security system tablet mounted in the living room. The outdoor camera showed the man shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to open the door. She tried to call Mrs. David, but no one answered. Next, she tried to contact Mr. David, but the call went straight to voicemail. The girl seriously considered dialing 911, but hesitated. Arizona has penalties for false calls. Suddenly, a text message arrived. "Sorry, it's very noisy at the banquet. Is everything okay?" It was Mrs. David. The girl quickly typed, "There's a man here, says he's Brandon. Your brother, he needs to come in." 3 dots appeared on the screen, indicating that the other person was typing a response. Then the message arrived. "We don't have a brother. Call the police now." The girl's hands trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911. Reporting the address and the situation, she emphasized that there were 2 young children asleep upstairs. At that moment, a soft knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, still politely. "I really need that blanket. I promise I'll only be 2 minutes." The girl didn't answer. He waited about 10 seconds. Then the camera on the door recorded him walking over to the windows, cupping his hands to peer inside. The girl turned off the interior lights so he couldn't see her. In the dim light of her phone screen, she watched the stranger walk along the wall to the side gate. A moment later, the motion sensor in the yard turned on, then off. The dispatcher stayed on the line. "Units will be there in 3 minutes. Stay inside and keep the doors locked." The girl cautiously crept to the patio door. The lock was intact, the curtain tightly drawn. There was no movement outside. An eerie silence fell over the house. Even the hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. Soon, the approaching sound of police sirens could be heard, which suddenly stopped. The red and blue strobe lights flashed through the blinds. The girl remained in the hallway until an officer shouted his badge number from the porch through the locked door. Only then did she dare to open it. The police thoroughly searched the yard and the nearby streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks led toward the main road. Questioning the neighbors yielded no results. The stranger had parked in a spot not covered by surveillance cameras. Inside the house, the children slept peacefully, unaware of what had happened. The officers took the girl's statement, praised her for her vigilance, and waited for Mr. and Mrs. David to return, their faces pale with fear. Mrs. David hugged the girl so tightly she could barely breathe. She repeated endlessly, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left the scene. The parents insisted on driving the girl home. She agreed, although she kept looking over her shoulder the entire way. That night, she replayed every second of what had happened in her head. How did the stranger know about the dinner and the children's bedtime? Had he been watching the window beforehand? Had he overheard her conversation? Later, the Davids discovered a small gap between the window frame and the lock. Perhaps the intruder had pried it open before the girl arrived, listening from the yard. His disappearance before the police arrived indicated that he either had a scanner app or simply a well-developed intuition. With her heightened intuition, The author did not immediately return to her evening job after the incident. Only after a few weeks did she resume her duties, but with increased caution. Special films were installed on the windows to protect against prying eyes, unreliable latches were replaced, and a baseball bat was always kept within reach. She stopped trusting calm voices and personal details, realizing that they could be just part of a carefully crafted strategy. Later, the detectives working on the case reported that similar men had been seen near schools, where they listened to snippets of conversations to use them to gain trust. It was suspected that the perpetrator had attempted to break into 3 homes within a month, posing as a relative. This information did not bring the author relief, but only confirmed that his polite approach was the result of training. The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrator has still not been found. Despite what happened, the author continues to work as a babysitter, but now only for family members. She never ignores her intuition, understanding that safety depends on many small decisions: locking the side gate, cutting off conversation with a stranger, double-checking information. By making those decisions that night, she saved 2 children from possible danger. Sometimes, late at night, she is awakened by the memory of the soft knock and the even voice asking for a child's blanket. That voice sounds patient and almost friendly, waiting to be believed. The author hopes that something like that never happens again. The narrator, who introduced herself as Leah, does not consider herself a fan of ghost stories or a wild imagination. She is 32 years old and works as a nurse in a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often end late, and she has to drive home on quiet roads through forests and farmland. Usually she is accompanied only by silence, her old Honda Civic, and the radio. But one night, everything changed. Around 11:30 p.m., after a 12-hour shift, Leah was driving down a main road lined with trees and occasional gas stations. Approaching a turn 5 miles from her house, she saw orange road signs and cones blocking the road. A large arrow pointed left onto a dirt road she had never driven on before. The sign read, "Detour, road work ahead." Leah sighed, dreaming only of a shower and bed, but she had no choice. So she turned onto the narrow, unlit road. The detour immediately felt ominous to her. The road was barely wide enough for 2 cars, and dense trees loomed on either side. The lack of streetlights and houses only heightened the sense of darkness and isolation. The car's headlights cut through the night, but didn't reach far. Leah turned off the radio to concentrate and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The road twisted and turned, but there was no sign of roadwork or equipment, only endless trees and the faint hum of the engine. After about 10 minutes, Leah began to feel uneasy. She hadn't seen another car, and the road seemed to go on forever. The GPS was glitching, constantly rerouting. "This isn't good," she muttered. Just then she noticed a truck in her rear-view mirror, moving slowly about 100 yards behind her with its headlights off. Fear gripped Leah. Who drives at night without lights? She tried to convince herself it was just a local resident taking the same detour. But the truck wasn't getting closer or farther away, maintaining the same speed. Leah sped up, hoping to increase the distance between them, but the truck followed suit. Her heart pounded. She tried to calm herself, telling herself she was overreacting and that the truck might have broken headlights or the driver was lost. But then she noticed the road signs had disappeared. Leia realized she hadn't seen any signs of roadwork on Route 12 either. No equipment, no torn-up road, just the signs and cones blocking the way. Panic set in. She grabbed her phone to call 911, but there was no signal. She was alone in the middle of nowhere. The truck was still behind her, a dark shadow in her rearview mirror. Leia pressed on the gas, the car rattling down the uneven road, but the truck kept pace. Now she could make out its shape. An old pickup truck, possibly black or dark blue, with no visible driver in the darkness. Leia started talking to herself, trying to stay calm. Just find your way back to the main highway. You're okay. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she had no idea where she was. In the distance, she saw the faint headlights of another car. Leia felt a surge of relief, hoping it was a police officer or someone who could help. As the car drew closer, she slowed down and turned on her high beams, trying to get their attention. In the pitch black of the night, on a deserted road, a desperate plea for help echoed. A white SUV came into view, which, like me, slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Stopping my car, I left the engine running, only slightly opening the window to shout words full of anxiety. "I think someone is following me!" The driver, a middle-aged man with glasses perched on his nose, looked out the window of his car with concern. "Are you okay?" "Well," he asked with genuine worry in his voice. I pointed to the road behind me. "There's a truck back there driving without lights. It's been chasing me for miles." The man peered into the impenetrable darkness, his face contorted in surprise. "There's no truck there," he said. As if struck by lightning, I turned sharply to look in the rearview mirror. The road was completely empty. A chilling dread washed over me. It had been there just seconds ago. I had seen it. "Listen," the man said. "This road is kind of strange. I got detoured here too, but there's no construction on Route 12. You better follow me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Unable to argue, I simply nodded, still trembling from the experience. I followed his SUV, never taking my eyes off the rearview mirrors. But the truck was nowhere to be seen, only the impenetrable darkness. After about 10 minutes, we were back on Route 12. The road signs and cones had disappeared, as if they had never been there. Thanking the man who promised to report it to the police, I hurried home, locking all the doors behind me. After getting to my apartment, I couldn't close my eyes. The events of that night replayed in my head over and over. The signs, the truck, its sudden disappearance. The next day, I called the sheriff's office, where I was informed that no roadwork had been scheduled on Route 12 that night, and no reports of detours had been filed. Looking for answers, I turned to the internet, where I found several local forums where people recounted similar experiences. Fake detours, strange vehicles, roads leading nowhere. Some considered it a cruel joke. Others hinted at something more sinister, such as thieves or something even worse. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was someone's cruel prank, or maybe I was just too tired and imagined it all. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something wrong with that road, as if it was waiting for me. Now I drive home on a different route, even if it's longer. And every time I see a road sign, my heart skips a beat with fear. I don't think I'll ever feel safe driving alone at night again. The narrator hesitated for a long time to share her experience. It happened at a time when being open could be unsafe. However, she believed that silence did not benefit anyone, and she felt the need to warn others. She had often been on that trail, but something felt wrong that day. The woman suggested turning back, but her husband, who was either brave or perhaps just stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend, she froze in horror. A few steps from the trail, at the beginning of the bridge, stood a tall figure. The beam of the flashlight illuminated its back, and the narrator's heart skipped a beat. The figure was striking in its size, standing at least 6-7 feet tall, and its massive build suggested a weight of 250 pounds. It wore a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, possibly blue or black. Chestnut hair stood on end, as if it had been deliberately styled, giving it an unnatural shape. However, it wasn't just the figure's height that was frightening, but also its disproportion. The arms seemed too long, hanging unnaturally. The head had a round, almost spherical shape, resembling a basketball perched on its shoulders. The legs were not visible, which only heightened the surreal nature of the moment. The figure stood motionless, staring into the darkness. "What is that?" the woman whispered to her husband. Her voice trembled, and she noticed that her husband had also frozen, staring at the figure. All three stood in tense silence. The minutes seemed like an eternity as her heart raced and her instinct demanded flight. The figure did not move or pay attention to them. The narrator couldn't understand if it was a person or something else. Questions raced through her mind. How did it get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is it standing in the dark away from the trail and staring into nothing? And why doesn't it turn around? Is it hiding its face or something else? The husband, in a trembling but steady voice, shouted, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" At that moment, the figure began to turn slowly, and a wave of nausea washed over the narrator. The instinct for self-preservation took over, ordering her to flee immediately. Without waiting for the figure to turn around, the woman grabbed her husband's hand and ran back to the car. The beam of the flashlight darted from side to side, and her breath came in ragged gasps. She didn't look back, not wanting to know if they were being pursued. Behind her, she could hear her husband shouting and the sound of his footsteps. The woman ran, several feet ahead of her husband. Reaching the car, they frantically searched for the keys, gasping and shaking. The parking lot remained empty. The drive to town was 5 to 6 miles, and there was no cell service in that area. The woman's heart pounded until they saw the first streetlights. They remained silent the whole way, shaken by what had happened. After a few days, curiosity took over. The narrator couldn't stop thinking about the figure. Was it a hallucination, someone's joke, or a trick of the light? She persuaded her husband to return to the spot during the day, bringing friends along for safety. She needed to figure out what had happened. Maybe it was a jacket thrown over a post, a strangely shaped rock, or a forgotten prop. However, there was nothing where the figure had stood, but something else made the woman's blood run cold. The spot where the figure had stood ended in a steep, 4-foot drop. This meant that the figure was not 6-7 feet tall, but 8 to 10. The realization struck her. Whatever they had seen, it was incredibly tall. This area is steeped in history, both beautiful and tragic. Stories of miners, of lives cut short on the high bridge, of the beauty of the canyon. All of this has intertwined into something alive, almost animate. The woman didn't know what they had seen that night. She shared the story with friends, family, and anyone who would listen, but no one could provide an answer. Was it a person, a ghost, or something else? The memory of the motionless figure in the dark still haunts her. It is part of the river's story that she will never fully understand, a mystery that hangs in the air like the shadows in the canyon. Currently, the narrator works as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights depart before dawn, so her shift is always at night. For 5 years, the job has been routine, checking doors, scanning passes, monitoring cameras. But in mid-July, at the height of the summer holidays, there was something uneasy in the terminal. The woman couldn't explain what it was, so she just continued to do her job, relentlessly continuing my work. Closer to midnight, I decided to take a break. Heading to the nearest bakery, I bought a bar of chocolate and a can of energy drink. Settling down at a modest metal table. Busy watching a short video on my phone, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to turn around. Before my eyes stood a man, dressed in a black raincoat. His hood was down, revealing a gaze fixed directly on me. He didn't look away, didn't pretend to examine the shop windows, but looked exclusively at me. After holding his gaze for just a few seconds, I turned my attention back to my phone. Hundreds of strangers pass through airports every day, and most of them pose no threat. After drinking half of the drink, I put my phone in my pocket and headed to the restroom to wash my hands before the end of my break. Enas, upon returning, I noticed the same individual standing approximately 50 meters away in the main hallway. His head was tilted slightly and his gaze was fixed on me once more. As soon as he realized I had spotted him, he abruptly turned and disappeared down a side corridor without making a sound. A quiet alarm went off in my head, but his actions hadn't broken any rules. Back at my post, I spent the next several hours walking the perimeter of the gate, checking the locks, and waiting for dawn. By morning, my phone battery was completely dead. Since the walk home was short, I simply put the phone in my pocket and started on my way. About halfway there, I remembered the external battery pack in my backpack. After connecting the cable, I continued my walk. 10 minutes from my apartment, I decided to check the charge level by pressing the power button. A message appeared on the screen, one I'd never seen before. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 800 meters. I've never owned an AirTag. I stopped and scanned the empty street, lit only by dim streetlights. Soon, another notification appeared. Distance 600 meters, then 500. I was trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe someone nearby had lost luggage with a tracker, but the numbers kept decreasing. 400, 300. I broke into a light jog. The phone vibrated again, showing 200 meters. Turning the corner, I ran as fast as I could. My legs went numb, but the numbers continued to plummet. 100 meters. Reaching my building, I fumbled with the key, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it. The hallway was silent. The phone screen displayed 50 meters, then 20, and finally 10. Peeking through the peephole, I saw only an empty street. My hands were shaking. I emptied the contents of my pockets and bag onto the floor, but found nothing unusual. I wanted to call the police, but what could I tell them? A signal on my phone indicated that someone was tracking me. I tried to convince myself that I was simply overtired. The shift had been long, and my mind was in a semi-conscious state. After changing clothes, I got into bed and put on a horror narration video on my phone. The narrator's calm voice usually helped me relax. I only remember the first few minutes before sleep overtook me. Awakening sometime later in complete darkness, I saw that the video had ended and the phone screen was glowing. Another notification awaited. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 2 meters. 2 meters meant the tag was in my room. I couldn't move. Locking the phone, I allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, I saw the silhouette of a person in a black raincoat. The same face that had been watching me before. A raspy scream escaped my throat. He stepped back, opened the door, and vanished before my feet hit the floor. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker, only a wet spot near my bed. The officers thoroughly searched every room, checked the windows and the stairwell. The door frame was intact, and the only key was in my possession. They advised me to stay with relatives. I spent the night on my sister's couch, leaving the hallway light on and setting my phone to alert me to any movement. The next morning, I returned to my apartment with a locksmith. We installed new deadbolts and a camera above the door. Then, we turned my backpack inside out on the kitchen table. Tucked into the bottom of the seam of an interior pocket, hidden beneath the lining, was a white plastic disc smaller than a coin, an AirTag. Someone had cut the fabric, inserted the tracker, and glued the seam so neatly that I hadn't felt a thing. This person had gotten close enough to slip their hand into my bag unnoticed. Perhaps it happened at the bakery, or when I was checking the time at the gate. I'll never know for sure. Now I keep the tracker sealed in a plastic evidence bag. It sits on my desk, a reminder that danger can hide behind an ordinary facade and lurk right behind you without making a sound. I still work night shifts, but I no longer walk home. Every time my phone vibrates in my pocket, I remember that silent face, watching me and waiting for the right moment. If you ever feel like you're being followed, trust your instincts and act immediately. I was lucky, but the next person might not be. Story 2. I've always had a special love for hiking. The smell of the pines, the crackle of a campfire, the peaceful silence of the woods. It's where I truly feel alive. Last summer, my friends Jake, Matt, and Amber and I planned a weekend trip to Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest about 2 hours from our town. It was a popular spot, but vast, with trails winding for miles and sections where the trees barely let in sunlight. We'd been there before and never felt uneasy, but this trip is one I'll never forget. Months have passed, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about Jake. And cold sweat breaks out on my skin as thoughts return again and again to Jake. On Friday afternoon, our group arrived at Blackwood. The 4 friends were crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The daytime air was still warm, but a pleasant coolness filled the depths of the forest as we set up camp near a small stream. Our spot was off the beaten path, in a small clearing with a fire pit left by other campers. Jake, as always, was full of energy and optimism, cracking jokes and tossing a football while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the guy who could make you laugh even in the tensest moments. Matt, quieter and more even-keeled, was already tending to the campfire, and I was unloading provisions from the cooler. Our modest menu, as usual, consisted of soft drinks and hot dogs. Night fell unexpectedly quickly. By 9 o'clock it was pitch black, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing funny stories. Suddenly, Jake started talking about an old legend he'd heard about Blackwood, about mysterious disappearances in the 80s of people who were never found. Amber just rolled her eyes, calling it a typical campfire story, and we all laughed along. But I couldn't help but notice that Jake kept glancing furtively toward the dark trees, as if expecting someone to emerge from the woods at any moment. Around 11 o'clock, Jake announced that he was going for a short walk, as he usually did. "Just gonna take a leak and check out the stream," he said, grabbing his flashlight. Amber told him not to go too far, to which he just waved her off, replying, "I'm not a kid. I know what I'm doing." That was Jake all over, confident, but without any malice. We didn't think much of it. The stream was only 100 meters from the camp, and we could hear its gentle murmur while sitting by the fire. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Amber started to get worried, checking the time on her phone every few minutes. "He's probably just messing with us," Matt suggested, but there was uncertainty in his voice. I grabbed my flashlight and shouted loudly, "Jake, cut the crap!" My voice echoed through the area swallowed by the dense trees. But in response, there was only silence. It was at that moment that I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Blackwood was a big forest, sure, but not that big. He couldn't have gone that far. We decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case Jake returned, while Matt and I split up to cover as much ground as possible. I headed toward the stream, shining my flashlight into the undergrowth. The light revealed tree roots and rocks, but no sign of Jake. I shouted his name every few steps, but my voice grew quieter and quieter, as if fading into the surrounding silence. The forest was eerily silent. No crickets, no hooting owls, just the sound of my boots crunching on the fallen pine needles. I kept hoping that I would see him any minute, grinning from ear to ear and ready to scare me half to death. But the further I went into the forest, the stronger the feeling of unease became. Finally, I reached the stream and found his flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, shining on a patch of ferns. My heart was pounding. Jake was a very careful person. He wouldn't just drop his flashlight like that. I picked it up and called Jake's name again, loudly. But in response, there was only silence. Shining the light around with a trembling hand, I noticed footprints in the ground. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then they suddenly stopped, as if he had vanished halfway there. Overcome with panic, I called out to Matt in a shaky voice. He came running, and when he saw the flashlight, his face instantly turned pale. We searched for Jake for hours. Amber joined us, her voice hoarse from shouting. We walked along the stream, checked the forest trails, and even returned to the camp, hoping that maybe he had just gotten lost. By 2 a.m, we were completely exhausted, but we couldn't stop. Amber was crying, repeating that we shouldn't have let him go alone. Matt kept saying that Jake was probably fine, just a little lost, but I knew that wasn't the case. Something was wrong. The air felt heavy and ominous, as if the forest was watching us. At dawn, we reported the incident to the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they immediately sent out a search party. Rangers, dogs, even a helicopter. Everyone was involved in the search. We showed them the flashlight, and the footprints. They asked if Jake had been acting strangely, if he had said anything about wanting to leave. I replied that he had been himself, happy, a little goofy, an adventure-loving Jake. The Rangers nodded, but I could see that they were preparing for the worst. Blackwood had a bad reputation. People disappeared here. Not often, but it happened. Tourists, hikers, even locals. Most of them were found, but some weren't. Days passed. The search expanded. Volunteers joined. More dogs. Drones were used. We stayed at the campsite, barely sleeping, helping in any way we could. Amber was in terrible shape, blaming herself for everything that had happened. Matt stopped talking, just silently staring at the trees, as if expecting them to spit Jake out if he stared long and hard enough. I kept going back to that night in my mind, trying to figure out if I had missed something important. The way Jake had been looking at the forest, the silence after he left, those footprints stopping at the stream. It all seemed completely illogical. The Rangers found nothing. No clothing, no traces of blood, no signs of a struggle. They checked caves, ravines, and even old logging roads deep in the forest. The dogs lost the scent at the stream, as if Jake had vanished into thin air. One of the Rangers, an older man, took me aside and said, "Sometimes people just disappear. Blackwood is a treacherous place. Too many places to get lost." I wanted to punch him. Jake hadn't just gotten lost. He had vanished. In the shadow of the forest, the disappearance of Jake and its aftermath. In an instant, as if dissolving into thin air, Jake vanished. He simply got lost, and this lost became a sinister synonym for disappeared. Weeks dragged into months of unsuccessful searching. Hope dwindled and the search efforts gradually faded away. The police didn't formally close the case, but their eyes reflected hopelessness. Amber, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, left town, leaving a gaping void. Conversations with Matt ceased, as if each encounter reopened unhealed wounds. The narrator, driven by an inexplicable force, periodically returns to Blackwood, to the ill-fated stream where her friend's tracks ended. She searches for a sign, a hint, any explanation for what happened, but the forest remains silent. Memories resurface of stories of people who disappeared without a trace in the forest wilderness, of cases similar to Jake's disappearance. Locals whisper about bears and cougars, but where are the signs of their feast? Others speak of treacherous sinkholes and hidden caves, but the forest rangers thoroughly comb the area. The internet is rife with mystical theories, mysterious lights wandering between the trees, voices beckoning into the thicket. The narrator dismisses these superstitions, but the darkness of night creeps in with doubts. What if Jake saw something inexplicable? What if, obeying an unknown call, he delved deeper into the forest? In dreams, Jake returns, standing by the stream, illuminating everything around with his smile. But as she approaches, his face distorts, becoming empty and alien. Awakening brings suffocation and a racing heartbeat. The mystery of Jake's disappearance will likely remain buried forever beneath the forest canopy. But one thing the narrator knows for sure: she will never set foot on the trails of Blackwood again. The forest took her friend, and she doesn't intend to give it a chance to swallow her, too. Story 3, Isaiah. This story began with an encounter with Isaiah, a landscaper, about a year before the events described. The narrator, also working in landscaping, met him at a dump while dropping off a work trailer. The hardships of working for a troubled company whose name she withholds for fear of legal action, led to this chance encounter. Isaiah, noticing her, struck up a casual conversation. The narrator shared her plans to start her own business. Isaiah handed her a business card, but she didn't think much of it then, being employed. However, being fired from her job made her remember Isaiah. She called the number on the business card, and he, recognizing her, offered to pick her up for work at 6 a.m. Not having her own transportation, she gave him her address, happy at the prospect of a new job. Waking up at 4:30 a.m. was due to the early schedule of her ex and his father. After they left, she made the rash decision to use an illegal substance. Immediately after, Isaiah called. In a rush, she threw on jeans, work boots, a hoodie, and ran out the door, tying her laces as she went. Meeting Isaiah, they exchanged greetings. The narrator asked if she could vape, and they drove onto the highway. It was then that a strange atmosphere hung in the air. Isaiah's unexpected question about morning sausage and his ambiguous laughter made her uncomfortable. She asked him not to bring up topics like that. During a brief stop to check the trailer, she had a bad feeling. Back in the car, Isaiah began asking strange questions, such as whether she had considered a career as a dancer. Receiving a negative answer, he became insistent, trying to convince her that she had talent. The narrator reminded him of her boyfriend and her lack of interest in such activities. Along the way, Isaiah started touching her leg. When she asked him to stop, he just laughed and removed his hand. At a gas station, she took advantage of the moment to use an illegal substance again. Returning, she found a message from Isaiah offering her a drink. She asked for Red Bull. Thanking him after he returned, she felt a growing sense of dread. She called her sister, sharing her foreboding feelings. Her sister initially didn't take it seriously, but the narrator insisted on the seriousness of her concerns. The conversation was interrupted by Isaiah's return. Back on the road, he opened the glove compartment, pulled out a knife, and told her to be quiet. Then, stating that it was a joke, he explained that the knife was for cutting fruit. She laughed nervously. Arriving at a gated community, they began working. Isaiah gave the guard both addresses and the narrator's name. She, paralyzed by fear, didn't dare object. The first job, lasting only 30 minutes, turned into a nightmare. Isaiah constantly invaded her personal space. At the second house, where they spent about an hour, his behavior became even more intrusive. He made increasingly inappropriate comments about her appearance. She tried to remain firm and push him away. At the same time, she was texting her sister, detailing what was happening. Isaiah, noticing this, asked who she was texting. She lied, saying she was discussing plans after work. At that moment, she was terrified. She felt that this man was capable of harming her, and no one would know. A dark tale of survival, a glimpse into the abyss. In the pitch-black darkness of mystery, a chilling story unfolds where the line between life and death becomes frighteningly blurred. The protagonist, whose name remains in the shadows, faces a trial that will forever alter her destiny. In search of a fleeting boost of energy, she opens a can of Red Bull, unaware that this insignificant act will become the starting point of a nightmarish journey. The fourth job becomes the arena where she must fight for her safety. An unexpected offer to drive her to the restroom turns into an ominous omen. A stranger, claiming to be a friend, takes liberties. using a nickname that grates on her ears. The request to stop is not ignored, but the apologies cannot drown out the growing sense of unease. In the solitude of the restroom, she seeks solace in the voice of a former lover, sharing her fears with him. Futile attempts to contact her sister only amplify her sense of isolation. Desperately trying to maintain a clear mind, she resorts to extreme measures, using the remnants of illegal substances. Returning to the truck brings new questions. The unexplained delay raises suspicions, and the subsequent conversation in Spanish, the meaning of which remains a mystery, only increases the discomfort. An innocent question about plans for the evening becomes a cause for alarm when the stranger reveals his knowledge of her boyfriend's routine. The suggestion to rent a hotel room plunges her into a state of panic. In a desperate attempt to warn her loved ones, she sends messages, but to no avail. The surrounding area seems alien and hostile. A sudden question about drugs causes confusion, and the subsequent phone call and sinister laughter make her blood run cold. Inappropriate questions regarding her age and personal life force her to resort to evasive answers, hoping to confuse the stranger. Finally, they return to the city. The last drop of Red Bull instills hope for escape. The conversation about family, which the stranger initiates, seems absurd against the backdrop of his predatory behavior. A stop at a bank near her home becomes a moment of truth. Gathering her courage, she tries to appeal to his humanity, asking how he would react if something similar happened to his loved ones. Response: she receives a blow to the head against the glass. Overcoming the dizziness, she tries to remain calm. The stranger states that the money was intended for plans to which she did not agree. Driving past her street, she sees her mother and grandmother, and she has to hold back tears. Remembering the possibility of sending a message to 911, she gives her name, age, and the circumstances of what is happening. Receiving a response, she relays all available information about her location. The stranger asks how she is feeling, and she realizes that drugs have been added to her drink. However, the other substances in her system seem to be blocking their effects. When offered a stop and a drink, she agrees, hoping for a chance to escape. During a stop at a gas station, a stranger threatens her, forcing her to stay in the truck under his watchful eye. At the next stop, she asks for permission to buy food and go into the store. Once inside, she deliberately creates chaos by knocking items off the shelves. Seeking help from the clerk, she heads to the restroom, where she tells her ex-boyfriend about what's happening over the phone. A woman in the restroom offers her assistance. Soon the police knock on the door. She hugs one of the officers, overjoyed at her rescue. Outside, she sees the stranger's truck, surrounded by police. He tries to approach her, but they stop him. She tells the officers everything that happened. They take her to a car and inform her that the stranger denies everything. She asks them to test the drink, and the analysis confirms the presence of a sedative. Despite this, the police treat the situation as a he said, she said dispute. They take her home and collect her clothing as evidence. They advise her to stay inside and lock all the doors. She calls her mother, and her parents pick her up. Later, she realizes that the substances she consumed may have saved her from losing consciousness. In tears, she tells her family what happened. She lives elsewhere for a while and then returns to her parents' home. In 2025, at the age of 22, she continues to work in landscaping. However, she has been experiencing strange occurrences lately. Unknown calls where someone breathes into the phone and hangs up, and photos left at her house. The police consider it a prank, but she's not so sure. The fear hasn't completely disappeared, but she survived. Story 4, backstage at the Stadium Ella. A 17-year-old girl works at a football stadium. For personal reasons, she doesn't disclose its location or name. There are 3 main clubs at the stadium: the Women's Club, Inter F, and ZAG, where she works as a waitress and beverage server. In the recent past, a series of terrifying events unfolded at one of the stadiums where exciting football battles took place. In the lead-up to a major match between 2 renowned teams, the atmosphere at the stadium was electric. Time twos. While familiar faces of regulars could usually be seen at the counter, being served with warmth, this time the crowd was filled with random visitors who only stopped by once. During the first half, everything went as usual. But then came the long-awaited intermission, and club members rushed inside to enjoy the prepared food. Her responsibilities included maintaining order, replenishing silverware, monitoring the food line, taking photos of families, and, of course, serving thirsty customers at the soda bar. As she tried to keep up with the growing line, pouring soft drinks, an older man, around 60-70 years old, approached her. "Hello, what can I get for you?" she said, using her practice line with a forced smile. "A cola," came the raspy reply, as if seasoned by years of smoking. After serving the drink and starting to serve the next customer, she noticed that the man wasn't moving. "Straws are over there," she pointed to the counter, assuming he was waiting for a straw, but he continued to stand there, staring intently at her. After a long wait, he finally moved away, but soon returned. "Hello again. Can I help you with anything else?" she asked, trying to hide the fatigue in her voice. "How old are you?" came the raspy question. Confused, the girl chuckled nervously. "I'm not allowed to disclose that information according to company policy," she replied, hoping to get rid of the annoying visitor. But he only smirked, revealing yellowed and cracked teeth. Looking at her badge, he let out a laugh that pierced her to the core. Ella, a lovely name for a lovely lady. Such frivolities were not uncommon, as many visitors were quite drunk and impressed by the game. The girl just smiled and thanked him, after which he left. In the back room where the kitchen was located, she shared her concerns with her colleagues. They just laughed, acknowledging the situation as unpleasant. Fortunately, she didn't see the man again for the rest of the evening. After the end of the match, as everyone was cleaning up and heading to the main kitchen downstairs, where the dirty dishes and linens were stored, she saw him again. He was standing near the bathrooms, staring intently at them. Intuition told her that something wasn't right. The game had ended half an hour ago. Why was he still here? Weren't there restrooms at the entrance and exit? Dismissing these thoughts, she continued on her way. Finishing her workday, she headed towards the main street where she usually parked her car. The presence of police officers directing pedestrian and vehicle traffic inspired some confidence. However, after walking a block and seeing flashing red and blue lights in the distance, she felt anxious. Turning around to get her keys out of her bag, she saw him again. He was walking directly under a streetlight. She recognized him. Quickening her pace, she noticed that he was also picking up speed. Reaching her car, she felt her hands tremble with fear and adrenaline. As she tried to open the door, she suddenly felt a cold hand grab her shoulder. Turning sharply, she saw the same man. He was standing too close. He had something in his hand, but it was impossible to make out the object due to the darkness of the alley. Horror gripped her body. Without saying a word, he grabbed her arm and dragged her away. In desperation, she tore out a lock of hair and threw it on the ground, so that her DNA would remain in case she disappeared. Fighting back with all her might, she scratched and clawed at his arm. Suddenly, two men appeared from around the corner of a small parking lot. "Help!" she screamed, begging for rescue. The strangers rushed to help, one grabbing her arm and the other pushing the old man away. Crying, she dialed 911 with trembling hands. The arriving police arrested the assailant. Thanking her rescuers, she hurried away. 2 weeks have passed since then, but the fear still hasn't left her. The police identified the detainee. It turned out that he was involved in 2 other attempted kidnappings at other stadiums. Now she finds it difficult to trust anyone. She tries to park as close as possible and always carries some kind of weapon for self-defense. She is endlessly grateful to the 2 men who were in the right place at the right time. If it weren't for them, there's no telling how it would have ended. This incident taught her a lesson. Always trust your intuition, because if something seems wrong, it probably is. Night beckoned for a clandestine adventure. It was well past midnight when they arrived. Despite the proximity to the ancient fort, the road was bustling, so the van had to be left 2 sharp turns away. Total darkness became their ally, not a single light, not even from phone screens. Each scout made sure to camouflage all the shiny details on their backpacks with a dark cloth. They spoke only in whispers, freezing into statues at the approach of each vehicle until the headlights disappeared into the distance. The only way inside the fort was through a crack high in the wall. Long before, experienced scouts had installed climbing bolts there. One by one, they clipped their safety harnesses to the rope. The stone was cold and damp to the touch. Halfway up, they heard the sound of an approaching truck. Instinctively, the person pressed their body against the wall, feeling the bright headlights slide across the stone just below their boots. Their heart pounded, but the truck passed by. Continuing the ascent, the scout squeezed through the opening at the top. Inside the fort, the atmosphere was completely different. Regardless of the season, it was always around 14 degrees Celsius. The sounds of the road instantly disappeared. Even breathing seemed to pause. A light breeze brushed past their legs as if the fort was exhaling. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. No flashlights. That was an unbreakable rule. They moved only by touch, relying on memory. The tunnels were narrow, barely allowing shoulders to turn. A straight back meant hitting your head on the ceiling, so they had to walk hunched over. Damp walls brushed against their sleeves. Every step echoed as if someone was following, creating the illusion of an invisible shadow. This time, the scout was assigned the role of guide. He was the first to enter the fort, to wait in a side tunnel and direct the arrivals so they wouldn't get lost. They weren't supposed to know he was there. It was an element of surprise, designed to teach them to remain calm in the dark. Counting his steps, he found his niche and sat down against the wall, placing his gloves on the cool concrete. All that was left was to wait. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly in this absolute silence. His hearing sharpened, picking up the slightest sounds, the beating of his heart, the rustling of fabric, the faint hiss of the tunnel wind. After about an hour, a faint light appeared at the far end of the passage, swaying like a candle in the hand of a person walking. The scout assumed that someone had hidden a match in a birthday candle. Flashlights were forbidden, but candles hadn't been mentioned. He decided to step out, scare the stranger, and take the candle. The flame approached, but it was smaller than he expected, the size of a pea, a cold white glow, not orange. He listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. 5 meters away, the light suddenly went out, as if someone had pinched it. The corridor plunged back into absolute darkness. He leaned forward, trying to make out any glow on the floor or wall, but there was none. The silence was oppressive. A quiet sound, like the rustling of fabric against stone, whispered right in front of him. Warm, moist air brushed his face. He smelled sweat and earth, the smell of someone who had traveled a long way. Someone was standing inches from him, but he couldn't see them. He held his breath. The stranger did the same. They froze, sharing the same small pockets of air. Seconds stretched into minutes. His lungs burned, his ears rang. He didn't dare move, not knowing who or what was standing before him. Finally, the warm breath slid to the left. The air became cool again. A faint red glow appeared somewhere in the distance, and then disappeared. Silence returned. He slowly counted to 40, and then exhaled. His legs were shaking. He wanted to run back to the rope, but the younger scouts were due to arrive soon. He had to stay at his post. Finally, he heard footsteps to his left, the heavy thud of standard army boots. Relief washed over him. Only scouts wore such boots on this outing. A tall figure filled the passage. He reached out and placed his hand on the stranger's shoulder. "Go straight ahead, then turn into the first tunnel on the right. Stay together," he said. The stranger nodded. The scout paused and asked one quick question in a whisper. "Who climbed up first tonight?" The stranger frowned. "I did," he replied. "I was first. If he was first, then who had been standing next to him just minutes ago?" He let the stranger pass and listened to his receding footsteps. The tunnel wind seemed colder. The rest of the night dragged on endlessly. 3 more scouts passed his station. He directed them with a quiet touch on the shoulder and a few words. None of them had seen any light. None had heard another person. When the last scout had passed, he waited another 10 minutes and then stood up. His knees cracked. The silence inside the fort suddenly felt like a weight on his chest. He headed towards the exit tunnel, feeling the wall with his fingertips. Every time his foot landed on the ground, he heard an echo behind him. One extra step, not his. He quickened his pace. The echo quickened. He told himself it was just the strange acoustics of the tunnels, and kept repeating it until he reached the shaft. Having descended into the shaft, the protagonist discovers that getting back out is no easy task. His hands tremble with tension, but he clings to the rope, gathering all his strength to climb. A pale streak of dawn glows in the east, and birds greet the new day with their ringing trills. The world seemed to have returned to normal. At the van, he is greeted by the other scouts, who are cheerfully discussing the bruises and scrapes they got from the rope. They notice his paleness and ask why. He just waves it off, saying he's tired. On the way home with the windows down, he lets the fresh morning air drive out the remnants of the cold that reigned in the fort. He prefers to keep silent about what he experienced in the dark, the flickering white light and the warm breath. However, every summer, when the troop plans another overnight stay at Fort 17, he makes one significant change. He never stays alone inside again. Let someone else guide the scouts while he stands guard at the rope. The fort can keep its dark secrets, but the protagonist has heard enough of its breath. In the eastern part of Salt Lake City, he rents a small blue house, perfect for him and his ginger cat, Maple. The street seems quiet and safe. The rent is quite affordable, and the mountains serve as a picturesque backdrop. The only thing that mars this idyllic picture is the neighbor from the adjoining duplex. Practically every night, the neighbor turns on music with the deafening bass, keeping him awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. The walls vibrate, the windows rattle, and the dishes in the cabinets make an alarming clatter. The protagonist has tried everything: earplugs, white noise apps, and polite knocks on the wall, but all in vain. The neighbor doesn't react. After a month of sleepless nights, he files a noise complaint through the city website, hoping this will put an end to the torment. However, he is in for an unpleasant surprise the next morning. Going outside, he finds that all 4 tires of his Honda are flat to the rim, cut with long, even slashes. Buying new tires and having them installed wipes out all his savings. The police officer taking the report just shrugs, noting that evidence and motive are different things. His words don't calm his frayed nerves. In the evening, the protagonist knocks on the neighbor's door again, hoping for a peaceful conversation. The music stops, but no one answers. He stands in silence, listening to his own heartbeat, until the music resumes, sounding even louder than before. A week passes. The protagonist keeps a close watch on the street at night, locking the doors 3 times. One Tuesday, Maple doesn't come home for dinner. The protagonist shakes a bag of food, wanders through the alley, calling her name until midnight. He puts up posters, visits animal shelters, but all to no avail. The house feels empty without her familiar warmth on the couch. A week after the cat's disappearance, he finds a single envelope in his mailbox, without a stamp or return address, only his name written in shaky block letters. Inside is a note: "Next time, it will be you." The protagonist's hands are shaking so badly that he almost drops the letter. The arriving police officers take the message away in a plastic bag and inspect the yard. No fingerprints, no security cameras, no witnesses. "Lock your doors and call if anything happens," one of them advises. The protagonist installs motion sensors, window alarms, and 3 cheap security cameras. On the first night, the alarm goes off because of a raccoon. On the second night, nothing. On the third night, at 2:14 a.m., his phone vibrates, alerting him to motion in the yard. The screen shows only darkness. In the morning, he finds that the camera is gone. Only screws remain in the siding. Now he sleeps on the couch with a baseball bat in his hands. Every creak makes him jump. At work, he gets startled when someone laughs too loudly. He starts leaving the lights on when he leaves, so the house doesn't look empty. Fear doesn't need proof. 2 weeks later, a quiet tapping wakes him before dawn. The sound is coming from the attic. The protagonist climbs up the folding ladder, a flashlight shaking in his hand. The beam of light picks out clouds of dust in the darkness. Next to the vent, Maple's blue collar lies on the floor with a broken clasp. No fur, no blood, just the collar. The protagonist falls to his knees. The police search again, but find no signs of forced entry. The detective, tired but friendly, says, "We need a face on camera." The protagonist nods, barely finding the strength to breathe. He installs a more reliable camera above the porch and replaces the one in the yard. As an extra precaution, he buys plywood and boards up the small windows in the basement. The landlord expresses displeasure with the appearance of the house, but the protagonist is adamant. One day, on a cloudy afternoon, he drives up to the house and sees a white van outside the neighbor's duplex. The neighbor himself is standing in the doorway, laughing with two men who are carrying out large speakers. He turns, catches the protagonist's gaze, and slowly waves. A chill runs down his spine. That evening, before entering the house, the protagonist sits in the car for 10 minutes. He makes a list: sell the house, move, find a second job to cover the higher rent. Before going to bed, he calls 3 real estate agents. Real estate websites show high demand in his area, giving him a glimmer of hope. At 3:07 a.m., the camera on the porch sends a signal. The footage shows a figure standing in the shadows. The dark silhouette raises a hand, in which there is a small object, possibly a key, possibly a knife, and then retreats. The protagonist saves the recording and sends it to the detective, who calls back at lunchtime. The attacker is wearing a mask. The house number is not visible. Helpful, but not enough for a warrant, the detective states. All of that is needed for a warrant, he stated. Later that day, while inspecting the car's interior, the narrator discovered a screwdriver tucked away beneath the floor mat. The screwdriver had been left untouched. Instead, the finding was photographed, carefully sealed in a bag using gloves, and added to the ever-growing file of evidence. The detective expressed his gratitude via email, but offered no guarantees regarding further developments. Deciding to relocate temporarily, the narrator packed a suitcase and spent the night at a friend's house. The following morning, fresh scratches were found on the front door, right near the lock. The friend assisted in arranging for the sale of the house. Within a week, an investor was found who purchased the property site unseen. The narrator resolved never to return to that house. He moved into a secured apartment complex with around-the-clock security and surveillance cameras installed in every hallway. Maple never came back. The threatening letter, the missing pet's collar, the video footage of the suspicious silhouette, the screwdriver found in the car, none of it led to any charges being filed. The case was suspended and archived. Despite this, the narrator still checks his mail with trepidation. Every time he hears music coming from behind a wall, a queasy feeling rises in his throat. Somewhere out there, a person skilled in the art of silently deflating tires, abducting pets, and surreptitiously delivering letters to mailboxes is at large. He knows the narrator's name. He knows that fear still haunts him. At night, the narrator thinks he hears Maple. Perhaps he is waiting for the right moment to strike again.
When family secrets turn into nightmares and blood is spilled by the hands of kin, horror reaches an entirely new level. The 4 stories you are about to read are chilling precisely because they are rooted in reality. Whether it siblings, cousins, or an entire clan, these are 4 terrifying, enigmatic families whose deeds have been forever etched into the dark annals of history. 4. The Bloody Benders. From 1871 to 1873 in Montgomery County, Kansas, lived the Bender family, whose name would soon become synonymous with unspeakable evil. The patriarch, known as Pa Bender or John Bender Sr., was a man in his 60s of German origin who barely spoke a word of English. His wife, 55-year-old Eliza, earned the nickname the She-Devil for her icy demeanor and impenetrable aloofness. Their 25-year-old son, John Jr., was considered handsome, with fiery red hair. He spoke English fluently, albeit with a German accent, but neighbors whispered that he was simple-minded, often seen laughing silently to himself. Mary Bender, the true muse of the family, embodied charm, beautiful, courteous, and speaking flawless English without a trace of an accent. She presented herself as a clairvoyant and healer, distributed pamphlets, and openly preached free love. It was largely thanks to her that the Benders' roadside inn and general store thrived, drawing travelers from across the region. But behind this facade of hospitality lurked a gruesome, bloodthirsty nature. Although accounts vary, it is believed that in 1872, Robert Smith, traveling with his child, stopped at the Benders' en route to visit Dr. Henry Johnson in Iowa. He never reached his destination. Concerned by his friend, silence, Dr. Johnson decided to retrace Smith's steps. His journey, too, ended within the walls of that sinister inn. Dr. Johnson was never seen again. Another version claims Dr. Johnson was a regular client of Mary S., and it was during his second visit that he vanished without a trace. Regardless of the details, it was Dr. Johnson's disappearance in 1873 that finally tore the mask from the Benders. Before his fateful trip, Dr. Johnson had informed his brother, Colonel Johnson of Fort Scott, of his plans. When the doctor failed to return, the colonel launched a search in Montgomery County. He personally visited the Benders, who assured him they hadn't seen the doctor, suggesting he'd either been delayed or fallen victim to native attacks. A plausible explanation at the time. Suspicion gnawed at Colonel Johnson, but he needed proof. He got it on April 3rd when a woman, who had miraculously escaped the Benders' home after Eliza attacked her with knives, recounted her ordeal. When questioned about the incident, Eliza flew into a rage, accusing the woman of being a witch who had cursed her coffee. This outburst exposed the lie. Despite claiming ignorance of English, Eliza clearly spoke it quite well. Rumors soon spread of numerous disappearances in Montgomery County. Suspicious skulls bearing signs of violent death were discovered. At a hastily convened town council, Colonel Johnson and local officials announced imminent individual home searches. Despite growing suspicion, no one kept watch over the Benders. By the time their turn came, the family had vanished without a trace. When authorities searched their property, they were met with a foul stench that led them to a trap door beneath the family room. Underneath lay a 6-by-7-foot cellar. The floor was caked in dried blood, the source of the nauseating odor seeping through the ground. No bodies were found inside. Attention then turned to the surrounding land, particularly the garden. It was there that the bodies were unearthed, including Dr. Johnson's. Many victims had been bludgeoned in the head and bore signs of mutilation. Among them was a little girl, likely strangled or buried alive. It's believed the Benders lured victims to dinner, seating them directly above the trapdoor. While Mary distracted or entertained the unsuspecting guests, the men would burst from behind a curtain and kill them with a single, crushing blow to the head with a hammer. The bodies were then dumped through the trapdoor, allowing blood to drain freely. Afterward, the victims' valuables were taken and the corpses buried on the Benders' property. In some cases, the motive remained unclear. Many travelers carried little of value. This led to a horrifying possibility: the Benders killed for sport. Once their atrocities were exposed, large posses of vigilantes set out in pursuit. A reward was offered, yet to this day, there is no conclusive evidence the Benders were ever captured. Over time, various individuals were arrested and accused of being one or more of the Benders, but none were ever definitively identified as family members. Eventually, other accomplices in these horrific murders were apprehended. It was estimated the Benders murdered over 20 people during their time in Montgomery County, but the true number was likely far higher, both before their arrival and even after they fled, and possibly several more after they went on the run. 3. The Smith family, life in the shadow of despair. David Smith, born August 22, 1946, was the eldest of 4 children. His childhood unfolded in an atmosphere of constant tension. A mother consumed by religious fanaticism and a father who was a violent alcoholic created an unbearable home environment. After finishing school, David joined the military and served in Europe for a time. Upon returning to the U.S., Smith settled in San Jose, California, beginning a relationship with Sarah Johnson, a married woman, and her children. By 1974, David had married Maria, Sarah as a daughter. Maria was only 15 at the time, and it was later revealed that Smith had been sexually abusing her since she was 12. The informal wedding took place after Maria became pregnant. In total, David fathered 10 children with her. In 1986, Anna Johnson, Maria as sister, decided to send all 7 of her children to live with Smith. The household swelled to an enormous size, yet David never held steady employment, preferring to live off government assistance. Often, this massive family crammed into dilapidated shacks, boats, or illegally occupied abandoned houses, scraping by in squalor. Smith spent some time in prison. Scientists estimate that over 5 million species on our planet remain undiscovered, and the prospect of uncovering one thrills the imagination of many. It's no surprise, then, that this has spawned countless fake videos created in pursuit of fame, fortune, and recognition. Yet, if you dig deep enough, you may stumble upon truly astonishing discoveries. The following 5 videos will leave you shaken to your core and make you wonder what other secrets our world still holds. Here are 5 of the most credible and mysterious creatures ever captured on camera. 5. The mysterious sewer. Monster. Sewers are dark, damp places no one wants to explore, filled with polluted water, foul odors, and sometimes something very strange lurking in the shadows. In Richmond, Virginia, a private company called Maris Construction was inspecting a private sewer system. To assess the infrastructure's condition, they sent a robotic camera into the pipes. The system, built in 1949, was quite old, and the client wanted to ensure it was still functional. What they found, however, left them stunned. As operators guided the camera through the tunnels, they encountered 3 pulsating red masses. These slimy formations resembled a living, breathing organism in an early stage of metamorphosis. Puzzled, they uploaded the footage online, where it instantly sparked intense debate. Initially, everyone was baffled. The city's environmental coordinator suggested it might be a colony of tube worms that had somehow entered the sewer, but many disputed this, noting that no individual worms were visible in the video. Instead, the clusters, or cysts, appeared smooth and pulsed in unison, as if part of a single organism. A biology professor proposed they were likely bryozoans, tiny, harmless creatures that extend tentacles to feed. Yet even this theory was challenged by a bryozoan expert who firmly stated, that is not them. In his view, they were tubifex worms, another type of tube worm typically found in soil but somehow washed into the system. He explained the pulsing as a chain reaction. One worm contracting would trigger others to do the same, creating the illusion of a single massive muscle. But these remain only hypotheses. Even now, no one knows for sure whether these are worms, bryozoans, or something entirely unknown. Whatever it is, this strange organism or colony still resides within Virginia, as pipes, and is likely still growing. 4. The Chupacabra Corpse. On October 21, 2015, residents of Mystic Falls were shocked to discover a decomposing, floating carcass in the Rio Grande River. The creature was about the size of a small dog, floating face down, its body badly decayed. It had pale, hairless skin, a long tail, and human-like hands with fingers. Local firefighters were first on the scene. The fire chief noted their initial impression was that it might be a monkey due to the human-like digits, but the advanced state of decomposition made identification nearly impossible. When photos and videos spread online, many claimed it was the elusive chupacabra. Believers accused this creature of mysterious livestock deaths, with legends tracing back to the early 1900s. Known as the goat sucker, the chupacabra has long been part of folklore across many countries. It's said to drain the blood of goats and other farm animals at night. Many in Latin America firmly believe it's a real threat. Belief even reached Canada in 2014 after a series of unexplained mass livestock deaths. Ottawa's Ministry of Agriculture was forced to publicly deny the chupacabra's existence. Those who examined the body argue it was a monkey that likely fell into the river and drowned. Others insist it could be an alien or an unknown cryptid, if not the chupacabra itself. What do you think it was? 3. The Greenland worm. Monster first mentioned in Greenlandic records from 1935, the Lagarfjord worm, also known as the Greenland worm monster, has since become a popular subject among locals and folklorists. According to tales collected by John Arnold, a woman once gave her daughter a gold ring and instructed her to catch a snake or a lingworm, then place the ring beneath it and store both in a linen chest. The girl obeyed. Over time, however, the snake grew to enormous size and the chest began to split apart. Terrified, the girl seized the chest, ring and all, and threw it into a lake. Eventually, people learned a serpent lived in the lake as it had killed humans and animals that crossed its waters. Multiple witnesses have reported sightings of this mysterious worm monster over the years, describing it as over 39 feet long, longer than a bus. Aside from lake sightings, it's been seen coiled on shorelines or slithering up trees. In 1998, a teacher and his students reported an encounter. The Loch Ness Monster, New Evidence and Old Mysteries. In 1983, cable company workers performing maintenance in the eastern part of the lake witnessed something incredible, a massive, moving shape beneath the water. When they retrieved the cable lying directly above the anomaly, it was torn and shredded in multiple places, as if mauled by something powerful and predatory. The most recent evidence emerged in 2012 when footage captured a serpentine object speeding through the swift currents of Lagarfjord's Snow River. Many consider this irrefutable proof of the beast's existence. Skeptics, however, remain unmoved, suggesting it is likely a fishing net. The river, strong current merely creating the illusion of a living creature. A local municipal council formed to assess the video's authenticity declared it genuine after thorough analysis. Whether it shows the Greenland worm monster or just fishing gear, the footage is undeniably eerie. The mere possibility that it's real is enough to send chills down your spine. The mysterious underwater blob, Alaska Gulf Enigma. In April 2012, a camera operator inspecting an oil rig in Alaska's Gulf encountered something utterly inexplicable. As the camera glided along the pipes, a huge, undulating orange-brown blob suddenly appeared. Baffled, the operator maneuvered the camera to follow the object. It briefly vanished, then reappeared in view. When the video was first released, it caused a sensation, sparking waves of speculation. Many suggested it was a whale placenta, but marine biologists dismissed this, explaining that a whale placenta couldn't drift at 5,000 feet without being devoured. It's far too nutritious to go unnoticed by deep-sea scavengers. The blob moved with apparent purpose, as if it knew exactly where it was going. Remarkably, as it passed the camera several times, it revealed a unique hexagonal, almost glowing pattern on its surface. At one point, it even displayed gonads, confirming it was a living organism. What was this mysterious blob? It wasn't tied until 2 years later that marine biologists offered a plausible explanation. Craig McLean of the National Evolutionary Synthesis Center at Stanford University proposed it was a rare jellyfish, Deepstaria enigmatica. Though it doesn't resemble a traditional jellyfish with a bell and trailing tentacles, the viewing angle and ocean currents might make it appear as a giant flowing sheet. Other biologists lean toward Deep reticulum rather than enigmatica. This jellyfish species has surface bumps used for defense and a unique opening with membranes that seem to glow, creating the illusion of a giant, alien-like droplet hovering in the ocean depths. Still, there's no consensus on what the video truly shows. It could be a rare jellyfish or an entirely new, unidentified creature. Britain as Nessie the Loch Lomond monster. When we hear Loch Ness monster, we instantly picture Scotland as Loch Ness. For centuries, this creature has been woven into Scottish folklore. But what if another sea monster dwells elsewhere? This time, it's in the UK. Recently, a video surfaced online filmed by 3 film students working on a project near Loch Lomond in the Highlands. Recorded on April 15th, the footage shows a large mass moving steadily toward their boat. Though shaky, it was shot in HD. The exact shape of the alleged monster is hard to discern, but the video is undeniably spine-chilling. Britain has a rich history of sea monster sightings. One of the most notable occurred off the coast of King County in Cliffside. The story appeared in a local newspaper in October 1871, a month after the event. It described a small group exploring the area known as Diamond Cliffs when a massive monster suddenly rose from the water, shocking everyone. The creature was said to have a horse-sized head, with a mane of seaweed just behind the head and around the neck. Its eyes were large and gleaming, and the churning water behind it suggested its body was far larger than what was visible. An artist's illustration of the monster and the event accompanied the article. This remarkable account resurfaced when the Mary Evans Picture Library in New York began digitizing old Victorian newspapers. Could this historic sea monster be the same one recently sighted, or something entirely new? The answer remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, we've encountered 5 of the most credible and enigmatic creatures ever captured on video. It's hard to believe, but scientists estimate that fewer than a quarter of Earth's species have been discovered and classified. That means countless unknown animals and beings still hide in the ocean depths and remote jungles and forests. Who knows what other secrets await their moment to be revealed?
When someone moves into a new home, especially in an entirely unfamiliar neighborhood, certain aspects inevitably capture their attention. First and foremost is, of course, the house itself, its immediate surroundings, and the lifestyle and habits of future neighbors. Equally important are accessibility and the availability of nearby amenities. Unfortunately, however, people often rush into hasty decisions, and haste in matters of such importance frequently leads to serious risks. Sometimes even the most seemingly insignificant detail, like the one mentioned below, can foreshadow an elaborate deception whose scale may be beyond imagination. Just such an unexpected twist awaits us in the story that follows. In the city of Chennai stands a house that compels every passerby to involuntarily slow their step and think twice before walking past, whether it's a bright sunny day, a pitch-black moonless night, or a gloomy, rainy evening. But a man named Kabir was completely unaware of these peculiarities. His job aboard a ship frequently required him to relocate from one place to another. Today, we recount how his life changed dramatically after he moved into this mysterious colony. The story begins roughly 10 years ago. Kabir's employer decided to transfer him to Chennai. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find rental prices unusually high everywhere. It seemed unbelievable that even in a major metropolis like Chennai, he would have to pay such exorbitant sums just for a roof over his head. Desperately searching for a suitable option, he eventually stumbled upon an offer from his own company, a very old building with astonishingly low rent. For Kabir, this was an obvious advantage. Though the structure was dilapidated, it was conveniently located near his office, and the port, where his ship duties often took him, was also easily accessible. Everything he needed was within reach, almost magically so. But what could possibly be the catch? On his very first day, Kabir noticed something highly unusual. As dusk fell, all parents hurriedly called their children indoors. Within an hour and a half, every child had vanished from the streets. The only person visible outside was a solitary drunkard openly drinking alcohol right on the road, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a while, Kabir looked down again and saw the man still sitting in the same spot, motionless. Suddenly, the old man smiled and waved at him. Kabir thought, what's so strange about that? It's raining, it's dark, there's no one outside, no children, no adults. Why is this old man sitting alone and waving at me? Then the man gestured for him to come down. Kabir decided, alright, since he's calling, I'll go down. Maybe he has something to say or needs help. As he descended, his neighbor Pyle stopped him. With unmistakable anxiety, she asked, Kabir, why are you going down at this hour? Puzzled, he replied, but it's only evening. Is it really that late? Pyle, her expression grave, said, you don't know why we never go out in the evenings in De Monte Colony. Kabir countered, no, I don't. I understand you're afraid, but I don't know why. What's going on? Insisting, Pyle asked, but why were you coming down? He explained, there was an old man down there waving at me. Pyle then walked to his window, pointed outside, and said, look, there's no one there. Seeing the street empty, Kabir was slightly surprised but quickly added, maybe he's already left. I was about to come down, so perhaps he just moved elsewhere. Yet Pyle replied with an air of mystery, you still don't understand. What you saw isn't exactly a lie, but it's not exactly the truth either. That man isn't a man at all. He's a wandering spirit you've just encountered. Then, as if lifting a veil, Pyle revealed the story. In the 19th century, a Portuguese businessman named João de Monte moved here. He acquired substantial property, and the area became known as De Monte Colony. John hadn't come alone, he brought his wife, Mary, and their 20-year-old son. They were a wealthy, harmonious family living in comfort and peace. But over time, Mary began suffering from a mental illness, gradually losing her mind until she sank into madness. Her condition worsened daily until she finally passed away, leaving her husband and son in profound grief. Soon after, perhaps unable to bear the weight of his loss, their son suffered a heart attack and died as well. João de Monte was now the sole survivor, broken and alone. He spent his days sitting and drinking incessantly, trying to drown his sorrow, seeing no purpose in life. He idled away his time, drank, and disturbed the colony's residents with his inappropriate behavior until the day he, too, died and left this world. Yet just months after John's death, every resident of the colony began noticing something strange, deeply, chillingly strange. Whenever they sat with their families, wives, and children, laughing and playing, they would hear from afar the sound of weeping filled with unbearable sorrow. Drawn by curiosity and fear, they would follow the sound only to find none other than John, sobbing bitterly, as if his soul could find no peace. Gradually, everyone became aware of this phenomenon, and a cold, penetrating fear gripped the entire community. Pyle explained that this was precisely why no one dared go outside in the evenings, when shadows lengthened and the world sank into twilight. No one wanted to be out there, for everyone knew the tragic, inexplicable history of this place. Then Pyle warned Kabir once more, her voice firm and compelling, Kabir, I strongly advise you not to go down now, it will turn out very badly for you. With that, Pyle hurried away, leaving Kabir alone with his thoughts and growing unease. Back in his room, as if trying to shield himself from an invisible threat, Kabir made a firm decision, no, I won't go down. I'll stay inside. But at that moment, the piercing ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Kabir picked up the receiver, it was his boss, demanding his immediate presence at the office in a commanding tone. Something urgent had happened, a critical error requiring his instant attention. Kabir tried to explain he couldn't come, but his boss refused to listen, his voice unyielding. Trapped by circumstances, Kabir reluctantly left the building, unaware of what awaited him beyond the threshold. When Kabir returned, the clock neared 11 at night. As he entered the colony, he found the atmosphere unchanged from 6 hours earlier, absolute silence reigned, and not a soul was in sight. No one appeared on the horizon. All windows and doors were tightly shut, with only faint light seeping through curtains hinting at inhabitants. No one dared step outside at such a late hour. Kabir walked quickly, almost nervously, toward his home, feeling a sharp, piercing tremor stirred by the eerie tales he'd heard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a glass bottle rolling across the asphalt. As if guided by an invisible force, it rolled straight toward his feet and struck them. It was an empty wine bottle. Kabir instantly sensed this incident might be an omen. Still, he pressed on. Then a piercing wail shattered the silence. Kabir immediately understood it was none other than the wandering spirit of the Portuguese businessman, seemingly trying to disorient him. He kept moving forward, step by step, straining to hear through the darkness. Now he could hear only his own footsteps echoing in the dead silence. But this lasted only a moment. Soon, other footsteps joined his, uninvited and frighteningly close. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Almost running, he finally reached his building. And just as he arrived at the entrance, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. Kabir spun around. The old man stood before him, weeping inconsolably. Still crying, he said to Kabir, "You look so much like my son. May I stay at your place tonight?" In panic, Kabir jerked the stranger's hand off his shoulder and bolted for the elevator. He burst into his room and frantically began packing, determined to leave immediately. His luggage was already neatly packed. He grabbed his briefcase, and just then, the first drops of rain tapped against the window. Moments later, a torrential downpour began. Kabir had no choice but to accept his circumstances. He would have to spend the night in this house. It was deep night. He'd arrived at the colony around 11, and now it was probably 1 or 2 in the morning. He sat in his room, overwhelmed by anxious thoughts, utterly unable to sleep. Outside, a furious storm raged, and Kabir desperately waited for the weather to calm so he could flee at once. The house seemed empty except for him, and the only sound was the relentless drumming of the rain. Yet, Kabir felt with every fiber of his being that he was not alone. From deep within the house came the steady drip of water. And another sound, growing clearer and closer. A voice persistently asked, "Are you my son?" Kabir felt intense tension seize his body. He turned sharply again. And right before him, as if from nowhere, stood the same old man. But this time, his appearance was truly horrifying. He was soaked to the bone. Every thread of his clothing dripped with water. At that moment, Kabir trembled with fear and revulsion. When the old man received no answer, he asked again, this time with fierce aggression and unmistakable anger, raising his voice, "Why don't you answer? You are my son, aren't you?" Kabir grew more terrified as the old man's voice grew louder and more piercing by the second. Anyone in such a situation would undoubtedly feel bone-chilling dread. As the voice intensified, objects around Kabir began falling and shattering. Chaos erupted. The old man stood before him, arms outstretched, repeating his question again and again with mounting obsession, "Are you my son?" Hearing the commotion, Pyle rushed from her home and pounded on Kabir's door with all her might. Inside, the old man slowly turned his head toward the noise. The moment his attention shifted, Kabir seized the opportunity, lunged for the door, and flung it open. When Pyle looked inside, she was astonished to see no one but Kabir. Yet she knew exactly whose voice had shaken the walls. Breathless, Kabir recounted everything that had just happened. And as soon as the rain finally eased, Kabir left immediately, never to return. To this day, that part of Chennai continues to inspire both fear and reverence, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Time seems frozen there, preserving the area exactly as it was a decade ago. As dusk falls, once the clock passes 6 in the evening, the streets sink into silence, becoming utterly deserted. No living soul dares disturb this peace, except one, John DeMonte. His unseen presence is felt everywhere, he remains ever present in these streets. The only one who continues to wander the area regardless of scorching heat, torrential rain, or biting cold is his disembodied spirit. This Chennai neighborhood, known as DeMonte Colony, is widely infamous, surrounded by countless legends. It's no surprise that its haunting allure has inspired numerous TV series and films. The very fact that filmmakers invest heavily in adapting its chilling story is a testament to its extraordinary notoriety and terrifying mystique. Not every spiritual manifestation is malevolent, just as not everyone is benevolent. The essence of these encounters lies in their desire to share their profound, sometimes unbearable, suffering with the living. They do not seek to bestow joy or comfort, that is not their purpose. Their sole wish is to show what they endured during their earthly lives. If their departure was agonizing, they will strive to convey that pain, because causing distress is the only way they can express their unimaginable suffering. Such is the true nature of these phenomena. As for DeMonte Colony, it is, without the slightest exaggeration, a cursed place. Jokes or casual attitudes have no place here. Countless online articles, films, and series dedicated to this location only reinforce its ominous reputation. It is indeed a profoundly haunted site, where the boundary between worlds feels especially thin and permeable. And should fate ever lead anyone there, they need only glance at the clock. What if it already shows 6 in the evening? In such a sinister place, absolutely anything could happen.
5 forests. You to better never enter forests with their towering trees, crisp air, and peaceful solitude usually seem like the perfect escape from the chaos of city life. But on Earth, there are places where this idyllic image gives way to bone-chilling horror. The 5 forested areas described below have earned grim reputations. They are eerie, mysterious, and possibly even deadly. Prepare to step into the realm of the unexplained, because these are places best avoided entirely. 5. The Devil. Footpath, long before America gained its independence, over 120 years ago, ominous whispers already circulated among the whispering pines of Willow Creek, Oregon. Locals spoke in hushed tones about a perfectly circular patch of barren earth, roughly 15 feet in diameter where nothing ever grew. They called it the Devil's Footpath. Year after year, surrounded by lush forest, this circle remained utterly lifeless. Not a single sapling, blade of grass, or even a tiny flower dared take root. Legend has it that even deliberately planted vegetation withers and dies almost instantly. Animals seem to sense something sinister. Dogs approaching the circle tuck their tails, whine pitifully, and howl as if crushed by an invisible force. Even stranger, locals claim that any object left inside the circle, regardless of size, is mysteriously thrown outside its boundaries by dawn. Daring individuals who spent the night within this cursed spot returned with stories too terrifying to speak aloud of what they saw and heard. Boy Scouts who accidentally pitched their tents inside the circle woke the next morning to find their shelters relocated far from where they had set them up. At least 2 men attempted to stay awake all night within the circle, but both reported being lulled to sleep by a gentle voice and an enchanting melody. By morning, they too had been moved beyond the circle edge. So what makes this place so unnerving? According to legend, the devil himself walks here at night. Deep within the silent, shadowed woods, he paces the circle, scorching the earth with his hooves, fixated on the chaos and malevolence he longs to unleash upon the world. The mystery of the Devil's Footpath has haunted imaginations for over a century. Passed down through generations, the tale endures. Scientists have been consulted and questioned about why this specific patch remains barren, but even they have no answers. Today, the site draws paranormal investigators. As for Willow Creek residents, most know the legend well and steer clear of the circle. Teenagers, of course, love to hang out there. Whether they had their own encounters, or seen or felt the devil guarding his sacred ground, remains unclear. 4. A man discovers a shrine to the missing. In October 2016, Marcus Chambers was enjoying a leisurely walk through Briarwood Park in Riverdale, California, when he stumbled upon a truly chilling sight. Along the trail, he noticed something odd attached to the trees. Upon closer inspection, he discovered printed sheets of paper carefully sealed in plastic sleeves, hanging from individual trees across a section of the forest. Chambers examined each one and was horrified to realize they were missing persons posters. That alone was unsettling, but what terrified him more was the realization that every poster featured real people. Deeply disturbed, he pulled out his smartphone with trembling hands and began recording. He later posted the video on Facebook, where it quickly went viral, amassing over 1 million views. Chambers showed around 25 missing persons posters affixed to trees and wondered aloud who could have created such a display deep in the woods. It seemed the area had been deliberately turned into a shrine for the disappeared. He ended the video by running away, claiming he heard voices nearby. You might assume it was a hoax, perhaps even staged by Chambers himself. But as soon as he left the forest, he immediately contacted the police and showed them the footage. Authorities investigated the area and closed the case 2 days later, stating they identified the person responsible. According to them, the landowner had hung the posters as Halloween party decorations. Despite this explanation, Chambers remains unconvinced. He argues that using real missing persons as Halloween decor is not only tasteless, but deeply disrespectful to grieving families still hoping their loved ones will be found. It's disturbing and shows complete disregard for their feelings, he said. The posters and materials looked weathered, as if they had been there for a long time. Maybe they just claimed it was Halloween decor because it was discovered right before the holiday. Some viewers offered alternative theories. One suggested it was leftover film set dressing from a new movie, The Blackwood Witch. Others speculated it was a cruel prank. Although police closed the case, many questions linger unanswered. 3. Shadow Woods, the forest, where shadows come alive. Welcome to Shadow Woods, Maine, a forest that whispers of ghosts and secrets, widely regarded as one of the most haunted places in North America. Why? There are many reasons, and each is more chilling than the last. Here dwells the terrifying Shadow Woods demon. Countless restless spirits roam, and, most haunting of all, entire ghost towns lie buried beneath the wild undergrowth. For centuries, Shadow Woods has been the birthplace of countless urban legends. The stories evolve, but their dark protagonists remain unchanged. The saga of the Shadow Woods demon began in the 1700s when the first settlers arrived. Legend tells of Elizabeth Crawford, writhing in childbirth, who in desperation cried, "Let this child be the devil." As if in answer to her curse, a creature with a pointed tail and wings was born. Moments after its birth, it attacked its family and vanished into the night. Soon, eyewitnesses began reporting its appearances. In 1901, residents of Portland, Maine were stunned when they saw and heard the creature. A trembling postman described it as grotesque, emitting unnatural sounds before dissolving into darkness. In 1925, a farmer shot a mysterious animal, killing his chickens. He showed the carcass to over 100 people, yet no one could identify the beast. Even today, the Shadow Woods demon continues to unsettle the region. Locals, paranormal investigators, and campers regularly report encounters with winged creatures or unidentifiable animals that inspire primal terror. But Shadow Woods is more than just the demon. It is also home to some of the state's most haunting ghost towns, so many that the forest is often called the Forest of Ghosts. Ruins of 18th and 19th century settlements are still visible beneath the overgrowth. Glass factories, paper mills, cranberry farms, brickworks, all now silent echoes of the past. One of the best preserved ghost towns is the village of Batstow, nicknamed the Pearl of the Pines for its remarkable condition. Once a bustling hub, it housed iron and glass workshops and even produced cannonballs for Thomas Smith's army. It has no surprise that ghosts are frequently seen and felt by those brave enough to explore these woods. One of the most famous is the spirit of a little boy, believed to be the victim of a fatal car accident. He's often spotted on Burnt Hill Road at midnight. Locals say that if you drive down the road with your headlights off, you'll see the boy chasing his ball, his small figure flickering in the beam of your lights. Another spirit is Sarah Anderson, a former enslaved woman lynched for studying and practicing medicine. There are also reports of a blonde woman, a black dog, a headless specter, and a white deer, each appearing to lost travelers, as if inviting them into their shadowy realm. Whether you were drawn to ghost towns, seeking paranormal thrills, or hoping to confront the Shadow Woods demon itself, this forest seems tailor-made for you. But beware, it doesn't let its guests leave easily. 2. Blackwood, the whispering woods of the Mississippi. Along the mighty Mississippi River lies Blackwood, a deep, dark forest whose dense canopy blocks out nearly all sunlight. Known in the US as the Black Forest, it has become synonymous with the ominous thickets that inspired the Brothers Grimm's darkest fairy tales. The forest is so densely overgrown that in most areas, sunlight never touches the ground. This creates an oppressive, eerie silence. No wonder Blackwood is rumored to be a haven for the supernatural. For instance, the Lake Luna nymphs, water spirits dwelling in the murky depths of Mystic Lake which borders the forest, are said to live under the rule of the King of Mystic Lake. Legend warns, never throw stones into the water near the forest, or you will anger the king and invite his terrible wrath. Meanwhile, in the nearly vanished town of Harpersville, tales persist of a headless horseman who rides from the woods each year, his hooves clattering along old roads. There is also Greystone Castle, where beautiful, enchanting ladies are said to reside, visible only at night, their silhouettes flickering in the windows. Stories even tell of a ghostly
NUS story. 1. Halloween always evoked a sense of awe in the author. At 10 years old, this holiday overshadowed all other events of the year. Preparation began long before the cherished date and included developing a unique costume and, most importantly, decorating the house. The father shared his son's enthusiasm and spared no expense in acquiring all sorts of attributes: artificial cobwebs, huge plastic spiders, terrifying skeletons hung in the trees, and even a fog generator, creating a sinister atmosphere. That year, the narrator's best friends, James and Curls, actively participated in the holiday preparations. 14-year-old James, who seemed older and more experienced, easily reached the highest branches of the trees. 12-year-old Curls, slightly older than the author, also contributed to creating a spooky atmosphere. The friends had fun in the yard, trying to turn the house into the scariest in the neighborhood. The father set up a menacing scarecrow by the porch, and the author skillfully hung cobwebs on the bushes, creating an impression of abandonment and mystery. One day, as James stood on a small ladder and placed a plastic ghost on the branches of an old oak tree growing by the sidewalk, the author noticed a stranger for the first time. The unfamiliar man, never seen in these parts before, was slowly walking down the street and suddenly stopped right in front of their house. He wasn't walking a dog or jogging. He was just standing and staring intently at what was happening. He didn't stand out externally. A man in his 30s, dressed in an ordinary jacket and jeans. However, his smile attracted attention, broad but lacking friendliness. The stranger looked directly at the narrator and said, "Wow, guys, you're doing a great job getting ready for the big night." The author, known for his friendly nature, smiled back. "Yes, we want to make the spookiest house." "I bet you'll collect a mountain of candy," the man said, glancing at the decorated house. "Are you planning to trick or treat in this area? What's your route?" The question seemed a little strange to the author, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, the father came out of the house and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, stood between him and the stranger. The author felt his father's hand tighten slightly. "Can I help you?" the father asked in a calm but firm voice. The stranger's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly put it back on his face, continuing to examine the decorations. "Your son is working hard," he said, looking at the author. "Be sure to get a lot of king-size chocolate bars, kid." "It's time to go inside, son," the father said, not taking his eyes off the stranger. The author obediently headed toward the front door. Looking back, he noticed how the man's face had changed. The fake smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, almost evil look. The stranger glanced at the father, then turned and silently walked away down the street. A couple of nights later, the author was awakened by a loud bang coming from the yard. The sound was like something heavy falling. The author's room was on the second floor, and the window overlooked the street and the yard. Overcome with fear but giving in to curiosity, he got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. Streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Right in the middle of the yard stood that same stranger, partially hidden behind the trunk of a large oak tree. The sound was probably caused by him bumping into the scarecrow that the father had set up, which was now lying on the grass. The stranger did nothing, just stared at the house. His gaze was directed right at the windows, and it seemed to the author that he was looking directly at him. In fright, the author recoiled from the window, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He ran out of the room and down to the living room, where his father was watching television. "Dad, that man is in the yard," he blurted out. The father instantly jumped up from the couch and headed for the front door. He flung it open and went outside, looking around the yard. Returning a minute later, he locked the door. "There's no one there," he said, though he looked worried. "The scarecrow fell over. The wind probably knocked it down." But the author knew it wasn't the wind. The next day was October 31st, Halloween. The author was still feeling some anxiety, but the anticipation of trick-or-treating took over. James and Curls came over after school, and the friends donned their costumes. The author was a ninja, James was a werewolf, and Curls was a vampire. As soon as it got dark, they grabbed their candy bags and went outside. At first, they went to houses in their neighborhood, but soon they had the idea that houses farther away might be giving out more generous treats. So they went block after block until the author almost stopped, recognizing the streets. The bags were filling up with candy, and the friends were proud of themselves. As they approached the dark house decorated with only one pumpkin on the porch, a voice came from the shadows across the street. "Hey kids, come over here. I have something interesting for you." The friends turned around. Standing in the shadows of the driveway of an unlit house was that same stranger. He was holding a large bowl in his hands and took a step forward. The same fake, broad smile was plastered on his face. "Come on, don't be shy," he said, trying to make his voice sound friendly. Curls and the author took a step forward, because who would refuse extra candy? But James grabbed both of them by the arms. "No," he said in a trembling voice. "Don't. We need to leave." James was older and obviously sensed that something was wrong. Story 1. Suddenly it became clear something had gone completely wrong. The stranger, noticing our confusion, instantly changed. His face and his welcoming smile disappeared as if it had never been there. Dropping the empty bowl, he rushed towards us. "Run!" James shouted desperately. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran as fast as our legs could carry us. The sound of his footsteps, fiercely drumming on the sidewalk, grew louder, relentlessly approaching. Our cries merged into a single scream of terror. Curls, always agile, instantly darted between the houses and disappeared into the dark opening of the yard. James, faster than me, pulled ahead. Taking a chance, I looked back. The pursuer's gaze was fixed on me. He didn't seem to notice anyone else. A grimace of inhuman rage was frozen on his face. My strength was leaving me, and the ninja costume seemed unbearably heavy. The pursuer was already close. I could hear his heavy breathing. His hand reached out and grabbed me by the back. At that moment, I was sure it was the end. "Get your hands off my son!" My father's thunderous voice rang out. He jumped out of the alley, his face contorted with a mixture of horror and anger. The stranger instantly let go of me, and I fell to the ground in surprise. He looked at my father, then at me, and without saying a word, disappeared into the darkness. My father ran over to me and hugged me tightly. A few minutes later, James appeared, and Curls timidly peeked out from behind the fence. We were all crying, unable to hold back the tears. On the way home, my father squeezed my hand so hard that it felt like he was hurting me. He said that he had started to worry when we didn't come back on time. Calling James, he found out that he wasn't home either. In a panic, he rushed to look for us. Stopping, he asked the neighbors if they had seen us. Fortunately, they said that they had seen 3 children in costumes heading to that part of town. If it hadn't been for them, it's hard to imagine how it would have ended. We never saw that man again, but his face was forever etched in my memory. That Halloween, which was supposed to be full of fun, turned into a nightmare that I will never be able to forget. Story 2. My name is Mark, and I'm 17 years old. I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago, where everyone knows each other by sight. That evening, our neighbor, Mr. Taylor, was having a small party. This elderly man, who is retired, invited a few guests for refreshments and entertainment. I decided to stop by, as my parents didn't mind, and I had no other plans. That's where I met Jake. He introduced himself as a 19-year-old guy, a distant relative of Mr. Taylor, or something like that. He immediately made an impression as a cool guy, tall with short-cropped chestnut hair, dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans. We started talking about video games. It turned out that he, like me, was into Call of Duty. We even played a few rounds on Mr. Taylor's old console, laughing at bad shots and funny glitches. Jake said, that he lived in another city, but often visited Mr. Taylor. We exchanged phone numbers, and I thought that he could well become a good friend of mine. Soon, my mother reminded me of the need to buy a pumpkin to decorate the porch. My father was delayed at work due to an urgent project. He works as an accountant and is constantly busy working with spreadsheets. Therefore, my mother asked me to take on this task. I shared this with Jake, and he smiled mysteriously. I know a great place. There's a farm on Country Road 47, about a 20-minute drive away. There are huge pumpkins there, and at ridiculous prices too. Do you want to go? I thought it was a good idea. It wasn't too late yet, around 6 in the evening, and Halloween wasn't over yet. I had my mom's old Ford truck, so we jumped in and set off. As we moved away from the suburb, the road became darker. There were no streetlights, just fields and trees all around. A thick fog began to creep along the ground as in old horror movies, limiting visibility to a few meters. The headlights barely pierced the fog. We chatted about school. I was still in high school, and Jake said that he had taken a year off before going to college. Finally, we got to the farm. It was a dilapidated place with a wooden sign that read Miller's Pumpkin Patch. But there were no lights, no cars, no people, just rows of pumpkins, half hidden by the fog. Where is everyone? I asked, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. Jake shrugged. They're probably closing already. Wait here, I'll check the back. He got out of the car and disappeared into the fog. I sat in the car trying to get a phone signal, but to no avail. The minutes dragged on painfully slowly. 5, 10 minutes. I began to worry seriously. What if something had happened to him? Finally, he came back, but not alone. He was with a man in his 40s, dressed in overalls and a flannel shirt, a typical farmer. He had an ordinary face, clean-shaven, with brown eyes, but something about him was off. His smile was too broad, strained, as if he was squeezing it out of himself. "Hey, buddy," he said to me. "Jake said you need a pumpkin. Come on in, I have the best ones in the barn." The barn was an old wooden building located behind the field. The creaky doors were banging in the wind. Jake nodded. "Yes, Mark, let's go. He says the biggest pumpkins are stored there." But the farmer suddenly started asking strange questions. "Do you live here? What's your family name? Do you have any siblings? What does your father do?" This wasn't a normal small talk. It seemed like he was trying to pry out personal information. And why inside the barn? The pumpkins were right in the field. That ill-fated day, they stood right there in the middle of the autumn field. The main character glanced at Jake, but he, as if spellbound, watched indifferently, his hands in his pockets. The surrounding fog seemed to erase the boundaries of reality, and the young man imagined that a door slammed somewhere in the distance, perhaps in the old farmhouse adjacent to the barn. Were there more people there? An inexplicable anxiety gripped his insides. Both strangers were now staring intently at him, waiting for a decision. "Come on, what are you afraid of? It's just inside," the farmer repeated insistently, with undisguised impatience in his voice. "No way." The young man firmly stayed by the car. Actually, I just got a message from my mom. She's waiting for me, and I need to get back urgently. Maybe we'll just take a pumpkin from here?" He mechanically took out his phone, pretending to check the message, although there was no sign of a signal in this wilderness. Jake and the farmer exchanged fleeting glances, in which the young man thought he saw some sinister secret. However, the farmer only shrugged. "Sure, buddy. Pick anyone." They hastily grabbed the largest pumpkin lying on the edge of the field. The young man paid in cash, and they hurriedly drove away. All the way back, Jake was silent, which was very unlike his usual behavior. The young man dropped him off near Mr. Taylor's house and drove home to carve a pumpkin for Halloween with his mother. He tried not to think about this strange incident, but the image of the sinister farm was firmly stuck in his head. Later that evening, he had a small party at his house. Only the closest friends gathered, about 8 people. Pizza, soda, watching horror movies on Netflix. The young man also invited Jake, who had seemed so cheerful before. He showed up around 8 in the evening and immediately joined the company. They played board games, told each other scary stories. Everyone was laughing and having fun. Suddenly, Jake's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and, without saying a word, slipped outside. "I'll be right back," he mumbled. No more than 5 minutes passed before the doorbell rang. Young man opened the door, assuming it was a late trick-or-treater. However, a tall stranger in a black jacket and a creepy mask that mimicked a human face, like those silicone masks you can see online, barged into the house. The sight was truly terrifying. Empty eyes, a frozen grin. It was a private party, and no one had been warned about costumes, except for maybe a harmless hat. "Who are you?" the young man asked, blocking his way. The stranger didn't answer, just stood there in silence. The young man's friends noticed the uninvited guest, and Ben and Lear approached them. "Hey, man, it's by invitation only here. Do you know anyone?" Only silence in response. Then the stranger reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. a real one, black and heavy like a Glock or something like that. He pointed it straight at them. All the money, phones, and jewelry. Put everything in this bag. He threw a sports bag on the floor. Panic broke out in an instant. The young man's heart was pounding wildly. It felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Everyone froze in shock and then started giving up their belongings. The young man's iPhone, Leah's necklace, Ben's watch. The robber acted quickly and assertively, waving the gun around. The young man glanced at Jake furtively. He was standing in the corner and, like everyone else, was throwing his wallet into the bag, but there was no fear or horror in his eyes. No wide eyes, no trembling. He looked absolutely calm, as if he had been in this situation many times before. The robber even took Jake's belongings, but it all seemed like a pre-planned performance. The robber grabbed the bag and, backing away, headed for the door, disappearing into the night darkness. They locked the door and called 911. The police arrived very quickly. 2 patrol cars with flashing lights woke up the quiet neighborhood. They told the police everything that had happened. They checked the street surveillance camera that the young man's father had installed last year for security purposes. The recording showed everything clearly. When Jake went outside to talk on the phone, he met the same guy in the mask, but without it yet. They talked briefly, huddling their heads together. Then the guy waited for Jake to return to the house. Everything had been planned in advance. The police arrested Jake right at the scene of the crime. He hardly resisted. At the police station, he confessed to everything. It turned out that the farmer, the owner of the pumpkin plantation, was Jake's uncle, a certain Carl, previously convicted of theft. They carried out their dirty deeds, choosing victims like the young man, looking for suitable houses through friends like Jake. The trip to the farm was just a pretext to gather information about the young man's family, to assess the presence of valuables. The strange questions were part of their plan. They wanted the young man to go inside the farmhouse, perhaps to steal keys or a phone, but he luckily refused. The robbery at the party was their main plan. Jake provided them with all the necessary information. The police raided the farm. It turned out that it was not a real pumpkin plantation at all, but just a cover for criminal activity. The things stolen from the young man and his friends were hidden in the barn, as well as things stolen during other robberies. Carl had an unregistered gun, loaded and ready to fire. He was also arrested. All the stolen items were returned to their owners, but that couldn't erase the horror they had experienced. Now the young man constantly rechecks the doors and is wary of new acquaintances. Mr. Taylor was completely unaware of Jake's criminal tendencies. He felt terrible. That Halloween taught the young man that the scariest things in life are not ghosts and monsters, but people you consider your friends. If he had gone inside the farmhouse back then, who knows what might have happened. He still gets goosebumps when he remembers it. Story 3. When the young man was still a child, about 11 years old, his family visited his grandparents every year during the holidays. They lived in a quiet provincial town in rural Ohio, in a place where everyone knows everyone else's secrets, but no one likes to talk about the oddities. They lived somewhere else, about a 2-hour drive from the town. But Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter always meant one thing: pack your bags and hit the road, and so the time came to set off. The house where his grandparents lived was located in a quiet cul-de-sac. The street was unremarkable, ordinary old wooden houses with spacious yards. The author's aunt and uncle lived 2 steps away from them. They had a little daughter growing up, the author's cousin, who was barely a year old. To get from one house to the other, you had to walk along the cracked sidewalk past the house in the middle. That's where she lived, a woman who inspired an inexplicable fear. No one knew her real name. The children simply called her the woman with the chain behind her back. She was striking in size, nearly 6'3", and a build like a professional American football player. An unchanging attribute of her appearance was heavy logging chains wrapped around her neck, like those used to transport felled trees. They made an ominous clanging and rattling sound with every movement she made. Her look was completed by dirty, old-fashioned dresses, as if they had come from the pages of 50s magazines, and rough work boots covered in a thick layer of dirt. Her hair, wild gray and tangled, seemed to have never known a comb. Only rarely could she be seen in the yard, digging in the garden or engaged in the strange activity of washing the walls of her house. Yes, she washed her house from the outside. Armed with a bucket of soapy water and a stiff brush, she would fiercely attack the siding, as if trying to scrub away invisible dirt. She did this constantly, regardless of the weather. Even in pouring rain, it seemed extremely abnormal. Enos, and if she noticed children playing nearby, she would start yelling in her hoarse voice, raspy from years of smoking. "You brats, the devil is coming for you. He'll drag you all to hell." Her voice, low and gravelly, sounded like she had been smoking a pack a day for decades. These cries would terrify the author and his cousins. The adults always warned the children to stay away from her. "She's just old and lonely," the author's mother would say. "Don't bother her, and she won't bother you." But the children sensed that it was more complicated than that. Whenever they had to walk from their grandparents' house to their aunt's, to borrow sugar or play with their little cousin, for example, they would run as fast as they could. The woman's house had large windows facing the street, and the children often saw her, silhouette watching them from behind the half-drawn curtains, her face pressed against the glass. They never went alone, only in pairs or groups. One day the author's older cousin swore she heard the woman mutter something about funerals for sinners as they passed her house. The children laughed it off, but those words stuck with the author. One Halloween, when the author was about 11 years old, the whole family gathered at their grandparents' house. There was the author, his cousins Jake, who was 13, and Sarah, 9, as well as a few neighborhood kids. Everyone was in costume. The author was a ghost, wearing a sheet with eye holes cut out. Nothing special. After dinner, the children went out trick-or-treating. It was dark outside, with no streetlights, only the occasional light spilling from house windows. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Jake's face. "Hey, who here is brave enough to go up to the chain lady's house?" Everyone froze. No one ever dared to go near that house. The porch light was off, but Jake persisted. "Come on, don't be such chickens. We're all together. What's she going to do to us?" The author didn't want to look like a wimp, especially in front of Jake. His heart was pounding, but he nodded in agreement. They crept up the walkway to the house, the leaves crunching betrayingly under their feet. A musty odor emanated from the house, like the smell of damp earth. The flower beds in front of the house were raised and filled with fresh soil, which the woman must have just added. One of the children, Sarah it seemed, mustered the courage to ring the doorbell. At first, nothing happened. Then there was a deafening crash. Loud sounds came from inside, like doors slamming. There were heavy thuds. The children nearly turned and ran right then and there, but then the door slowly creaked open. There she stood on the porch, towering over the children, chains dangling ominously, her dress stained with what looked like dirt. In her hands she held, oh God, a severed head. Some dark fluid dripped from it. The eyes were glazed over, and the mouth was slightly agape. The skin looked real, pale and veiny. The children screamed, all as one, and ran as fast as they could back to their grandparents' house. The author tripped on the sidewalk, scraped his knee, but didn't stop. When they burst into the house, gasping and crying, the adults brushed them off. "It's just a Halloween prop," the author's father said. "You shouldn't have bothered her. You scared yourselves for nothing." The adults tried to console the children with candy, but the author couldn't shake the horrifying image. That head looked too real. About a month later, just after Thanksgiving, when the author was back home in town, the phone rang late at night. The author was already asleep, but could hear his parents' muffled voices. His mother was crying. The next morning, his parents sat the author down and said, "Your aunt is in trouble. She was attacked by her neighbor." It turned out that the author's aunt was carrying groceries out of her car, holding her young daughter. It was dusk, getting dark. She didn't hear anything until it was too late. The woman had crept up behind her with one of those rope saws, with handles on both ends that they used to prune tree limbs. She looped it around the aunt's neck and began sawing back and forth furiously. The aunt found herself at the epicenter of a nightmarish ordeal. As seized by panic, she discarded her belongings and frantically kicked at the front door, desperately calling for assistance. The rope, like a serpent, bit into her flesh, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The uncle, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house with a fire poker in hand and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the assailant until she released her victim from her clutches. Responding police officers and paramedics provided necessary aid. The aunt was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that she had sustained a deep laceration on her neck, requiring stitches and surgical intervention. Fortunately, the aunt survived, but the memory of this horrific event remained in the form of a long, unsightly scar stretching from ear to ear. To conceal this mark, she often resorts to wearing scarves. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The police arrested the perpetrator and searched her residence, where they discovered something unimaginable. It turned out that the woman had been digging tunnels under her house for years. These weren't just holes, but actual underground labyrinths, reinforced with wooden beams like old mines. They ran from her basement, and underneath the aunts, the grandparents, and even the neighbors' houses. That's why she was always digging in her garden, carrying out buckets of dirt at night, and hiding it in the raised flower beds. The gardens were overflowing with soil, but no one paid any attention. In the tunnels, the police found a gruesome shrine, a dirt-filled room lit with melted candles, with religious symbols and inverted crosses scratched into the walls, and strange drawings of devils. Lying around were severed heads, real human heads. 3 of them had been somehow preserved, placed in jars or wrapped in plastic. According to the police, they belonged to missing persons, drifters, or hitchhikers that the woman had picked up over the years. For decades, she had been living in her own deranged world without family or friends, surrounded only by her chains and her secrets. It turned out that the head from Halloween wasn't just a prop, but a real head, possibly quite fresh. The police identified it as belonging to a man who had gone missing a week prior. If the aunt had stayed out there, she might have been next. After these events, the house was torn down and the tunnels were filled in. The aunt and uncle couldn't stay there anymore and moved away. The grandparents stayed, but put up fences around their house. The narrator doesn't visit them often, but sometimes at night, he remembers the woman watching from the windows, and he wonders how many other creepy neighbors are hiding their tunnels, and something even more horrifying. This story makes one wonder who lives next door. Enus. As a 16-year-old, the narrator found himself in a rather unusual situation, the details of which were forever etched in his memory, though the exact summer month of the incident remained shrouded in oblivion. His parents, having gone away for the weekend, granted him complete freedom for 2 whole days. He spent this time indulging in typical teenage pastimes, immersing himself in YouTube, playing video games, and periodically raiding the kitchen for snacks. Most of these hours were spent upstairs in his room, in solitude and with headphones on. The teenager undoubtedly enjoyed this unrestricted time in his own space, where no one could bother him. However, at some point, completely engrossed in a game, he suddenly began to hear voices. At first, he assumed it was background noise from a YouTube video that had accidentally started playing. However, a check revealed that all videos were paused. Taking off his headphones, he instantly realized the voices were coming from outside. His bedroom window was slightly ajar, so the sounds of conversation reached him only faintly. The rain pattering outside made it even harder to discern, but it was clear the speakers were very close, literally right against the exterior walls of the house. It was impossible to make out the words or to tell if they were talking to anyone else. Only one voice was audible. By the time he got up from his chair and approached the window to listen more closely, the voices had ceased. He then decided to go downstairs and check the surroundings from other windows to see if the strangers were still nearby. Frankly, someone being so close to the house at 8 in the evening seemed quite odd. But, as it turned out, whoever it was had already left. Upon going downstairs, the narrator found no signs of their presence. Seizing the moment, he grabbed a bag of chips from the kitchen and returned to his room. He must have played there for about an hour, but time flew by unnoticed. In the middle of a game round, he suddenly heard a voice coming from outside his headset. Even through the game and his headphones, this voice was much clearer than what he had heard earlier. Not necessarily louder, but much less muffled, and the narrator was willing to bet he understood what was said. He quickly removed his headset and listened. The house was full of silence and creaks. After waiting about 15 seconds, he heard the voice again. "Luke," a man said. He used his nickname. The narrator's full name was Lucas, but his friends always called him Luke, and that's how the stranger called him. However, the voice was completely unfamiliar to him. More importantly, the narrator was almost certain the sound was coming from downstairs, as if from inside the house, directly below him. Quietly placing his headset on the desk, He stood up and walked to his bedroom door. He tried to open it as silently as possible so it wouldn't creak or make the slightest sound. As soon as the door was slightly ajar, the stranger called his name again. Though called isn't quite the right word. He was calling, but almost softly, as if addressing someone with a simple question, very calmly and friendly. In the context of this person breaking into his house, it only intensified the unsettling feeling of the whole situation. There was a certain hoarseness in his voice. He seemed to be in his 50s and had smoked heavily his whole life. When he spoke the narrator's name again, the narrator was able to definitively confirm that the stranger was certainly inside the house, likely right at the foot of the stairs. The narrator stepped back, leaving the door open, afraid to close it and make noise with the stranger so close. Then he went to the back window, opened it wider, carefully climbed out onto the roof, and closed the window as much as possible without letting it latch. It wasn't a full roof, but more of an awning over the front porch, located directly below his window, forming a kind of sloping ledge, 3 or 4 feet wide, that one could stand or sit on. Definitely not the safest place, especially wet and slippery from the rain. But he didn't have much choice, unless he wanted to hide in the bedroom and likely be found before the police arrived. And then he realized his mistake. He had left his phone on the desk. He was too worried about getting out to even think about it. He moved back towards the window and prepared to go back inside to retrieve his phone. But as soon as he peered into the room, he saw a shadow in the doorway, moving down the hallway outside his room. He quickly pulled back so he couldn't be seen. His heart pounded in his chest. A few seconds later, he heard something rustle in his room, and then the man called his name again. "Luke," he said in the same eerie, soft tone. The narrator peeked out a little to partially see the room. All he saw was his shadow on the wall, moving around and looking at his desk. The stranger probably saw that he had a game open and was trying to figure out that the narrator must be somewhere nearby. He really wanted to look further to catch a glimpse of who he was, but he couldn't risk being caught. He began to feel that sixth sense, a premonition that he was about to be discovered. So he acted quickly, moving to the farthest point of the ledge. Below him was nothing but a small bush and grass. The fall was about 8 to 10 feet. He sort of hung first, then let go, hitting the ground with his feet and falling backward. It hurt, but he didn't break anything. He got up and ran to the nearest neighbor. Honestly, the narrator doesn't know how others in the stories he listens to do it, because in his case, no one opened the door or helped him. He means it was the middle of the night, and they probably thought he was some crazy person trying to get them to open the door and let him in. However, it still worked, because one of the houses called the police on him for knocking on their door, after which he was able to explain his situation to the officer. Eventually, he managed to explain his difficult situation to the officer. He couldn't precisely determine how long he had been at that spot. By his estimate, about 20 minutes passed until the police officer arrived. The intruder who had entered his house disappeared without a trace, but the law enforcement officer found the window in his room wide open. The stranger had probably used the ledge to leave the dwelling once the homeowner had already departed. A painful pang gripped the man's heart as he chillingly realized how close the danger had been. Over the next few days, the man's legs swelled significantly after the jump, but fortunately, no irreversible or lasting health damage was sustained. It's astonishing to realize that this split-second decision could very well have been life-saving, preserving his life or preventing the realization of any sinister intentions the uninvited guest might have harbored. He will probably always be bothered by the thought that he was on the verge of seeing this person's face, but never could. In part, he regretted not taking the risk and looking. But now, out of mortal danger, it's easy to rationalize such things. As far as he and his family knew, the stranger never reappeared or made any contact. The man was now significantly older, and therefore he didn't believe anything similar would ever happen again, and he sincerely hoped it wouldn't. He held a position as a security guard in a modest office building located within the city limits. Despite the events he had experienced, the man ultimately decided to stay at this job as he hadn't been able to find another vacancy with better pay. He was confident he would leave this place at the first opportunity. One of the reasons he accepted this job, and had no prejudice against it, was that the office building was part of a large business district, or office park, located in a very prestigious area of the city. In truth, he couldn't imagine anyone daring to attempt to break into such a place, as potential intruders would surely realize that in such a wealthy neighborhood, security would undoubtedly be organized, if not personal, then at least through surveillance cameras and sophisticated monitoring systems. As usual, he arrived for duty at precisely 10 in the evening, performed his initial operational rounds to activate all motion detection systems, and then headed to the security room. It must be admitted that this place resembled a storage closet more than anything. Windowless and without any amenities, which made it extremely unappealing. If he had the opportunity, he would leave this confined space much more frequently. According to instructions, he was required to get up and make rounds every hour, including patrolling the building's perimeter, but he performed his actions more often as continuous monitoring of camera monitors, security systems, and other equipment was extremely tiring. However, on that particular night, heavy rain was raging outside, making outdoor patrols impossible. Thus, he was forced to remain inside, pacing the building's corridors. It should also be mentioned that the lenses of the outdoor surveillance cameras invariably fogged up during rain, effectively rendering all external monitoring systems virtually useless. Just 30 minutes into his shift, a disturbing alert appeared on one of the monitors. The system detected motion captured by one of the cameras located on the building's facade. The man immediately checked the corresponding channel, but could barely make anything out, though apparently someone was standing at the front door. He only caught a slight flicker in the image. So he left his post and went down to the first floor. His intention was merely to go outside and find out what that person wanted, or to ascertain if anyone was even there. However, when he opened the door and looked out, he found no one. Outside, the same rainy chaos prevailed, and not a single soul was visible. He closed the door and reset the alarm. It was highly unusual for someone to be here on such a night. Perhaps the stranger had simply mistaken the building. In any case, it seemed he had left, so the guard decided not to dwell on it. He returned to the security room. He had only been sitting for about 5 minutes before his ears picked up the distinct ring of a phone. It wasn't the work phone on his desk in the security room. The sound clearly emanated from a lower floor from one of the many office cubicles. Annoyed, the man got up and headed there, but by then the ringing had stopped. He waited a few minutes, and almost exactly as he predicted, the phone rang again. He followed the sound to what appeared, at first glance, to be a perfectly ordinary office room. Many desks were neatly arranged in rows. The main overhead lighting was off, but right in the center of the room, on one of the desks, a small indicator from a ringing phone flickered. The man approached the device. Its display showed "Unknown caller." It seemed extremely strange to him that this particular, seemingly random phone on an office desk was ringing. Why did the call come here and not to the main phone at the reception desk, which was directly connected to the company? How could anyone even have information about the specific number of this office phone and its internal extension? He felt an unbearable urge to answer the call and find out who was on the other end. Ultimately, such an intriguing mystery was hard to ignore, but it wasn't his duty to answer arbitrary phone calls. It was highly probable that he could get into serious trouble if someone found out about his unauthorized actions, so he left the phone alone. The man didn't know how to silence it, and so for the next hour he incessantly heard that annoying thing ringing right beneath him while he was upstairs in the security room. At 1 a.m, he got up and made a quick round of the office premises. It was a usual routine inspection. The entire round took no more than 10 minutes, and he returned to his desk in the security room. However, he hadn't even sat down when his ear caught a dull, heavy thud that echoed throughout the building. The sound reverberated, as if coming from an empty stairwell or perhaps a long corridor. What was happening scared him to his core. He quickly checked the security system, but found nothing suspicious. Then he hastily went downstairs to the first floor to re-examine the doors he had just checked. The man experienced a slight shock when, approaching the front door, he noticed a flashing green light on the alarm panel. The system was paused, which effectively deactivated the protection of that specific door. Even he himself never used such a mode. He only turned the alarm on or off completely, but never put it on temporary pause. He regularly disabled it, but never used the temporary pause function. Feeling growing unease, he cautiously pushed open the door leading outside and peered into the darkness. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly, but no signs of intruders were found. He tightly closed and carefully relocked the door. Something very unusual was unfolding on this night shift. For the first time since he started this job, he felt a genuine sense of anxiety and discomfort. He simply couldn't understand what was happening. The victim hurried back up the stairs, hoping that a recheck of the security system might shed light on the situation and provide some answers. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he suddenly froze right on the landing. It turned out that the door leading to the 3rd floor office corridor, from which the phone call had previously come, was ajar. He approached the opening with extreme caution, trying not to make the slightest sound, and peered down the corridor. Nothing seemed amiss. It was at this moment that the world around him suddenly plunged into darkness. His sight, hearing, and apparently his entire consciousness instantly shut down for a fleeting fraction of a second. Coming to his senses, he felt completely stunned and began to helplessly retreat, stumbling. Despite the brief loss of consciousness, he instantly realized he had received a powerful blow to the back of his head. As his body desperately fought to remain conscious, he tumbled down several steps in the stairwell, and at that moment, his gaze caught only a vague, blurred silhouette of a person frozen in the doorway. He immediately got to his feet and, staggering, climbed the remaining steps, while a continuous ringing filled his ears and his head throbbed painfully. Once outside the building, he hastily pulled out his work phone, clipped to his belt, and quickly dialed 911. He took cover behind his car, waiting for the services to arrive under the furious downpour. The victim was so dazed by what had happened that he couldn't accurately determine how long he had waited. The arriving law enforcement officers found no one else inside the building. He was taken to a medical facility where a fairly severe concussion was diagnosed and treated, but overall his condition was deemed satisfactory, although the incident could have been considered a routine break-in. Numerous details pointed to a much more, shall we say, professional nature of the occurrence. The perpetrators likely chose a rainy night for their actions, when camera lenses were most likely fogged, making identification difficult. Moreover, if we assume that they made that phone call, it means they knew the internal phone number of a specific office employee, information that is not publicly available. And perhaps the most compelling evidence, they possess deep knowledge of how this security system functioned and knew how to deactivate it to enter the building completely unnoticed. All these circumstances seem too significant to attribute the incident to a random burglar. The unknown assailant struck him with such force that the victim could not distinguish anything other than a blurry, indistinct silhouette of the attacker. Thus, he could not provide the police with any useful description of the perpetrator. Despite all assumptions, the victim realized that he would most likely never get comprehensive answers. Even months after the incident, he continues to work for the same company, but management has provided him with absolutely no information. Not a word was said about whether anything was stolen, if they knew the identity of the intruder, or even what the true purpose of his intrusion was. Absolutely no information. This circumstance seems extremely suspicious. The victim is actively looking for a new job, but until then, he intends to be much more attentive to all unusual phenomena occurring within the walls of this office. Several months ago, one of the protagonists, along with his friend Thomas, was spending an evening at his house. Since neither of them had to work the next day, they indulged in carefree relaxation, enjoying some beer. To be honest, they hadn't planned on staying up so late, but by 10 in the evening, one of the friends suggested Thomas stay the night and sleep on the couch, which, by the way, was quite a usual occurrence for them. Thomas still lived with his parents, and hanging out at his friend's place provided him with a much-needed personal space. Anyway, they also discussed and agreed upon plans for the next morning, which ultimately resulted in a very interesting and eventful day. However, given that Thomas hadn't brought a change of clothes or other necessary items, and before he had too much to drink, he quickly went home to pick up everything he needed. This way, upon his return, they could continue drinking, and Thomas would have all his necessary belongings for the next day. Naturally, he could have just stayed home, since he was going back anyway, but as mentioned, Thomas preferred spending time at his friend's place. The drive only took about 5 minutes, so Thomas's friend simply waited for his return. Initially, he intended to sit on the porch, but for some reason he hadn't noticed earlier how strong the storm was raging outside. In the end, he went back inside and just waited, sitting on the couch. He absently scrolled through his phone's newsfeed, sipping his beer and not really keeping track of time. But at a certain point, after about 15 or 20 minutes, a knock finally came at the front door. He quickly got up and casually opened the door, but almost dropped his glass when he was startled to realize that it wasn't Thomas standing on the doorstep at all. A man stood before him, dressed almost entirely in black and soaked to the bone. One could have sworn the stranger looked utterly sinister. Even in his slightly inebriated state, he wouldn't have opened the door to such a person for anything in the world. Normally, he would have confirmed the guest's identity first, had he not been expecting Thomas. Besides, with such a furious storm raging outside, what could this man possibly be doing here? Before the homeowner could utter a word, the stranger slid one foot into the doorway and stared intently at him. It was evident the man had spent hours in the pouring rain, though his face displayed not so much fatigue as a mask of indifference. The homeowner reached for the door, apologizing and explaining that he had mistaken him for someone else. However, the stranger continued to hold his foot in the doorway, merely smiling enigmatically. The homeowner began to close the door, but the stranger seemed completely oblivious to the hint, still keeping his foot firmly in the opening. The situation became incredibly strange and awkward as they simply stood facing each other for a good 4 or 5 seconds. The stranger remained silent, and the homeowner was too intoxicated to think of anything sensible to say in response. Only then did the stranger finally remove his foot and take a step back, still maintaining his smile as the door closed tightly behind him. A smile lit up his face once the front door was finally shut. Immediately returning to the soft sofa, a message was sent to Thomas, warning him about the strange stranger lurking near the door. To be honest, the message was more jocular, for after the door was locked, the whole situation seemed so absurd that it was even amusing. Perhaps the reason lay in the excessive amount he had drunk. The wait dragged on, definitely longer than it would take Thomas to return. The thought occurred that the delay might be due to the raging storm, but when he glanced at the window to check the weather, he saw that Thomas' car had already returned, parked at the curb. Confused by this turn of events, the man went to the front door and opened it, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. For several minutes, he stood in the doorway peering into the rain, but it became clear that Thomas wasn't nearby. His car was parked and off, with no movement observed inside, ruling out his presence in the cabin. He pulled out his phone and dialed Thomas's number. At that very second, a light flashed in his car. It was undoubtedly his cell phone, and it was bright enough to clearly show the absence of its owner inside. Now, genuine worry set in. The man stepped out into the pouring rain, walked to the bottom of the driveway, and looked around. He called out Thomas' name, but the street noise was so deafening that it was clear it was useless. Somehow, only after getting soaked to the bone in the rain, the man remembered the sinister stranger who had been at the house earlier. Suspicions began to creep in that he might be involved in what was happening. Feeling a strong premonition of danger, the man rushed back into the house, closing and locking the door behind him. As he took off his shoes, he quickly sensed that something else was amiss. He looked up, and the main hallway was shrouded in darkness, so dark as if no lights were on. He could have sworn all the lights had been left on, or at least several of them. Slowly he moved down the hallway. The storm outside combined with the unusual silence inside the house created an atmosphere far more tense than he would have liked. Reaching the end, he looked around. All the rooms were dark, but right against the wall stood a barely discernible silhouette of someone pressed against it, as if trying to remain unnoticed. His gaze must have lingered too long, because a couple of seconds later the man moved confidently and stepped forward. He raised one hand, holding something in it, and at that moment the man didn't look long enough to understand what it was before he bolted. Every muscle in his body tensed to run out the front door as quickly as possible and get as far away as he could. He hid on the porch of a random house and called the police. From there, through the veil of rain, he could see the front of his house. A few minutes later, when the police arrived, he saw two officers calmly approach the front door, then suddenly raise their weapons and rush inside. They had likely spotted the man still in the hallway and chased him out the back door, but later reported that he had jumped over a fence and vanished into the storm. The man ran over and told them everything, and they immediately began searching for Thomas, and fortunately found him just 5 minutes later. He was locked in the car parked on the road, bound hand and foot. It turned out that the man hiding near the house had held a gun to Thomas as soon as he pulled up to the house. Then, forcing him into the car on the road, he returned to the house and entered through the back door while the homeowner was looking for Thomas, presumably trying to do the same to him. This meant that when the homeowner saw him raise his hand, he was holding a gun pointed directly at him. If it hadn't been too dark, and if he had seen what it was, he probably wouldn't have even risked running away, which would have left both him and Thomas at the mercy of this madman. In any case, the car the guy used had been stolen earlier that night, so it was a dead end, and the guy completely disappeared into the storm. No trace. No one had the slightest idea what he was planning or why he did all this.
When people head out hunting, they often find themselves deep in the woods, far from civilization and other human beings. It seems like the perfect setting for a chilling tale, doesn't it? The following 3 stories, allegedly based on real events, illustrate just how badly a hunting trip can go wrong. Here's the first story. The protagonist had been passionate about hunting ever since his father began taking him on weekend hunting trips. He decided to pass on this tradition to his own son. At the time of the events described, his son Peter was 10 years old. The father felt this was the right age to introduce him to the world of hunting. He armed both himself and Peter with Remington Model 798 bolt-action rifles, but carried his son's rifle himself until they reached an area where game was usually abundant. They could have used a hunting blind hidden deep in the forest, but the father decided that wouldn't be ideal for a first experience. As soon as they took up position, he handed Peter his rifle. He'd already taught him the basics of firearm safety, so he hadn't brought him unprepared. He opted to stay in one spot this first time, thinking it would be easier for his son. They could move on to more advanced hunting techniques later. But the wait dragged on longer than usual. The father noticed Peter growing bored, yawning and sighing, which frustrated him. He didn't want his son to think hunting was dull, so he gathered their gear and announced they'd move to a different location. Peter seemed to perk up a little at the prospect, which pleased his father. As soon as they started walking, the father heard footsteps. He silently placed a hand in front of Peter and gestured for him to raise his rifle. Peter obeyed eagerly, but then the father spotted a figure peeking out from behind a distant tree. He immediately lowered his son's rifle, feeling both disappointed and relieved that Peter hadn't fired. With a quick, slightly apologetic wave, he acknowledged the stranger, who then vanished behind the tree. Was it another hunter? The father couldn't tell. But there was something unsettling about the man even from afar. He couldn't quite put his finger on what bothered him, but encountering anyone in such a remote area was unusual, and this person didn't look like a hunter. As a precaution, he steered Peter in a different direction. Still, no deer appeared. Predictably, Peter asked who the stranger might have been. His father admitted he didn't know and advised they keep their distance. He didn't want to lie to his son. A few minutes later, Peter complained of hunger. His father was hungry too, so they stopped to eat. He was deeply disappointed that nothing had happened so far. During their meal, he heard footsteps again. Peter heard them too and instantly raised his rifle, aiming in that direction. The father's heart raced as he spotted the same stranger peering from behind another tree. Once more, he lowered Peter's rifle and noticed his son now seemed uneasy, just as he himself felt. He told Peter to wait while he went to confront the stranger, mentally steeling himself for the encounter. About halfway there, he stopped and thought, "What the hell am I doing? My son is back there." He turned and rushed back to Peter, telling him it was time to leave. If you were alone in the woods with your child and sensed you were being watched, you'd likely want to get out fast too. They didn't run, just headed straight back toward the road. The father kept expecting the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves behind them. When it finally came, he shoved Peter forward, spun around angrily, and marched toward the stranger, who was again peeking from behind a tree. At about 10 meters away, he saw the man disappear behind the trunk once more, followed by a dull thud, as if something heavy had hit the ground. Gripping his loaded rifle, the father cautiously approached the tree. He didn't utter a word, not even knowing why, and simply crept forward slowly. When he reached the tree, it felt as though the entire world collapsed, or rather, ceased to exist. All his attention focused on the head lying face down on the ground. There was no body, just a severed head. He didn't even look around the tree to see who might have left it there. He dropped everything and sprinted back to Peter, shouting for him to run. They made it safely home within 5 minutes, and the father was certain no one had followed them. Still, he didn't sleep all night, guarding his family. The next day, his wife told him 2 local hunters had gone missing. That's when he called the police. 4 months afterward, he remained extremely cautious before taking his son hunting again. He's still baffled by how that man managed to kill 2 hunters, men who were surely armed. Since then, he has resumed hunting with his son. This next story blends youthful adventure with hunting misadventures that befell the narrator in his early 20s. He was just 21 when he joined his friends Anthony, Christian, Tom, and Tom's girlfriend Diana on a hiking and moose hunting trip to a Colorado state park. The group brought 2 spacious tents, warm sleeping bags, 2 days' worth of food, and, of course, hunting rifles. The narrator carried a standard hunting rifle, its brand long forgotten, lent to him by Anthony. He admitted to mixed feelings about the hunt. The idea of taking the life of a creature driven by the same will to live, all for the sake of questionable entertainment, didn't sit well with him. But this was Anthony's 5th invitation, and he felt obliged to accept. En route, about halfway to their destination, he resolved not to shoot any animals. Upon arriving at camp, Anthony, who had been driving, carefully parked the car, and the group immediately began unloading their gear. After hiking about 1.5 miles into the dense forest, they found a suitable spot and set up camp. Once settled, everyone instinctively followed Anthony, who proudly shared his extensive hunting knowledge, showing off his skills with evident seriousness. The narrator longed to crack an ironic joke about the whole affair, but everyone else was completely earnest. He tried teasing Anthony, asking if he should stay quiet so as not to scare off game. Anthony snapped, and the narrator instantly realized hunting wasn't just a pastime for him, it was a solemn pursuit. From then on, he decided to stay out of it. That period of calm, however, proved short-lived. During the hunt, the group unexpectedly encountered 3 burly, unkempt men with long, greasy hair. They looked like descendants of some inbred, isolated clan living deep in the wilderness. As they passed, the men gave odd, jerky nods, perhaps a form of greeting. The group was genuinely frightened. It might sound exaggerated, but the situation felt ominous. They were far from camp, which itself was completely empty, and these strangers radiated the aura of dangerous outcasts. Thankfully, the men didn't follow them, allowing the group to continue without further incident. In the end, Anthony managed to shoot a deer, though they never saw a moose. They dragged the carcass back to camp, where it became their dinner. Anthony and Tom handled the messy task of skinning and gutting the animal, while the narrator avoided watching, stealing only quick glances. Anthony expertly prepared venison burgers, complete with buns and all the fixings. Though the narrator disapproved of hunting as sport, he was genuinely impressed by Anthony's cooking. As night fell, everyone turned in, leaving the campfire burning outside. The narrator struggled to get comfortable in his sleeping bag. Anthony and Christian seemed to fall asleep instantly. While he tossed and turned for at least 2 hours, he'd always found sleeping bags uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get up and step outside the tent, he heard footsteps. He opened his mouth to call out to Tom or Diana, but then a chilling thought struck him: what if it wasn't them? Pretending to sleep, he held his breath and listened. Suddenly, the tent zipper opened. He turned his head slightly, still feigning sleep. After a brief pause, the zipper closed again. Once the footsteps faded, he realized they were heading toward Tom and Diana's tent. He assumed it was them, probably checking if everyone was asleep so they could be alone. Deciding to play a prank, he waited about 5 minutes before slipping out of his tent and creeping toward theirs. But then he noticed their zipper was still open. That's strange, he thought. As he drew closer, intending to scare them, he instead saw 2 men doing something horrific to Diana. He screamed, mostly out of terror, but also to wake the others. Anthony and Christian burst from their tent, rifles in hand. When the 2 attackers fled, the narrator recognized them. Instantly, they were the same strangers from earlier. Tom and Anthony fired shots into the air to scare them off. But then something even more terrifying happened. After the shots, everyone turned in horror to see dozens of men emerging from the bushes and from behind trees, where they'd been hiding all along. They tried to rouse Tom and Diana, but the couple seemed drugged. They had no choice but to wait until they regained consciousness, which took about half an hour. Their escape through the dark forest back to the car remains one of the most terrifying experiences of the narrator's life. No one knows who those men were, perhaps members of an isolated, inbred family, or even cannibals. It's unclear what they intended to do to Tom and Diana, but everyone was just grateful to have escaped alive. The final incident, still vivid in the narrator's memory, occurred during a night hunt. An avid hunter with 10 years of experience, he was sitting in his tree stand on forested land adjacent to his property. Equipped with a night vision scope, he was waiting for wild boars, but instead witnessed a horrifying scene. Though it sounds unbelievable, he swears the story is true, considering himself a lucky witness to something truly dreadful. While waiting, he noticed movement below. But instead of an animal, he saw a man dressed entirely in black, track pants, boots, and a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up. Most alarming of all, the stranger was dragging a heavy sack. The hunter's heart pounded. He feared he was witnessing someone disposing of a body. Suddenly, the man stopped and, to the hunter's horror, looked directly up toward the tree stand. Terrified, the hunter ducked behind the wooden walls of his blind. Despite having his rifle, the thought of using it on a human filled him with dread. He stayed low, praying not to be seen, even though, in the pitch-black darkness, that seemed unlikely. Tense moments dragged on as he held his breath, waiting for the stranger's footsteps to fade. Instead, he heard approaching steps climbing the wooden ladder of his stand. Each footfall sent vibrations through the structure. In his mind, a single question echoed like a drumbeat: can I shoot a person? Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, the intruder never reached the top. The hunter heard him jump back to the ground and, judging by the sounds, dragged the heavy sack away. Paralyzed with fear, he remained motionless for at least 10 minutes before daring to peek out. Convinced the threat had passed, he resolved to return home immediately and call the police. Descending the stand, he carelessly switched on his flashlight, a reckless move he later regretted. He began running toward his house but hadn't gone 10 seconds when he heard swift footsteps crunching through fallen leaves behind him. He turned and came face to face with his pursuer, now just centimeters away. Reacting instantly, he spun and shot the man in the shoulder. The attacker let out a piercing scream of pain, and the hunter seized the momentary pause to sprint toward his home. He now realizes he should have tried to detain the criminal, but the chance was lost. 15 minutes later, police arrived and accompanied him back into the woods. There, among the trees, they found a clear blood trail leading first to the sack containing a body and then to the wounded suspect, who had tried to hide beneath a fallen log. It turned out the man was the murderer of Gen-Kwan Sakakani, owner of a local Japanese shop. While the full details of the crime remain unexplained in this account, the hunter is certain the experience is forever seared into his memory, and he'll retell this astonishing story for the rest of his life.
That evening, a DoorDash delivery driver, for whom this job was his primary source of income, was performing his usual duties. He typically aimed to dedicate at least 8 or 9 hours a day to deliveries. However, to be frank, his schedule often suffered disruptions. Day after day, he would postpone the start of his shift, sometimes not beginning work until 9 or 10 at night. This particular night was no different. He had been on the road for about 3 hours when, around 1 a.m., another order came in. He was to pick up groceries from a small convenience store at a nearby gas station. Upon arriving at the deserted gas station, the driver went inside. It was quiet, and apart from the cashier, there was no one else in the store. Returning to his car, he checked the order to ensure its completeness and accuracy. It was just one large bottle of cheap wine. This was certainly a curious order, but for him, it presented an additional inconvenience. The driver always preferred contactless delivery, where he could simply leave items on the porch and avoid any interaction. However, alcohol deliveries required an ID check, meaning he had to wait for the customer to open the door. In any case, he set off. The drive was just over 15 minutes and led into a wooded area. Most of the city was surrounded by forests, so this was not unusual. However, when he turned onto the driveway, it was extremely rough and broken, as if it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Soon he reached the house itself. It stood alone, very old and abandoned. There seemed to be no lights anywhere, and the driver could only see the front of the building, illuminated by his car's headlights. He parked and got out of the car. The forest was absolutely silent. He felt completely alone, and every sound he made seemed to be the only noise in the entire vicinity. But it was already 1 a.m. Standing next to his car, he opened the app on his phone, making sure everything was ready for the ID check and other necessary procedures. While he was there, his gaze accidentally fell upon a light flickering somewhere deep in the woods. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming it was probably a light from another house, perhaps a porch light or something similar. But he couldn't see the house itself. The light was too far away and barely penetrated the dense tree foliage. With the app ready, he headed to the porch. He didn't find a doorbell, so he knocked on the door. He heard the knock echo throughout the house, as it usually does in an empty dwelling. It was a bit strange, but again, he just ignored it and waited for someone to answer. In fact, the only thing that seemed unusual to him until this point was the complete lack of light in the house or on the porch. His headlights were still the only source of illumination, lighting up the front of the house. The fact that it was an old house in the woods was quite common. in that area, so while it sounds strange, it wasn't off-putting to him. After a good minute of waiting, he finally heard some sounds from behind the door, and a moment later, it swung open. Immediately, as soon as the door opened, he noticed how dark it was inside. The driver expected to see some dim lighting further back in the room, or perhaps for the occupants to turn on a light as they approached the door, but this didn't happen. It was practically pitch black inside. He could barely make out the man standing in the doorway. He was quite tall and slender, with shadows obscuring most of his face. The driver explained that he just needed to quickly check his ID due to the alcohol. The man nodded and seemed to smile slightly, but it was hard to tell. He asked for a minute to get his wallet. His voice was slow and raspy. The man left the door open as he turned and walked down the hallway into another part of the house, disappearing completely into the darkness, just a few feet from the doorway. Now the driver was truly alarmed. He had already felt a slight unease, but now, seeing that the person simply lived in a completely dark house, it was extremely strange. As his anxiety grew, he began to nervously look around. His gaze fell on his own car, standing ominously on the gravel driveway with its headlights on, and nothing but dark woods behind it. Then his gaze slid to the woods nearby. He noticed the light he had seen earlier again, but now it was closer. The driver stared at it, and after a few seconds, he realized the light was moving. It wasn't just shining in all directions, it was swaying or shaking slightly, as if someone was standing still, holding a flashlight and pointing it directly at him. A chill ran down his spine. The light had to be only about 15 meters into the trees. However, outside there was still absolute silence. He heard no one and nothing. But as he looked at that light, he suddenly heard something from inside the house. The driver shifted his gaze back through the doorway, peering into the darkness of the hallway. He heard faint creaks of floorboards, as if someone was cautiously approaching the doorway. The driver jumped off the porch and rushed to his car. At that moment, the light in the woods moved again, but he didn't linger to find out what was happening. He got in his car and hastily drove away, still catching his breath. He tried to collect his thoughts, got back on the road and parked back at the same gas station. It was amazing how in such situations, the mind so desperately tries to immediately come up with an explanation that everything was not as it seemed. He truly couldn't understand what exactly it was, but he was too exhausted to continue working. So after that, he drove home and ended his work for the night. Tom completed his night duties. A few days later, unable to shake off the intrusive thoughts, the narrator undertook a small investigation. His goal was not so much to uncover the true circumstances of what happened, but rather to convince himself that there was no cause for alarm. However, he soon discovered some very unsettling information. It turned out that the house in question was completely abandoned. It had been vacant for over 50 years, and this wooded plot of land should, in fact, have remained uninhabited. Furthermore, there were no other structures in its immediate vicinity. The narrator still cannot comprehend the events of that night, but is deeply convinced that he narrowly escaped imminent danger. In 2019, the narrator went to his older brother's country house to dog-sit for 3 days while his brother was away on a business trip. His brother didn't want to leave his dog, Cooper, with strangers. Although the narrator calls this dwelling a cabin, It was actually a fairly large, ordinary house. It only earned that name due to its location in the middle of a dense forest. The first day was spent socializing with his brother, who left around 3 p.m. There wasn't much to do at the cabin, besides relax and perhaps listen to music by the fireplace. After dinner, the narrator decided it would be nice to sit outside and enjoy the sunset by a campfire. Taking Cooper with him, they settled in the yard, watching the sun slowly descend behind the treetops. The first hour outdoors was quite pleasant. However, the narrator soon realized that after sunset, the atmosphere became quite unsettling. In fact, it took on a very sinister quality. Everything around the cabin was plunged into pitch blackness, and the silence of the forest seemed simply threatening. Not 10 minutes after sunset, the narrator put out the fire and hurried back into the house. Perhaps it just wasn't his thing, but he honestly hated that eerie feeling of being outside at night. He settled on the couch with Cooper and, ironically, put on a horror movie. However, the long drive to the cabin had exhausted him, and he drifted in and out of sleep throughout the film. At one point, the narrator woke up to find Cooper no longer beside him. He sat up and looked around, spotting the dog sitting by the front door. Calling his name, the narrator suddenly realized how strange this sight was. Cooper didn't look like he was just relaxing. He sat upright, head stretched forward, staring intently at the front door. "Cooper, are you okay, Coop?" the narrator asked. The dog glanced back at him, but only for a second, before returning his gaze to the door. The narrator got up, walked over to him, stroked his side, and looked out the peephole of the front door. Nothing was visible. He slightly opened the door and poked his head out. It was still too dark to see anything clearly, but it seemed like no one was outside, and there were no sounds of animals roaming around either. The narrator closed the door and returned to Cooper, deciding that a deer or some other harmless animal must have passed by a few minutes ago. Now, it's probably worth mentioning that Cooper was a young German Shepherd mix, meaning he was definitely an intelligent dog. The narrator had no doubt that the dog had smelled or heard something, but he assumed it was just a harmless animal wandering near the cabin. After finishing the movie, the narrator soon went to bed. In the morning, he took Cooper outside and mostly had a quiet morning, sipping coffee and relaxing in the fresh air. He tried to go for a walk, but was hesitant to go too far, fearing he would get lost in the woods, so he just stayed near the cabin. When the sun finally set, the narrator went back inside to avoid the darkness and did pretty much the same thing as the previous night. He lay on the couch and put on a movie. Cooper lay with him for a while, but eventually went to wander around the rest of the house to pass the time. However, completely unexpectedly, the narrator heard his loud, low bark coming from the back. He jumped up and yelled the dog's name, rushing to the kitchen. Cooper stood with his tail tucked and his fur bristling on his back, aggressively barking at seemingly nothing. The narrator tried to calm him, but even when he managed to get the dog to stop barking, he couldn't get him to stop making that low, deep growl. The narrator had no idea what had happened or what had scared Cooper so much. There was nothing in the kitchen. There was only a window above the countertops, but it was too high for the dog to see anything out of. The narrator told Cooper it was okay, using a soft voice, hoping to calm him down. Then he let the dog go back into the living room to sit with him on the couch. He seemed to have calmed Cooper only for a moment, before a sudden dull thud came from right inside the kitchen, where they had just been. Of course, this made Cooper start barking again, but this time the narrator didn't tell him to stop, because, frankly, he was quite scared. He got up and went back into the kitchen. There was nothing. The thud he had heard sounded like a dull impact against the outside of the window, so, naturally, he went to the kitchen window and looked out. There was nothing to be seen, really. The narrator didn't know what to think at this point. Was it a raccoon or something trying to find a way in? Or was he just not used to the sounds of being in a cabin in the woods? While at the cabin, deep in the forest, the protagonist encountered a series of disturbing events. What worried him most was Cooper's reaction, his loyal companion. If the sounds had been ordinary forest rustlings, why was the dog so panicked? It was late, and the man decided that moving to the bedroom might help them both find peace. There was a small TV there, and he continued watching the movie in bed. Coop settled beside him, his ears perked, remaining vigilant until morning. Around 11 o'clock that night, with all the lights in the cabin off, the hero began to prepare for bed. He allowed Cooper to sleep with him in the room, so he closed the door and filled the dog's water bowl, then headed to the shower to freshen up before sleep. Despite several strange incidents, the man was still enjoying his time at the cabin and was looking forward to falling asleep and waking up to enjoy his last day there. However, as he was rinsing off the soap, several sudden thuds echoed against the wall, followed once again by Cooper's barking. The hero quickly turned off the water, pulled on some clothes, and rushed into the room. Cooper was not there, and the bedroom door was open. The dog was smart, but opening doors seemed out of character. The man heard Cooper's barking coming from further down the cabin. He ran down the hallway to the other end and immediately saw that the front door was wide open. He had no time to think because he saw Cooper barking and running away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. Within moments, Cooper vanished from sight. Only faint sounds of his barking could be heard, growing more distant. The man grabbed a flashlight from the front closet, then rushed after the dog. It seemed that as soon as he was in the middle of the woods, surrounded only by trees, Cooper's barking suddenly stopped. As this realization came to him, he froze, gripped by a kind of stupor. The forest was almost completely silent, only a light breeze rustling the branches overhead. "Cooper! Coop! Cooper!" He called the dog several times, shouting his name and hoping the dog would leave whoever the hell he was chasing and just come back. The hero must have spent a full 5 terrifying minutes there before he heard the rustling of leaves ahead of him. A moment later, Coop came running to him, his tail tucked and fear on his face. Soft whimpers could be heard as he looked back into the darkness from which he had just emerged. The man made sure the dog was following him as he ran back to the cabin, and they safely made it back inside. He called 911, then his brother, waiting for help to arrive. After that, they stayed in a hotel for the night until his brother returned the next day. Unfortunately, no further investigation into the incident followed. Someone was definitely stalking the cabin, likely for at least all the days the hero was there, and somehow got inside, only to be chased out by Cooper as soon as they entered the bedroom. What happened out there in the dark woods while Cooper was alone? He honestly didn't know, but poor Coop was apparently terrified for several weeks afterward. Thankfully, he seems to have recovered. This was definitely the most terrifying and stressful experience of his life, and if it weren't for Cooper chasing away the intruders, he didn't know if he would be here right now. It's been over 6 years since then. Coop has grown old. He's almost 10 now. The hero still loves seeing him every time he visits his brother, and even though the dog isn't his, he still loves him and appreciates what he did for him that night at the cabin, and for protecting his brother from whoever is still out there. Returning home after a long day at work, the hero found it was almost midnight. He usually took the train into the city, as it was an hour-and-a-half ride, but this time he knew he would be staying late, past when the trains stopped running. He was extremely tired, both from the prolonged work shift and because it was 2 hours past his usual bedtime. As soon as he drove out of the city and onto the long straight and deserted rural roads, the fatigue intensified, and it was hard not to fall asleep. He didn't feel an immediate threat of falling asleep at the wheel, but it was almost like torture being forced to stay awake. 40 minutes passed as he continued down the seemingly endless road, seeing no more than 4 or 5 passing cars, before he noticed something on the shoulder. It was a pickup truck, pulled off onto the grassy shoulder, but with no headlights on and no signs of people inside or nearby. Quite strange for the middle of nowhere, but probably just a car problem or out of gas, and the driver called a taxi home. The man didn't think much of it until 2 minutes later. He drove past another car. This was a sedan, but almost identical, parked on the grass near the trees by the roadside, and no signs of people. It must have been just a coincidence, but he had driven this route many times and had never seen anything like it. It helped him stay awake a bit, making him look around the sides of the road for anything else interesting. Another couple of minutes passed. He was looking at the road when suddenly something appeared in his headlights, directly on the asphalt ahead. There wasn't even time to make out what it was, or swerve off the road. He immediately ran over it with his right tire. The man was a little stunned by how it had appeared out of nowhere. He kept driving, listening for any problems with the car, but hoping he had just driven over it smoothly. He just drove over it smoothly. However, less than a minute later, he realized something was wrong. He didn't even need to wait for the tire pressure warning light to come on his dashboard to know that the tire was rapidly losing air. He pulled over to the side of the road, and almost immediately it dawned on him how striking a coincidence this was, especially compared to the 2 previous cars he had seen earlier. The only difference was that he was still here, in his car, and they were no longer there. He put the car in park and took a deep breath before getting out to assess the damage. He was so exhausted. There wasn't even energy left for anger, just deep disappointment and irritation that something like this had happened on such a night. He walked to the side of his car and looked around carefully. Scratches were clearly visible on the paint around the wheel, and the tire was about half flat. A tow truck and a ride home were definitely needed. Before getting back into the car, he couldn't help but look around, assessing his situation. He was on the side of a long deserted road between towns, with nothing but trees stretching in all directions. It was somewhat eerie to be out there alone, caught in such an unpleasant situation. It was just as these unsettling feelings began to creep in that he noticed something else. Down the road, someone was approaching him on foot. He obviously couldn't make out much due to the darkness, but even more so because the figure was moving along the side of the road, as if at the edge of the tree line. It seemed this person was trying to stay away from the main road, aiming to remain unseen. His first thought was that it might be someone from the other cars he had passed. But as the figure drew closer, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He got back in his car and started calling for a tow service. About a minute later, the man was approaching, almost passing by, before he left the tree line and started making his way through the grass to the road. He came right up to the car. He watched him as he approached the window. The man said nothing, but was noticeably nervous and, how should he put it, unstable, perhaps. It was very difficult to understand him or what he was doing. However, after a few seconds, their eyes met. His gaze was incredibly disturbing and instantly made him want to get out of there. He put the car in gear and drove away. He knew he was risking further damage to the wheel, but his gut feeling told him that something was very wrong with this guy. He had only driven for 20 seconds down the road before he passed another car. This one, however, was different. Its door was slightly ajar, and the interior light was on. It seemed this guy had come from there. He continued driving. In the nearest town, he stopped and got his car fixed. He honestly thought it was just a very strange experience, and he would never truly know what that guy wanted or what had even happened. After everything was fixed, he mostly forgot about it. That was until 4 days later when he heard a disturbing story about two people who had gone missing along the road he frequently took to and from work. He immediately thought of the two abandoned cars he had seen that night and quickly looked into the matter. His body went numb when he saw that it had happened on the very same night, and those two cars belonged to the two missing people. Both cars had tire damage from hitting something on the road, likely placed there by someone to specifically strand them. He called the police to report the information, but as of today, neither of the missing people has been found. As far as he knew, there hadn't even been a single lead or trace of who was behind it or what they had done to them. The thought of how close he came to being the third missing person still haunts him. And yes, that night, even more toys flew over the fence, with greater force than before. One struck their sliding glass door with a resounding crash. In response, he and Laura installed additional lights in the backyard and ensured all gates were securely locked. He traveled extensively for work as a sales representative for a tech company, which meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. She began double-checking the locks before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in July, hot and humid. He was at a conference in Austin, about 2 hours away, staying in a hotel. Laura texted him goodnight around 11, mentioning she was watching Netflix and would soon go to sleep. He drifted off early. His phone rang at 2:17 a.m. It was Laura hissing hysterically. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." His heart seized. He sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the app. Time twos. Lock yourself in the bedroom and call 911 if it gets worse. Through the app, he saw Mike on their porch, illuminated by the motion sensor. He was pounding on the door with his fist so loudly that the echo resonated through the neighborhood. "Open up!" Mike yelled. "I know you're in there. Give me my kids' toys." Laura was terrified. She said he sounded drunk or enraged. Then he started kicking the door. The door frame visibly shook on the camera feed. "He's trying to break in," she whispered. He called the police from his hotel room, giving them their address and describing what he was witnessing live. "My wife is alone and the neighbors are attacking the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher confirmed that patrols were already en route. He muttered something to himself and left. That same night, as if foreshadowing future upheaval, children's toys once again flew over the fence, this time with unprecedented force and frequency. One of them crashed with a deafening crack into the sliding glass door leading to the patio. In response, the narrator and Laura immediately installed additional lighting in the backyard and thoroughly checked the security of all gates, aiming to bolster their safety measures. Due to his profession, the narrator traveled extensively as a sales representative for a large tech company. This meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. During these times, Laura became particularly meticulous about checking all locks and bolts before going to bed. She didn't hide her apprehension, saying, "I really don't like that man. He gives me a very bad feeling." Then came the night that became a turning point, forever altering the usual course of events. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, with the air thick, hot, and humid, foreshadowing a storm. The narrator was at a hotel in Austin at the time, attending a work conference, about a 2-hour drive from home. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Laura sent him a good-night message mentioning she was watching Netflix and planning to go to bed soon. The narrator, tired from his work, fell asleep quite early. At 2:17 a.m., the narrator's phone rang piercingly. Laura's number flashed on the screen, and she hysterically whispered into the receiver, "Someone is at the door. They're pounding very hard." The narrator's heart tightened with alarm. He instantly sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the security system app. He quickly gave instructions. "Lock yourself in the bedroom immediately and call 911 if the situation worsens." Through the mobile application connected to their home surveillance system, the narrator clearly saw Mike standing on their porch. The neighbor's figure was brightly illuminated by the activated motion sensor. Mike furiously pounded on the front door with his fist, creating such loud thuds that their echo reverberated throughout the neighborhood. His voice, full of rage, pierced the night's silence. "Open up! I know you're in there! Give me my kids' toys!" Laura, inside, was gripped by genuine terror. She conveyed that Mike's voice sounded either drunk or filled with furious malice. Soon, Mike escalated from punching to furious kicks, shaking the door. The camera recording clearly showed the doorframe trembling from the impacts. Laura, full of panic, whispered, "He's trying to break in." The narrator immediately called the police from his hotel room, providing his exact home address and detailing the unfolding events he was watching live. "My wife is home alone, and the neighbor is attacking the door. Please hurry," he pleaded. The dispatcher assured him that patrol units were already en route to the location. As the narrator refocused on his conversation with Laura, his ears were assaulted by the deafening crash of breaking glass. "Oh my God, the kitchen window!" Laura shrieked in terror. Mike had managed to smash it. The narrator clearly saw this moment on Hamaninoenau, the backyard camera recording. Sharp shards of glass showered inwards, and through the created opening, Mike stretched out his hand. desperately trying to reach the latch and unlock it. Laura cried out in fear and rushed upstairs, where she hastily barricaded the bedroom door with a chair, creating at least some obstruction. At this critical moment, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard on the camera's audio feed. Mike froze in place, then hastily retreated from the porch, but his actions had already gone too far, and there was no turning back. Soon, 2 police cars pulled up to the house, their flashing lights cutting through the night's darkness. Officers swiftly exited their patrol vehicles, pistols drawn, ready for any contingency. Clear commands rang out. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike complied, raising his hands, but immediately began to protest, shouting, "They stole from my children!" He was promptly handcuffed right in the middle of the front lawn. Laura, still holding the phone to her ear and continuing her conversation with the narrator, cautiously peered out the window. One of the officers entered the house to check on her safety, and Laura showed him the shattered kitchen window. Bloodstains were visible on the glass shards, indicating that Mike had cut his hand when breaking through the barrier. As Mike was being led to the patrol car, he sharply turned and through the open front door fixed his gaze directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured this moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'll kill you someday, bitch." Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calmness, as if making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed this also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately started his journey back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, hugged him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail, while the victims, in the meantime, obtained a court-issued restraining order intended to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came over, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work stress. The neighbor's children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family began to keep to themselves, avoiding contact. However, the deeply rooted fear in the hearts of the victims did not disappear. They repaired the broken window, installing reinforced glass instead of regular, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura flinches at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence. Her nerves remain on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that ominous recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice again and again, uttering, "I'll kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? They are seriously considering moving, but the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all doors and sincerely hope that this nightmare has finally ended. However, in rare moments of quiet and solitude, the narrator invariably asks himself the unsettling question, will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights? The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as it was one of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't subside. Even after the sun dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress, office weekdays downtown, an endless stream of emails. Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. That particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to find herself completely alone. The pool was almost empty, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were leisurely gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant that no staff remained after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp scent of chlorine hung in the atmosphere. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her familiar routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and stretching long shadows across the wet pool deck. The chain-link fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid it no mind. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. Enos. As Mike was led to the patrol car, he abruptly turned and fixed his gaze through the open front door directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured the moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'm going to kill you someday, you bitch!" Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calm, as though making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed it also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately turned back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, she embraced him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted breaking and entering, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail while the victims obtained a restraining order to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work-related stress. The neighbors' children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family became reclusive, avoiding contact. However, the deep-seated fear in the victims' hearts never disappeared. They repaired the broken window, replacing it with reinforced glass, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura startles at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence, her nerves remaining on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that sinister recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice repeat, "I'm going to kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? they seriously consider moving. But the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all the doors and sincerely hope this nightmare has finally ended. Yet in rare, moments of silence and solitude, the narrator invariably asks a disturbing question. Will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights? The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as they were some of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't relent even after the sun had dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress, office days downtown, an endless stream of emails. Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. On that particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to be completely alone there. The pool was almost deserted, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were slowly gathering their towels, and a child splashed in the shallow end under the watchful eye of his mother. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up after you're done, guys," he shouted as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant no staff stayed after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp smell of chlorine hung in the air. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and casting long shadows across the wet pool deck. The mesh fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid no attention. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. It was his time. After about 10 laps, the swimmer stopped at the edge to catch his breath. The other patrons had already left the pool, leaving him alone, with only the quiet splashing of water disturbing the peace. He wiped the water from his eyes and looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed deserted. His beaten-up Honda was the only car left. Good, he thought. Quiet. But then he felt it. A slight prickling on the back of his neck, as if someone was watching intently. It was that vague premonition, familiar to many. He scanned the tree line beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but the shadows of mighty oak trees, probably just paranoia brought on by too many late-night podcasts. He dismissed the thought and slipped back into the cool water. A few more laps, and he stopped again. This time a sound reached his ears, a faint creak, as if a gate had opened. He turned, treading water. The gate was ajar, but no one was visible. Perhaps it was just a gust of wind. He called out, "Hello!" His voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding surprisingly quiet and unsure. There was no reply. The cicadas continued their monotonous hum, emphasizing the silence. He swam towards the shallow end, keeping his eyes on the deck. That's when he noticed him. A dark silhouette emerging from behind the changing rooms. A tall man with broad shoulders, wearing a hooded jacket, despite the 90-degree heat outside. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. He didn't move like a regular at this place. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, staring directly at the swimmer. The swimmer's stomach tightened with alarm. Who wears a jacket in this heat? He thought. Maybe a runner, but no, his posture was strange. Too still, too focused. The swimmer swam back a little, pretending to adjust his stroke, but his heart pounded. "The pool is closing," he said, trying to make his voice sound casual. The stranger didn't move, didn't say a word. Then he started walking, slowly along the edge of the pool toward the deep end. There was a distinct thud of boots on the concrete. These weren't sneakers, but heavy boots, and something in his hand, a flashlight. It swung loosely, as if its owner was ready to use it for something other than just illumination. The swimmer kicked harder, heading for the ladder. The water now felt thicker, as if pulling him. Why wasn't he leaving? Thoughts raced through his mind. He remembered news stories of similar incidents. Strange people in public places after closing. Austin is mostly safe, but parks at night. Not always. He reached the ladder and pulled himself out of the water. Water dripped everywhere. His feet were cold on the deck. He quickly grabbed his towel, wrapped it around himself, and headed for the gate. A brisk walk, not a run. Don't show fear. The stranger matched his pace, walking parallel on the other side of the pool. The flashlight clicked on, and a bright beam of light hit him directly in the eyes. The swimmer flinched, blinded for a second. "What the hell?" he muttered to himself. The light went out, and the stranger was closer now, crouched at the edge, as if measuring the distance for a jump. Panic washed over the swimmer. He bolted for the gate, his bare feet slapping on the wet concrete behind him. The stranger's steps quickened, and then a sound that froze him from the inside. A low chuckle, raspy, as if he had been waiting for this. The swimmer yanked open the gate, the metal clanged loudly and ran to his car. Keys, where were his keys? In his bag by the lounge chair. No, he'd left them in the car, unlocked. Stupid habit. He dove inside, locked the doors, the engine roared, tires squealed as he sped away. In the rear-view mirror, the stranger stood by the gate, just standing there, the flashlight dangling. He wasn't chasing, but watching. The swimmer drove straight home, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. He called the police from his apartment, but what could he say? Some guy scared him at the pool. They took a report, said they'd check it out. He never heard anything more. That was over 2 years ago. He stopped swimming there. N.U.S. Mark Allison, a landowner with 700 acres of fertile land south of Grinnell, near a busy highway, was completely absorbed in the harvest. Time was of the essence, and he needed to gather the crop before the rains that the weather forecasters had predicted. Warnings from the local agricultural cooperative added to the pressure, forcing the farmer to work to his limits. That evening, he decided to stay late to finish harvesting the western section of the cornfield, which stretched out in a flat, seemingly endless expanse. Driving the combine, which cut through the field in 12 rows, felt like moving through a long, monotonous corridor. Bright moonlight flooded the surroundings, clearly outlining the boundaries of the property. The air felt autumnal, fresh and dry. Mark sat in the cab of his reliable John Deere, with its 12-row header, the auger neatly folded away, and the hopper half full. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and comfortable, with the machine emitting a steady, soothing hum. Hot coffee sloshed in the thermos, and local AM radio played softly from the speakers. Suddenly, the usual course of things was disrupted by a strange sound. At first, Mark thought it was interference on the radio. However, a faint, ghostly voice pleading for help cut through the engine noise. "Help me!" He immediately turned off the radio and strained his ears. Silence. Only the crunching of corn stalks being ground up by the machine and the whistling of the fan, blowing away the chaff. The farmer guessed that the sound might have come from coyotes, howling from the tree line along the southern edge of the field. Sometimes the mooing of neighboring calves carried for great distances. Reassured by this rational explanation, he continued working. But after a few more passes, the same eerie sound pierced the night silence again. The same words, sounding as if they were coming from deep within the field, rather than from the road. Mark slowed the combine, stopped at the end of the row, and turned off the header. In the ensuing silence, the night seemed boundless. He opened the cab door and climbed down the steps. A light breeze rustled the corn leaves like a soft, dry rain. The moonlight bathed the field in a pale, mystical glow. "Help! Help!" The words sounded sharp and disjointed, as if someone were speaking through thick fabric. Announcements about a missing girl, posted at Casey's in Grinnell, flashed through his mind. Abby Cole, 14 years old, had disappeared back in September. She lived near Rock Creek State Park, about 1.5 miles east of Mark's farm, on a gravel road near the old grain dryer. In the photograph, she had brown hair and wore a gray hooded sweatshirt. Mark had often seen her when he was filling up with diesel fuel or buying coffee. Deciding to investigate the source of the strange sound, the farmer grabbed a flashlight from the cab and, for good measure, tucked a wrench behind his belt and his jacket. He left the combine's flashing lights on to keep his bearings, after sending his wife a short message. "Hearing noise in Westfield. Checking it out. Phone dying." Mark stepped into the corn rows. The dry leaves rustled under his feet. The ground was hard on top but soft and yielding underneath. His boots crunched softly. After just 20 yards, the combine's lights had faded to a dim glow. A feeling of unease grew, and Mark, acting on instinct, moved in the direction from which the voice was coming, trying to move cautiously. "Help, please!" The sound was very close, almost from under the ground. He stopped and pointed the flashlight beam down. In the light, a flat gray patch appeared on the ground, like a rectangle pressed into the soil. A small PVC pipe stuck out at an angle, its end neatly cut. A piece of duct tape was tangled in a corn root nearby. Mark knelt down, his heart pounding in his chest. He began to dig away the dirt with his gloved hand until he felt something hard. The soil crumbled easily, like dry crust. Under the layer of dirt, he found a sheet of plywood. A faint breath came from the pipe, followed by a sound that he couldn't make out. Grabbing the wrench, Mark pried up the edge of the plywood. One corner lifted. A warm, musty air hit his face. "Hold on," Mark said, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the night silence. The pipe rattled against the wood as he lifted the plywood higher. Sliding his fingers under the sheet, he raised it a few more inches. The flashlight beam illuminated a small space below, no bigger than a dog crate. He saw reflecting eyes, a small mouth trying to say something, a gray, hooded sweatshirt, and brown hair matted to a forehead. It was her. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind him. Mark froze, holding the plywood. The flashlight beam trembled, catching cornstalks bending unnaturally in the darkness. Another sound, not the wind. Someone was nearby, their breathing louder than Mark's. A man appeared 4 rows away, tall, broad-shouldered, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. In his hand, he held a curved blade, perhaps a scythe, glinting in the moonlight. He was silent. Mark dropped the plywood. It fell back with a soft thud. The pipe clanked, and a faint sound came from below, perhaps a word. Mark took off running, choosing a road different from the one he had come through. A cornstalk snagged his jacket. Leaves whipped his face. He ran toward the flashing lights of the combine, hoping he wasn't lost. Behind him, the corn rustled with incredible speed. His pursuer was gaining on him. Mark zigzagged through the tracks of an irrigation rig, trying to break free. The flashlight beam swung wildly, offering little help. The combine lights pulsed ahead, seeming impossibly far away. His foot sank into a soft spot, and Mark was mired to his ankle. Pulling his foot free, he kept running. He heard the whistle of a blade cutting through a stalk with a sharp crack. His pursuer was close enough that Mark could smell sweat and something sour. Reaching the combine, he began to climb the ladder. It seemed endless, like in a dream when you can't move fast. Mark slipped, banged his shin, and grabbed the railing. His jacket sleeve tore as he hauled himself into the cab. The door wasn't fully closed when the blade plunged into it. Metal rang, and the scythe scratched the glass, leaving a white mark. Mark slammed the latch. For a moment, he saw the pursuer's eyes through the window, empty and lifeless, as if he were simply doing a job. Starting the combine, Mark lowered the header and moved forward. He didn't want to run over his pursuer, just get away. The man stepped back and disappeared into the corn, then reappeared, trying to climb the ladder. He swung the scythe again, hitting the side mirror and knocking it off. Mark hit the gas, and the combine lurched forward. Corn poured into the header. The pursuer fell. Mark swerved to the edge of the field, the lights illuminating the gravel road. The auger hit a branch and rattled. He drove the combine onto County Road F27, bouncing violently as if he were late for something important. The night was unsettling. Something was not right. After locking the doors of my house, I dialed the number for the Poweshiek County Sheriff, reported the exact coordinates, and described in detail what I had seen: the strange voice, the pipe, the silhouette of the girl. Around 2:07 a.m., I was joined by 2 sheriff's deputies and a patrolman, and we set out for the field. The journey was difficult. Cornfields have a way of confusing you. Reaching the spot, we found only a rectangle of trampled earth with no sign of plywood or pipe. The soil seemed disturbed, as if someone had been digging diligently. The deputies spread out, and the police dog, whining, pulled toward the eastern fence. Following it along a path, we came to a drainage ditch, and then to the neighboring trees. The tracks in the gravel looked blurred, as if they had been deliberately erased. A thorough search of the pit yielded no results. No box, just loose soil and a piece of gray fabric snagged on the roots. At 3:40 a.m., the deputy suggested giving a statement at the station. I agreed, gave a detailed account of everything that happened, and handed them my torn jacket. I got home at dawn. The neighbors' grain elevators were buzzing, like every morning during the harvest. By noon, the whole town was buzzing. Whispers went around that Abby's father had already been questioned, and his volatile temper was mentioned. Abby's whereabouts remained unknown. Despite what I had experienced, work awaited. Corn waits for no one. I climbed back into the combine, the scratch on the glass, and the missing mirror a reminder of the night's events. Finishing the harvest of the western part of the field, I noticed that the GPS showed my path from the night before. A gray line crossed the spot where the rectangle had been. That's where I first heard her voice. The sheriff's dog continued to bark toward the eastern fence all week. After a heavy rain, I found a piece of PVC pipe in the ditch near my mailbox. The pipe was clean, with a fresh cut. Neither the plywood nor Abby was ever found. The deputies asked me to report anything suspicious. I grew up in a quiet town where something out of the ordinary rarely happened. My family's house stood on the edge of endless agricultural land. Beyond it stretched a dirt road, winding between tall cornfields. This road was my personal playground. More than anything, I loved riding my bike as a child, feeling a sense of freedom. I would pedal for hours after school, imagining myself as a participant in prestigious races. My parents didn't worry too much, because the area was considered safe, and you could travel for miles without meeting a soul, except for the occasional farmer in a truck. The cornfields were both alluring and frightening to me. During the day, their stalks swayed and shimmered gold in the sunlight, and at night, they turned into black walls, whispering in the wind. Nevertheless, I rode those roads almost every day, feeling like their rightful owner. One summer evening, when I was about 12 years old, I went for another bike ride. The setting sun painted the sky in orange hues, enveloping everything in a warm light. I remember the smell of dust and corn, the buzzing of insects. Standing on the pedals, I raced forward, imagining an invisible pursuer chasing me. Suddenly, on a turn, my front wheel hit some loose gravel. The bike slipped out from under me, and I crashed to the ground with a thud. My scraped knees immediately throbbed, and my palms burned from the impact. For a few seconds, I lay there, more annoyed than hurt. I hated falling off my bike, but since it happened fairly often, I just got up, brushed off the dirt, and checked the chain. It was at that moment that I felt something change around me, as if the air had become different. At first, it seemed like I heard the rustling of corn stalks, but not from the wind, as if someone was walking inside the field. Freezing in place, I stared at the edge of the field. The corn was taller than me, taller than most adults, and it was impossible to see anything further than a foot through it. I listened intently, my scraped knee throbbing, my hands shaking slightly, and then I saw him. About 30 feet away, a man emerged from the corn. I don't know how long he had been standing there or whether he had been watching me, but in the moment our eyes met, I knew something was wrong. He wasn't dressed like a farmer. His clothes were dirty, dark pants, a faded shirt. He looked ragged. His face was pale, almost gray in the fading light, and his eyes seemed unnaturally wide open, as if he hadn't slept in days. For a moment, I froze, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe it was just a passerby who lived nearby. But then he started to move, not walk, but run. He took off and ran straight at me, moving with a heavy, stumbling gait, more like an animal than a human. His arms flailed chaotically, and his expression remained unchanged. His gaze was fixed on me, as if I were prey. Panic gripped me. Lifting my bike, I didn't notice the chain had slipped off. Pain shot through my knees as I tried to pedal, but the wheel didn't catch right away. I could hear his footsteps, getting closer behind me. Miraculously, I managed to get the chain back on. I kicked, and the bike lurched forward. Not daring to look back, I could feel him gaining on me. The dirt road seemed endless. The sound of his running was forever etched in my memory, heavy, uneven, desperate. I pedaled as hard as I could. Tears welled up in my eyes, my chest burned from panting. When I finally looked back, he was still there, still chasing me, maybe only 20 feet away. His face was distorted, his mouth slightly open, and his eyes wide in the last rays of the sun. Under the rays of the setting sun, the road twisted treacherously, and a careless maneuver almost led to a fall. But then, in the distance, like a beacon of hope, my home appeared, and the light on the porch was already burning brightly. Unable to contain his excitement, the traveler shouted, calling for his mother, and this sound seemed to give him new strength. With an incredible effort of will, he reached the driveway, dropped his bike, and beside himself ran toward the porch, continuing to call for help. His father came out of the house, puzzled and alarmed. Breathlessly, the traveler pointed toward the road, expecting to see the pursuer, but there was no one there. The road was empty, and the cornfield stood in silence, leaving no traces. The father, armed with a flashlight, searched the area, but to no avail. The mother, meanwhile, was administering first aid, washing the scrape on his knee, while the traveler, gasping, tried to explain what had happened. The parents, however, were skeptical of the story, suggesting that it might have been a figment of his imagination, a random passerby, or a neighbor. But the traveler was sure of what he had seen. After that incident, he avoided riding his bike near the fields for a long time, and at night, looking out the window, he thought he saw an ominous figure lurking at the edge of the corn. The parents eventually decided to share the story with the neighbors, but none of them had seen anything suspicious. One old farmer even joked, saying that this road likes to play tricks on children. The shadows move very strangely here. But the traveler knew that it wasn't a trick of the imagination. He still remembers how the pursuer's feet sounded, how he never took his eyes off him, whoever it was, and whatever he wanted, the traveler was. Lucky that his bike hadn't failed him at the most critical moment. The strangest thing was that the father, returning from the road, found tracks in the dust, starting at the edge of the cornfield and ending a few dozen feet away, as if the man had vanished into thin air. Many years have passed since then, but whenever he passes a cornfield, the traveler feels the same fear, the feeling that he is being watched, that something ominous is waiting for him beyond the realm of visibility. He never found out who the man was and what made him run out of the cornfield. And perhaps it's for the best, because the scariest thing about memories is not knowing what happened, but the realization that it could happen again. His name is John Harland. He is 68 years old, and he lives on a 200-acre farm near Mitchell, South Dakota. Mostly corn is grown here, stretching flat and endless under the wide sky. His wife, Mary, died in April 2019 of heart failure. She was 62 years old. Since then, he has been alone with the land. The days blend into a monotonous series of caring for the crops, repairing equipment, and watching the sun sink below the horizon. He is comfortable with the silence, or at least he used to be. The farm was their life. Mary loved this place, the way the wind played with the fields, as if with a living creature. After his wife's death, John often sat on the porch with a cup of coffee, looking at the corn rows, trying to feel her presence. Their son, David, 35, lives in Sioux Falls and calls every week, mostly for money. He has had financial difficulties, bad investments, and creditors. John has helped him as much as he could, but the farm no longer brings in the same income. It all started in August 2019, in the middle of the summer heat. The evening twilight was a time for walking along the edge of the field, checking the irrigation lines, and identifying pests. At this time of day, the world was transformed into golden shoes. One evening, when the sun had almost disappeared below the horizon, John noticed something unusual. A figure about 50 yards into the cornfield, slowly moving between the rows. Tall, slender, dressed in a light-colored dress. The way it fluttered in the wind reminded him of Mary, of how she loved to wander through the garden, lost in thought. John froze, squinting. His eyesight was no longer as sharp as it used to be. It could be a trick of the light, a play of shadows. He shouted, "Is anyone there?" But the wind carried his voice away. He stepped into the field, his boots sinking into the soft soil, and the corn leaves brushed against his arms. But when he got to the spot, the figure had disappeared, leaving only bent stalks, perhaps from the wind or wild animals. John dismissed the thought, deciding that old people are prone to seeing things that aren't there. But the next night, it happened again. At the same time, but closer to the house, the figure was moving purposefully, making its way through the corn. John managed to make out its outlines, long hair and a familiar gait. His heart clenched with pain. Mary, it can't be, he thought. He pushed his way through the rows, the corn stalks crackling under his jacket. "Mary!" he shouted louder than he intended. But in response, only silence, dirt, and a faint track, as if someone had passed through here. John stood there, breathing heavily, the field silent, broken only by the rustling of leaves. He didn't tell David about it when he came for the weekend. His son brought groceries, sat on the porch, and talked about his work. But his gaze kept wandering over the fields as if he was looking for something. "Are you okay, Dad? Aren't you bored here alone?" he asked. John nodded, saying that everything was fine. David left on Sunday morning. That same night, the figure appeared again, now more distinct, its outlines, its hair catching the fading light. John grabbed a flashlight and took off in pursuit, going deeper into the field than ever before. The corn closed in around him, creating the feeling of a maze with no exit. He found nothing but a scarf, Mary's blue scarf with tiny flowers, snagged on a corn stalk. He gripped the corn stalk tightly, as if seeking support in a raging sea of grief. The days turned into a monotonous sequence, losing their individual characteristics. The ominous visions became obsessive, invariably arising in the twilight. He found things that belonged to her, an old gardening glove, half buried in the ground, a hair clip, shimmering in the dirty soil. Each find was perceived as a mysterious message, but from whom? Grief flashed through his mind. My mind is losing touch with reality. After dark, he stopped going out into the fields, preferring to stay in the house, locking all the doors. However, an irresistible attraction to the cornfield did not leave him, as if the earth itself was calling him. One day, consumed by a thirst for answers, he thoroughly searched the house. In Mary's dresser, he found her diary. The last entries showed her deteriorating health, complaints of abdominal pain and dizziness, which she had never mentioned to him. "David brought tea today, so thoughtful," she wrote. Tea, he always offered her tea when he came to visit. Some kind of herbal blend whose beneficial properties he was absolutely certain of. His stomach clenched painfully at the thought. A picture of the autopsy flashed through his mind, traces of some strange substance in her body which were deemed insignificant. Heart failure, the doctors concluded, natural causes. And us. He continued his search, unwilling to accept such an explanation. In the attic, among dusty boxes, he discovered bank statements showing large withdrawals he hadn't authorized. Thousands of dollars had been transferred to David's account. Then he stumbled upon Mary's life insurance policy, which named David as the beneficiary in 2022. His hands trembled as the terrible truth dawned on him. Debt collectors had been hounding him for months. Was he so desperate as to commit such an act? He couldn't fully grasp the monstrous thought. Steeling himself, he dialed David's number. His voice was even, but there was an icy coldness in it. "What did you do to your mother?" he asked. A heavy silence followed, broken only by a strained laugh. "Dad, you're scaring me." "You need to rest," David said, a strange tremor in his voice. With that, he hung up. That night, the ominous figure appeared earlier than usual, beckoning him toward the cornfield. Grabbing a flashlight, he followed. The corn parted before him like a curtain, revealing a small clearing. Someone had cut the corn stalks, doing so unnaturally and with a specific purpose. In the center of the clearing, he saw a half-empty bottle with the label torn off. He slipped it into his pocket. His heart pounded in his chest. Rat poison, he thought, slow, insidious, mimicking the symptoms of organ failure. In the distance, thunder rumbled, foreshadowing an approaching storm, typical of South Dakota in late summer. A strong wind picked up, bending the corn stalks. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, heavy and deliberate. He turned to see David standing at the edge of the clearing. Rain began to fall, and his face looked pale in the flashlight's beam. "Dad," he said in a low voice, "you're here again." He approached, rain streaming down his jacket. In his hand, he tightly gripped a coiled rope. "People will understand," he said. "You've been seeing things, talking about Mom. They'll chalk it up to grief." His eyes were empty and cold, betraying a chilling calculation. Suicide staged in a cornfield. The perfect story. A deafening crack of lightning split the sky, and the storm unleashed its full fury. Rain stung his face as David lunged at him. He swung the flashlight, hitting him on the wrist. The rope fell from his hand. They began to struggle desperately, slipping in the mud, cornstalks whipping at them like claws. David was stronger than he expected, as if fueled by some dark energy. Perhaps guilt or desperation. "She was going to die anyway," he hissed. "And you're losing your mind. This is mercy." He managed to break free and stumbled into the rows of corn. The field had become a labyrinth. The rain and thunder drowned out all sounds. He hid, crouching as low as possible, and watched as David stalked between the stalks, calling out his name. Time seemed to stand still, minutes or hours, he couldn't tell. Suddenly he heard the faint sounds of sirens. That morning, he'd called the sheriff, leaving a vague message about his suspicions, the bottle, the money. They were probably coming to check on him. David disappeared into the raging storm. The police found the bottle, the bank statements, and the insurance policies. Days later, David was arrested in Sioux Falls, charged with murder and attempted murder. The poison found in the bottle matched traces found during Mary's autopsy. The case was closed, but he knew it wasn't over. He still saw her in the twilight, wandering through the cornfield. It wasn't grief or madness, but something else. Last week, her scarf reappeared on the porch, neatly folded. He burned it, but the field still seemed alive, as if watching him. Was it all David's doing, or did he have an accomplice? The corn sways in the wind, whispering secrets it won't share. At night, he hears footsteps outside, but no one is there. Or perhaps they are simply waiting for the right moment.
On a cold February evening in 2008, a young real estate agent from Richmond, Virginia, held her breath. The deal ahead promised to be the biggest of her life. Her clients, wealthy newcomers to the city shrouded in mystery, were eager to buy $1 million home. They had found her through a referral whose source remained unknown, spoke with an accent whose authenticity felt questionable, and insisted on an immediate meeting. By the next day, Olivia Mason would be dead. 17 years later, their faces remain unknown. What happened in that house wasn't just a murder, it was an execution, and someone had planned it to perfection. This is Olivia Mason's story. Crimes, conspiracies, cults, serial killers, and homicides, I adore them all, and I know you do too. You, my twisted, brilliant, beautifully intelligent oddballs. Today, we are diving into a case that holds special meaning for me. Honestly, I was alive and aware of it when it happened. It was so close to my own home, and its unsolved nature still haunts me. So, without further ado, let's buckle up, blast down the highway at Mach 5, slam on the brakes, and crash straight through the windshield into this cold case. Olivia Mason was born on November 2nd, 1983 in Richmond, Virginia. She was the first daughter of David Mason, a local real estate agent, and Catherine Wright, a homemaker. In 1986, Olivia became an older sister when her younger sibling Hannah was born. Though her parents divorced in the mid-1990s, the separation didn't fracture Olivia's family bonds. She remained close to both her mother and father throughout her life. As a child, Olivia split her time between Richmond and peaceful summer months at Lake Anna, where the family owned a trailer in an RV park. Those summers overflowed with laughter and play. Her younger sister, Hannah, fondly recalls learning to swim just to keep up with her energetic big sister. From the very beginning, Olivia's personality radiated joy. She was often described as a happy, sociable little girl, full of joy, as her mother remembers. And even as a child, she had a flair for style. One story tells of how little Olivia once begged for grape-flavored gum simply because it matched her purple outfit. Utterly charming. Her mother gently refused, saying I'd buy what Olivia needed, not just what she wanted. But resourceful Olivia took this as motivation. By her early teens, she landed her first job at Sirens, a trendy clothing store in a Richmond mall. Olivia was determined to earn what she desired. This was just a hint of the ambition that would later define her. Olivia grew up in the greater Richmond area and attended local schools, including Richmond Heights Middle School and later Claiborne Middle School. In school, she became known for her infectious smile and warmth that drew others in. She was simply extraordinary. Both friends and teachers remember her genuine ability to make people feel valued. She could be friends with anyone, her father David later said. Yet, Olivia wasn't just friendly, she had a compassionate streak and a strong moral compass. Her mother recalls an incident when Olivia witnessed a boy being bullied at school. Olivia immediately stepped in to defend him, halting the taunts. "I was so proud, because that's exactly how it should be," Catherine said of her daughter's bravery. Olivia's caring, people-oriented nature had a protective edge, and she held firm anti-drug values, carefully choosing her social circle. In fact, in one of her later relationships, a key point she proudly shared with her family was that her partner didn't use drugs. This mattered deeply to Olivia, who avoided substance use herself and generally disapproved of that lifestyle. She was an exceptionally mature young woman, ambitious and compassionate, with big dreams for her future, yet never losing sight of kindness along the way. and she wasn't afraid of hard work. Having started working so young, Olivia developed a strong work ethic early on. She balanced school and jobs with remarkable determination. This trait would later serve her well when she decided to follow in her father's footsteps into real estate. By her early 20s, Olivia's ambitions crystallized into a clear career goal. She wanted to become a successful real estate agent in Richmond. She enrolled in the real estate program at the Robertson School of Business at Virginia Commonwealth University and studied diligently to pass her licensing exam. In June 2006, at just 22 years old, Olivia achieved that goal. At the time, she was one of only about 20 real estate agents in the entire greater Richmond area under the age of 25. Olivia's career skyrocketed, an impressive feat for someone not yet 25 in an industry typically dominated by seasoned professionals. She didn't waste a moment. Her first role was at a modest agency called Vanguard, where she successfully marketed new townhomes in Richmond as West End for a year and a half. But Olivia craved more, and soon a brilliant opportunity arose at Premier Realty Group, one of Richmond's top agencies. Remarkably, this was the same office where Mark Anderson's family worked. We'll discuss Mark's significance to this story shortly. When Olivia joined Premier Realty Group, she came under the wing of a powerful real estate dynasty, and she seized every chance. Within a year, she closed 8 real estate deals totaling approximately $3.2 million, an incredible start for a 24-year-old newcomer. Colleagues unanimously agreed Olivia was born for success in real estate, intelligent, driven, and incredibly personable, qualities essential for any top agent. My father is a realtor, so I know what I am talking about. Olivia absolutely thrived in this field. Clients trusted her, and that's priceless. A former colleague later recalled that Olivia was fiercely determined to build a successful career as a licensed agent and worked tirelessly toward that goal. In such a short time, she had already built a highly promising reputation in Richmond's real estate market. Around the time her career was accelerating, Olivia's personal life took a sharp turn. In late 2005, at a real estate networking event and training seminar, 22-year-old Olivia met 25-year-old Mark Anderson. She already knew of Mark. He came from a prominent, affluent local family, deeply rooted in real estate. Mark's mother, Patricia Anderson, was also a successful realtor. The family owned investment properties, making them something of local royalty in the industry. Mark himself had been a talented hockey player in his youth and now worked as both a mortgage broker and realtor. To Olivia, the Andersons were Richmond's real estate royalty, and she was impressed. She really admired that Mark was in real estate, and his mom was too, shared Olivia's friend Vicky, adding that Olivia seemed thrilled to be welcomed into the Andersons' world. By mid-2006, Olivia and Mark were seriously dating. Their relationship moved quickly, and soon they moved in together. The Andersons provided the couple with a one-bedroom apartment in Richmond's Inner Harbor District, which the family owned. I've been there many times. It is absolutely gorgeous, stunning, and quite upscale. They also spent summers at a luxurious lakeside home on Lake Shenandoah that Patricia Anderson had purchased. There, Olivia and Mark enjoyed all the amenities, even having their own basement suite. From the outside, it seemed Olivia had it all: a loving boyfriend from a wealthy family and a promising career. Now, I know we all love diving into true crime stories. But what I love even more, and I am sure you do too, especially if you have furry companions, is my dogs. I adore my 5, Kevin, Debbie, Pitty, Frankie, and Rupert, and I want them with me as long as possible. So their health is my top priority. I needed to know they are not eating processed food. And that's where Ollie changed everything for me, because if your dog could talk, they'd beg for Ollie. Trust me, you'll get full tail wags, happy jumps, and wide, goofy smiles. That's the Ollie effect, you see? Ollie offers clean, fresh dog food in 5 delicious flavors. Honestly, I've debated whether to try it myself, but even for the pickiest eaters, and I have a few in my little canine kingdom, it's perfect. Plus, the food is made in U.S. kitchens using human-grade, high-quality ingredients. Ollie contains no fillers or preservatives, just real food, which is incredibly important to me. I'd feed my dogs anything I wouldn't, and I eat myself. That is my rule. And here is the thing. Healthy food means a happy dog. More energy, shinier coat, better poops. Who doesn't want better poops, right? And more mealtime joy. With 5 protein-rich recipes like fresh beef with sweet potatoes or fresh turkey with blueberries, even the fussiest eaters can resist. Getting started is easy. You just take a 30-second quiz about your dog and they'll create a personalized meal plan, so you don't even have to think about it. Your welcome kit includes 2 weeks of food, a free storage container, and a guide to transitioning your dog to the new diet, which is also extremely important. What really sets Ollie apart is that it's the only fresh dog food that comes with unlimited ongoing health check-ins. From diet and digestion to dental health, you get direct access to experts to keep your dog in top shape, which, again, matters deeply to me. I care profoundly about my dogs and want them as healthy as possible. It's like having a personal dog health detective, and 90% of pet owners report significant improvements in just 30 days. Our four-legged friends deserve the best, and that means fresh, truly healthy food. By late 2007, Olivia began confiding in loved ones that her relationship with Mark wasn't as perfect as it appeared. During a trip to visit her father in Charlotte on December 5th, 2007, she admitted she was unhappy. Olivia said Mark didn't share her ambitions and drive, creating tension between them. She even hinted at a possible breakup for the first time. She shared similar thoughts with friends, saying Mark wasn't fulfilling her needs and she was seriously considering ending things. She just said, "Dad, I made a mistake. I feel awful about it," but then added, "I can keep doing this," her father recalled. When later questioned, Mark acknowledged relationship issues in late 2007, but insisted a breakup was never discussed and that he believed their bond was strong. Interestingly, not everyone saw these cracks. Olivia, sister Hannah, viewed them as a happy couple and noted that Mark treated her well based on her observations. But treating someone well isn't the same as sharing their dreams or drive. Lack of ambition doesn't. It makes someone a bad person. But when personalities clash, it matters. You can look perfect from the outside and still be deeply mismatched. So I think that is just a strange observation. In early January 2008, Olivia and Mark traveled to Whistler with his family. Olivia hoped the trip would help them reconnect, and it seemed to work. She returned from Whistler full of optimism, convinced they'd overcome their difficulties. "We had such a great time. It was perfect. We just needed more time together," she told her mother, radiating hope for their future. So by February 2008, Olivia was doing everything she could to salvage their relationship. She and Mark were still living together, holding on. But tragically, Olivia never got the chance to decide what she truly wanted, because her life ended in a shocking and brutal way. In late January 2008, Olivia received a call that changed everything. An unfamiliar female voice spoke on her mobile phone with a strong foreign accent Olivia couldn't quite place. Possibly Spanish or Mexican, though she wasn't sure. Something about the accent felt possibly fake. The woman introduced herself, though Olivia did not remember the name, and, notably, didn't write it down, jumping straight to business. She said her husband was being transferred to Richmond for work and they urgently needed to buy a home. Not just any home, but a newly built, move-in-ready $1 million property with a separate maid as suite. The request was extremely specific, impossibly rushed, and deeply strange. The woman insisted they wanted to close within days, an absurd timeline in real estate. My father is a realtor, and he confirms that as madness, even by 2008 standards. This unexpected request both excited and alarmed Olivia. For a relatively new agent without her own 7-figure listings, a potential $1 million deal was a massive opportunity, one that could catapult her career and bring a substantial commission. But something about the call unsettled her. First, the supposed referral made no sense. When Olivia asked how the caller got her personal mobile number, the woman vaguely replied that a friend of her husband had recommended Olivia. After the call, Olivia meticulously checked all her recent clients and contacts, but no one had any idea who this mysterious woman could be. The referral story was a lie, a huge red flag, and there were others. The accent, for one, seemed deliberately disguised. Plus, the unusual urgency and specificity of the request raised alarms. Olivia confided in both her father and boyfriend about the odd call. She told her father she had a bad feeling about these new clients. When discussing the situation with friends, Olivia referred to the unknown couple as Mexicans, referencing the accent. To track the inquiry, Olivia saved the caller's number in her contacts as $1 million, highlighting the client's defining feature, their $1 million budget. But the label also hinted at Olivia's skepticism. This potential deal seemed too good to be true, as she noted to Mark, and her instincts would prove accurate, but she didn't know that yet. She had no idea danger was closing in. The clients impatiently pushed for a meeting and a date was set, Saturday evening, February 2nd, 2008, at 5:30 p.m. for a property viewing. Olivia, torn between anticipation and anxiety, agreed to show them several homes. But deep down, a vague sense of unease lingered, that something wasn't right. Later court documents would confirm her worst fears. The people behind that call had laid a cunning trap. Friday, February sun, the day before the fateful showing. Olivia, full of anticipation, busied herself preparing for the meeting with these important clients. All day, she carefully selected suitable homes in the prestigious Birch Grove neighborhood in Fairfax, matching their strict criteria: new construction, vacant, around $1 million. Among them was a recently built home on a quiet cul-de-sac. One at 1702 Oak Grove Drive was listed for $964,000, brand new and unoccupied, the perfect fit. This house had been built by Joe Dusa, a friend and business partner of none other than Patricia Anderson, Mark's mother. Olivia herself wasn't on listing this property, another agent in her office was. But as a realtor, Olivia had the right to show any MLS listing and earn a commission. The cul-de-sac held only 4 homes, arranged around a short, dead-end street off the main road, creating an extremely private viewing environment, as we'd soon learn, by design. There was little traffic, and 2 of the 4 homes were still under construction, meaning few potential witnesses. That same evening, Patricia Anderson stopped by the apartment where Olivia and Mark lived. Patricia arrived around 7:15 p.m., allegedly for a casual visit to see her son and his girlfriend. Upon entering, she overheard Olivia mid-phone call. The mysterious woman was calling back to finalize plans for the next day. For about 10 minutes, Patricia listened to snippets of Olivia's conversation before Olivia hung up. Olivia then shared the details with Patricia, her words tinged with nervous excitement. The clients had confirmed the 5:30 p.m. Saturday showing at 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Everything was set. Patricia later admitted she immediately felt an inexplicable dread, her heart clenched with a bad omen. Sensing Olivia's unease, Patricia repeatedly offered to attend the showing instead, essentially volunteering to meet the clients herself. It's unclear whether Patricia's concern stemmed from worry for Olivia, safety, or simply a desire to help her make her planned trip to Washington, D.C. for a friend's bachelorette party after the showing. Her friends were expecting her after the showing, yet despite all her misgivings, she tried to help. Patricia offered support, but Olivia, resolute, declined, insisting she could handle it herself. After all, these were her clients, and the commission was hers to earn. However, the fact that Patricia Anderson knew every detail of Olivia's meeting with the mysterious clients, including the content of their phone call, would later become one of many eerie elements in this case. Many would wonder, was it mere coincidence that the chosen viewing house was built by Patricia's acquaintance, or that she happened to be present during the planning? But on February 2008, these connections raised no suspicion. Only in hindsight would everything fall into place. By nightfall, everything was ready. Mark returned home from a hockey game around midnight. He and Olivia discussed her anxiety. Mark, trying to reassure her, repeated his mother's offer. He could attend the meeting instead, or at least accompany her, so she could leave early for her trip. But Olivia brushed it off, her expression a mix of awkwardness and curiosity. Why did this caller choose me? I have so little experience. These thoughts haunted her. It felt strange, wrong. Of course, in hindsight, with all the red flags, it's obvious. But in that moment, no one could foresee the tragedy. No one assumes harm is coming for them. Still, Olivia assured Mark she'd be fine and that he shouldn't interfere. If she were truly worried, she'd have accepted help, Mark thought. So when she refused, he assumed she felt confident enough. They went to sleep, perhaps both slightly tense, but hoping that by the next evening Olivia might have closed the deal of her life. February 2nd, 2008 began for Olivia Mason as an ordinary day, but with an undercurrent of dread. That morning, the mysterious client called the apartment S landline and surprisingly reached Mark since Olivia wasn't home. Mark told the caller Olivia was out and offered her mobile number, but the woman coldly replied she already had it. Mark noted her accent sounded like broken Spanish, confirming the same voice Olivia had heard. This brief conversation was the last contact before the fateful meeting. As the day progressed, Olivia grew increasingly anxious. Around 2 p.m., she stopped by her Premier Realty Group office on Rainwood Lane. There, she pulled aside 2 administrators and asked them to search for the clients' names and phone numbers. They'd provided their details, so they should appear in the real estate database if they'd ever bought or sold in Richmond. Olivia just wanted to verify these people existed and had any real estate history in the area, but nothing came up. It was as if they didn't exist. At this point, Olivia was clearly unsettled. Scared, according to a colleague who overheard her discussing the situation. Sensing her discomfort, several co-workers, including one named Kevin, offered to accompany her to the 5:30 p.m. showing. But Olivia again refused, assuring them she was fine because her boyfriend Mark would be nearby as backup. She was completely confident her boyfriend would be there, Kevin recalled. So while Olivia may have been frightened, she had a safety plan. Mark was supposed to meet her right after the clients arrived to ensure everything was okay. Around 3:00 p.m., Olivia left the office and met Mark for a late lunch downtown. They chose a restaurant near the Inner Harbor and finished around 4:24 p.m., a time recorded on their paid receipt. During lunch, Olivia was distracted. She ate quickly and reviewed the property sheets she'd prepared, showing Mark the list of homes she planned to show the couple, including 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Mark, sensing her nervousness, again offered to conduct the showing himself. But Olivia declined again, perhaps trying to prove she could handle such a high-stakes client despite the odd circumstances. By 5:00 p.m., as dusk settled over the wintry afternoon, they parted ways to prepare for their plans. Olivia returned to her apartment to change, wanting to look professional for her high-profile clients. Mark, meanwhile, drove to a nearby auto shop called SHC Autograph Graphics to briefly meet a colleague and pick up his friend, Samuel Thorne. Samuel was both a friend and co-worker of Mark S. They played on the same men as hockey team and were scheduled to attend a hockey game that evening after Olivia as showing. They planned to go together as soon as Mark checked on Olivia. While Mark was at the shop, Samuel repeatedly called him, trying to get in touch. By 5:30 p.m., Samuel arrived at the shop and got into Mark or a Range Rover. Mark explained that Olivia had earlier called, asking him to meet her at the house because she felt uneasy about the situation. Anxious, Olivia had texted Mark the address, 1702 Oak Grove Drive, adding the cryptic note, "Follow me there." Without hesitation, Mark suggested they swing by Olivia as location to ensure she was okay before heading to the hockey game. Samuel immediately agreed. Around 5:35 p.m., Olivia parked at the cul-de-sac on Oak Grove Drive. The street, newly built, was so fresh that even the GPS in Mark S. SUV couldn't find it. As Olivia stepped out of her car, her phone rang. It was Mark. Lost in the Birch Grove maze, he was calling for directions. Olivia began explaining, but suddenly her voice cut off. "Oh, I have to go. They are here," she abruptly told Mark, signaling the client's arrival. Olivia hung up, leaving Mark confused and turned to greet the couple approaching the driveway. Several witnesses later gave strikingly similar descriptions of this pair, whom Olivia met around 5:30 p.m. They appeared to have walked up the cul-de-sac rather than arriving by car, a highly unusual detail. Witnesses saw Olivia, always impeccably professional, step forward with a warm smile and shake hands with the couple on the front steps. Olivia clearly did not recognize them personally. Her greeting was polite but clearly formal. Neighbors later commented, "It looked like a first meeting between an agent and clients. Nothing suggested they were friends." Then, Olivia led the man and woman through the front door and closed it behind them. Unknowingly, she had just locked herself in an empty house with a pair of killers. Inside 1702 Oak Grove Drive, the air was likely cool. The house sat vacant, and early February dusk had already deepened. Phone records show that at 5:29 p.m., just before the couple arrived, Olivia opened her safe to retrieve the house key. The safe's opening time was later noted by investigators. So, around 5:30 p.m., she began a standard property showing. We can only imagine how her initial nervousness gave way to professional routine. She likely pointed out features of the foyer and first floor, trying to build rapport. For the first few minutes, nothing seemed amiss. Outside, Mark and Samuel were just minutes away. Having just ended the call with Olivia, Mark still lacked precise directions. He called his younger brother for navigation help, who began driving to the area. Meanwhile, Olivia managed to send Mark a quick text with step-by-step directions to Oak Grove Drive. Her final message ever. Around 5:38 p.m., Mark replied, "I will be there in a couple of minutes." But Olivia never read it. Shortly after, the so-called showing moved upstairs. The master bedroom was on the second floor at the top of the stairs. Perhaps Olivia led the couple up, chatting about the layout, walking ahead into the master bedroom to show the bathroom. But at that moment, around 5:41 p.m., the trap snapped shut. As Olivia turned her back, one of the pair lunged at her from behind, and in that instant, Olivia was met with a knife. Or knives, in a frenzy of rage. She would have had almost no time to react or defend herself. The attack was brutal and personal. Early news reports sensationally claimed Olivia was stabbed over 40 times, but police later dismissed that exact number as an exaggeration. Still, she suffered multiple wounds concentrated in her chest and abdomen, along with numerous cuts and scratches, indicating an extremely frenzied assault. It happened incredibly fast, as she had no defensive wounds on her hands, a highly unusual detail in such cases, unless the attack was utterly sudden. This suggests the first blows likely incapacitated her almost immediately. Amid this horror, a chilling and pivotal event occurred. Olivia, as phone, still in her jacket pocket, accidentally dialed a number. At 5:41 p.m., as she was attacked, her BlackBerry made an outgoing pocket dial to a friend she rarely contacted. The friend received an unintelligible voicemail capturing muffled sounds from inside the house, movement, and possibly one of Olivia's final breaths or a distant thud. The message was garbled but clearly not a normal call. Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley of the Fairfax Police later confirmed this pocket dial likely occurred at the moment of the attack. The sheer horror of this is unimaginable. I can't fathom what it must have been like for the families. But essentially, it was an unintentional cry for help that went unheard in time. By approximately 5:45 p.m., Olivia was nearly or already dead, lying in the master bedroom of that house. In the silent horror of that master bedroom, an unspeakable tragedy unfolded. The unknown man and woman, like shadows, executed their vile plan. But at the very moment their crime was complete, headlights suddenly illuminated Oak Grove Drive. Mark and Samuel, though delayed, had finally arrived. Pulling up to 1702, Mark glimpsed something odd through the decorative glass of the front door, a dark figure hastily moving in the foyer. Then, as the Range Rover's bright headlights hit the front window, the figure quickly disappeared deeper into the house. It seemed someone had been peering out, then retreated in a hurry. Mark, not wanting to appear overly intrusive or interrupt the showing, assumed it was part of the routine, perhaps Olivia and the clients inspecting the home. He remembered her request not to interfere with the demonstration. so Mark decided to park a short distance away for a few minutes to give them more time. "Looks like the meeting is still going," he told Samuel. "We just need to wait." Mark drove a short way down the street and returned a couple of minutes later. It was now around 5:55 6th Agron p.m. He parked again in front of the house, but this time, no one was visible through the windows. Mark texted Olivia. "You okay?" No reply came. He tried calling her mobile. Silence again. Mark's worry grew, but he still hoped they were simply engrossed in conversation, that the showing was going well, and the clients had many questions. But as we now know, that wasn't at the case. 10 more minutes passed in oppressive silence. The house looked dark and ominously still from the outside. Around 6:05 p.m., 20 minutes after first arriving, Mark's anxiety peaked. Olivia hadn't responded or emerged. He decided to act. Approaching the house with Samuel, he stepped out and walked straight to the front door of 1702 Oak Grove Drive. To his horror, the door was locked. He pounded and rang the bell. No answer. Peering through the frosted glass, Mark saw something that made his heart sink. Olivia's shoes lay in the foyer. She'd clearly taken them off upon entering, meaning she was likely still inside. But why wasn't she coming to the door? Was she hurt? Something was wrong. Panic surged through Mark. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. At 6:05 p.m., he stammered to the dispatcher that his girlfriend was showing a house he couldn't get in, and he was deeply worried something had happened to her. He emphasized he had come to check on her because she was a little scared about this showing. While Mark spoke, Samuel scouted the house as perimeter for another entrance. He found a gate to the backyard, but it was locked. However, Samuel spotted something crucial. Through the slats, he saw the French doors to the back patio were wide open. He frantically waved Mark over, pointing to them. The killers, it turned out, had fled through those back doors just moments earlier, vanishing into the night. In their haste, they'd left the doors wide open, likely slipping through a gap in the backyard fence onto the main road. Seeing the open doors, Mark dropped the 911 call and rushed to help. He ran to assist Samuel in climbing over the backyard fence. Samuel vaulted into the yard and, without hesitation, dashed through the open French doors into the house. He immediately unlocked the front door from the inside, allowing Mark to burst in. The men split up in the foyer. Samuel searched the first floor while Mark raced upstairs. As he climbed, he desperately shouted, "Olivia! Olivia!" into the ringing silence. At the top of the stairs, horror struck. He saw Olivia's body lying on the master bedroom floor, and he saw the blood. Olivia lay on her back, propped against the wall. Mark collapsed to his knees beside her, frantically trying to revive her. Samuel, overcome with terror, immediately redialed 911 at 6:11 p.m., stammering that they needed an ambulance right away. Mark, in shock, began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, though it was already too late. He tilted her head back and started rescue breathing, and in a chilling, deeply disturbing detail. Within minutes, the first sirens pierced the quiet neighborhood. Paramedics and police cars flooded the cul-de-sac. But despite all resuscitation efforts, Olivia Mason was pronounced dead at the scene. Mark was hysterical, in utter disbelief, repeating, "If ID arrived 10 minutes earlier, if ID gone with her, would she still be alive?" I can't even imagine the thoughts racing through his mind after witnessing that. I just feel so deeply for him. But no one saw the mysterious pair leave. They were like ghosts, vanishing before anyone realized what had happened. The only physical evidence left was bloodstains inside the house, and a trail on the stairs showing the killers had calmly exited through the front door before retreating and fleeing out the back when Mark's arrival startled them. Mark's arrival was their signal to run. When Mark and Samuel pulled up, the killers appeared to be exiting the front door, forced to switch to their backup escape route through the backyard fence. If Mark had arrived just a minute or two earlier, he might have confronted them face to face. That wouldn't have saved Olivia, but we might know who they are. Yet, What if speculation is futile? The past cannot be changed. In mere minutes, the life of a bright, beloved young woman was brutally cut short, and the echoes of this meticulously planned murder were just beginning to ripple outward. As crime scene tape encircled 1702 Oak Grove Drive that cold February night, the investigation into Olivia Mason's murder began, a case that would become one of the most perplexing and high-profile unsolved murders in American criminal history. Fairfax police quickly secured Oak Grove Drive as a crime scene. But from the start, investigators faced a major problem. The scene had been compromised by desperate rescue attempts. In their frantic efforts to find and help Olivia, Mark and Samuel had inevitably trampled through the entire house, unintentionally contaminating evidence. And they can't be blamed. They were trying to find her, then save her. I just feel so awful for them. But within hours, the Fairfax County Police Department, as Major Crimes Division, took over the case. They immediately realized this was anything but a typical homicide. Forensic experts combed the empty house late into the night and in the following days, but found no usable DNA or fingerprints from the perpetrators. They concluded the attackers likely wore gloves and possibly protective clothing or shoe covers, which they took with them. This was clearly an extremely well-planned murder. The murder weapon, a sharp, pointed knife, was also never found at the scene. The only physical evidence was bloody shoe prints on the floor, but even these were limited, and the specific brand or size was never disclosed, suggesting they may not have been distinctive enough to trace. The absence of defensive wounds on Olivia and the sheer ferocity of the attack led investigators to conclude this was a targeted execution, not a robbery gone wrong. And how could it be a robbery? It was an empty house. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that this was a premeditated first-degree murder. Outside the house, witness information was minimal. Neighbors saw only a well-dressed couple arriving, not leaving. No one recalled screams or loud noises, suggesting Olivia may have been attacked so suddenly. She couldn't cry for help. And this assumes anyone was close enough to hear. But investigators were intrigued by the victim's final communications. The voicemail dialed during the attack was recovered, but yielded little beyond muffled background noise. Mark's final text to Olivia, "You okay?" remained unread on her phone. Police also quickly traced the mobile phone that lured Olivia. As suspected, it was a disposable phone registered to a fake name, Paulo Rodriguez, and a fake business address in Washington, D.C. Records showed it had been purchased 3 months earlier in D.C. and activated just 1 day before the murder. It had called only Olivia and was permanently disabled shortly after her death. Authorities believe the phone was used solely to plan and carry out this crime, then discarded. This is the hallmark of an organized, premeditated murder. The phone even pinged a cell tower near the murder house the night before, suggesting the suspects had rehearsed or surveilled the area in advance. A chilling, horrifying detail. The forensic and physical evidence painted a grim picture. This murder was meticulously orchestrated by individuals who knew exactly what they were doing, likely with prior experience. Because the level of planning pointed to seasoned hands, using an untraceable phone, selecting an empty, newly built home, and minimizing forensic traces. Yet paradoxically, the excessive brutality was deeply emotional and amateurish in its frenzy. So you have this highly calculated, planned murder, yet the killing itself seemed like a wild, emotional outburst, as if it had not been planned at all. It just erupted out of nowhere, clashing with the profile of a dispassionate professional hit. This was a murder shrouded in mystery, where the killer's professionalism oddly intertwined with merciless personal cruelty. Police were left baffled by the contradiction, flawless preparation paired with savage, frenzied violence. Ghosts of the past and the composite sketch. The first day of the investigation brought a bitter truth. The 2 suspects seen by witnesses had vanished without a trace. No evidence of their presence in the house, no vehicle linked to their escape. Only vague descriptions of their appearance and the suspicion of a fake accent remained. A year later, In 2009, a composite sketch of the woman was released to the public. European features, around 30 years old, short, stylish blonde hair, and a remarkably calm expression. The man was described as Caucasian, about 6 feet tall, with dark hair and a brown jacket. Particular attention was paid to the woman's dress, a black, white, and red patterned garment. To investigators, it was as if the killers had worn masks, then disappeared into the crowd, leaving only questions. Who could have planned such a crime, and why was Olivia its target? Relentless pursuit and the scale of the investigation. Fairfax police threw everything they had into finding Olivia killers. A small department faced a case of unprecedented complexity. 5 full-time detectives were assigned, meticulously interviewing everyone connected to Olivia: family, friends, colleagues, former clients, ex-boyfriends, rivals, anyone who might shed light on the crime. In the first year alone, nearly 1,500 interviews were conducted, 752 tips received, and 30 search warrants executed. This was an enormous workload, demonstrating the investigation's vast scope. The Major Crimes Division, led by Inspector Rob McCall, coordinated efforts, while Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley became the public face of the case, frequently appealing to the public for help and debunking rumors. From the outset, police acknowledged they were dealing with an exceptionally difficult case. In a rare statement, a spokesperson called it a crime of extraordinary complexity, committed by experienced individuals with no regard for human life, beyond state lines and international cooperation. The investigation extended beyond Richmond, reaching into other states and suggesting possible ties to criminal groups in Charlotte or Washington, D.C. Fairfax police actively collaborated with outside agencies. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, was brought in to provide oversight and specialized resources. The case was so significant that FBI agents were later consulted, particularly on new technologies and behavioral analysis. By 2020, the investigation had reached staggering proportions. Fairfax police stated that more than 2,000 persons of interest or organizations were involved in the case. Over 35 search warrants and court orders had been issued to cell phone companies, internet providers, and even social media platforms like Facebook to obtain relevant data. The massive volume of information required meticulous organization and analysis, but detectives remained determined not to miss a single clue. Modern technology and early leads. They analyzed cell tower pings and applied advanced techniques like DNA analysis to the few available samples, though initially none yielded a suspect profile. The house had been professionally cleaned just before the showing, as it was a newly staged home, explaining the lack of traces. Theories and suspicions: Mark, Olivia's boyfriend. From day one, investigators and amateur sleuths grappled with the burning question: who ordered Olivia Mason's murder, and why? Over the years, several theories emerged, some pursued by police, others fueled by internet speculation. We'll examine the main ones, noting what evidence, if any, supports them and how authorities responded. Naturally, Mark, Olivia's boyfriend, was the first suspect. Police always start with the victim, an inner circle, and Mark was at the heart of the events. He discovered the body, a detail that often raises suspicion. Could Mark have been involved in Olivia's death? Regarding motive, as we know, their relationship was troubled. Olivia was considering a breakup, and rumors of jealousy circulated. Some who distrusted Mark speculated he might have orchestrated her elimination if he couldn't accept her leaving. And in the public eye, Mark, a wealthy, influential family, didn't help. People love to suspect the rich boyfriend in true crime stories. Despite the suspicions, police consistently stated Mark Anderson was not a suspect, and they had a solid reason. His actions and alibi on the fateful day were verified down to the minute. Around 5:30 p.m., surveillance cameras at the auto shop captured him leaving with Samuel in his Range Rover. The timestamp on the footage was irrefutable proof. Mark wasn't at the murder scene when Olivia died. Her death occurred between 5:40 and 5:41 p.m., and it would have been absolutely impossible for him to get there and commit the murder in that short window. Moreover, Mark voluntarily took a polygraph test and, according to police, passed it. He readily handed over his phone and even participated in a detailed video reconstruction with investigators, showing on camera how he discovered Olivia's body to aid the investigation. He proactively and promptly offered any help to police, demonstrating exceptional openness throughout. Investigators found no forensic or digital evidence linking Mark to the murder's planning. His phone records, for example, showed genuine attempts to locate Olivia, not collusion with unknown parties. About a year after the murder, in early 2009, Fairfax police officially cleared Mark of all suspicion. They publicly stated, "We never named Anderson as a suspect." He was a person of interest, as anyone at the scene would be, but he was excluded. Yet despite this, Mark remained under intense public suspicion for years. Olivia's father, David, openly speculated that Mark might know more than he admitted. David felt Mark didn't show enough grief, and combined with Mark's family ties, this fueled his doubts. But Mark always stood firm, saying, "I want people to know I loved Olivia and think of her every day. I want this case solved as soon as possible. I have nothing to do with this." It's important to note that police thoroughly interrogated Mark for several hours on the night of the murder. This deeply frustrated him. He knew the killers had fled, and he felt precious time was being lost while investigators focused on him. But from the police's perspective, it was a necessary step, and once completed, they moved on. No incriminating evidence against Mark ever surfaced. Law enforcement, and even Olivia's own mother, acknowledged Mark wasn't involved. Though the boyfriend did it is a common trope in such stories, this case appears to be an exception. Mark's role was tragically only that of a heartbroken witness who found his beloved in her final moments. So if not Mark, then perhaps someone else in the family. Online sleuths turned their gaze to Patricia, Mark's mother. Patricia was a successful realtor and, by many accounts, a formidable personality. On true crime forums, rumors swirled that Patricia might have orchestrated Olivia's murder for some dark motive, perhaps anger if Olivia planned to leave Mark, or other personal conflicts. And it didn't help that Patricia was directly linked to key elements of the scenario. As mentioned, she was present when Olivia discussed the showing details and address, and the home's builder, Joe Dusa, was Patricia's friend. Some theorists wondered, if Patricia were involved, could that explain how the killers knew Olivia was scheduled and chose that specific house? However, police never named Patricia as a suspect and explicitly stated no member of the Anderson family was under suspicion. Patricia provided an alibi for the time of the murder. Reports indicate she was at dinner and cooperated with police interviews. Olivia's mother, Catherine, publicly stated she didn't believe Patricia was involved, calling the idea an unfounded rumor. And over the years, Patricia largely remained silent about the rumors. But by 2022, she had enough. That year, Patricia filed a defamation lawsuit against David Mason, Olivia's father, and 2 administrators of his website, accusing them of maliciously spreading false claims that she was the killer. In other words, Patricia took the extraordinary step of suing the victim, my father, to clear her name. This underscores how severely the baseless accusations damaged her family. The case is still ongoing and hasn't gone to trial. But Patricia's position is clear. She and her family were unjustly vilified without any evidence. In an interview with Capital Daily, the Andersons expressed feeling like they been through the worst part of life, being targets of these accusations. And through it all, police thoroughly investigated the Anderson family. They examined Patricia's finances, business connections, and any possible link to the disposable phone or the people behind it, but found nothing incriminating, and no evidence was ever found. The fact that Patricia overheard part of the phone call doesn't seem implausible. After all, she was Mark's mother and often visited. Olivia, for her part, never hid her business contacts. And while it's certainly eerie that the murder house was built by Patricia's acquaintance Joe Dusa, police never found evidence linking Joe or Patricia to the crime beyond this strange coincidence. Thus, aside from internet rumors, the accusations against Patricia Arен to backed by serious evidence. Police fully exonerated her, as well as Mark, as brother, and everyone else in their circle, quite early in the investigation. The Andersons suffered not only the loss of someone they insist they deeply loved, Olivia, but also reputational damage from unchecked speculation. But I can help but feel for Olivia's family too, who simply crave the truth, especially her father. I understand this doesn't justify defamation, but the desire for answers is natural. I can imagine what that's like, so I sympathize with both families. One of the most intriguing and initially compelling theories had nothing to do with Olivia as boyfriend or his family. Instead, it focused on the idea that Olivia had seen something she shouldn't have. In late 2007, about 2 months before her death, Olivia made a spontaneous weekend trip from Richmond to Charlotte, North Carolina, a state bordering Virginia. During this visit, she briefly met old acquaintances, including reportedly the father of a former boyfriend. Around that time, Charlotte was conducting a major drug operation. On January 2, 2008, police executed Operation High Noon, seizing over 80 kilograms of cocaine worth $8 million and arresting several high-level drug traffickers. It was declared the largest cocaine seizure in North Carolina history. By a striking coincidence, one person implicated in this operation had ties to Olivia S.'s circle. This was Eric DeLucas, a Richmond acquaintance of Olivia S., who was arrested as a major player in the Charlotte drug network. This sparked rampant speculation that perhaps, during her Charlotte trip, Olivia had learned something about the drug operation, maybe overheard a conversation or witnessed a deal, and the cartel or gang decided to silence her, fearing she might inform police. This harrowing theory suggested cartel retaliation, carried out by hitmen posing as clients. Police largely dismissed this motive because, first, they found no evidence Olivia was an informant or played any role in the Charlotte operation. Charlotte police themselves confirmed Olivia wasn't on their radar at all. Olivia was known to be staunchly anti-drug, and many friends said she never used or endorsed that lifestyle. And if she stumbled on criminal information, one might expect her to tell a friend or her father, but she didn't. David later claimed Olivia hinted she'd seen something bad, but no evidence of what that was ever surfaced. Police also note that Olivia's murder dozen to fit the profile of a professional cartel hit. Cartels, when retaliating against informants, typically act more cleanly, like a shooting, and often leave bodies as warnings. But Olivia's murder was frenzied and deeply personal, atypical of a hired killer at work. However, some unresolved, curious facts keep this theory alive. Investigators confirmed that after returning from Charlotte, Olivia viewed the Facebook profile of a relative of someone arrested in the drug operation and even tried calling that person. We don't know why she was on his Facebook. We might know why she called him, Detective Horsley admitted about this odd discovery. But I think if something like a major drug bust involving someone you know happened, it would be absolutely wild. And I'd be looking up what's going on, and if they got arrested, then calling to find out if it's true. I don't know. I just don't think it's beyond possibility that she was calling as a very concerned, warm person, which she was. And importantly, key players in that network were already arrested by the time Olivia was killed. So it's not as if the cartel was still at large, fearing exposure or anything. Ultimately, while the Charlotte connection is tempting and was popularized in a 2010 Dateline episode, police have fully ruled it out as a viable motive. They have publicly stated Olivia, thus murder doesn't appear to have been ordered by a cartel or drug gang, and the timing and methods simply done align. The inconsistencies were too glaring. Setting aside the simplest theories, the investigation delved into more complex scenarios. One such hypothesis suggested Olivia's murder was planned by someone in real estate or closely tied to her work, pointing to a possible inside job. Perhaps a colleague had access to her schedule. Notably, the killers knew exactly that Olivia would be alone at the house at a specific time, suggesting insider knowledge of her appointments. Police thoroughly vetted colleagues and former clients, and while rumors of a disgruntled client or jealous competitor circulated, nothing concrete emerged. However, it was later revealed that early in the investigation, police suspected involvement from some tough individuals on Olivia's Facebook friends list. Olivia, by all accounts, was highly social with over 100 Facebook friends, including people with criminal histories. Richmond, as social scene is tightly knit, you know someone who knows someone. Detectives initially suspected someone from these questionable contacts might have orchestrated the murder. This theory seemed to echo both the drug angle and general suspicions about anyone in her circle with criminal ties. But again, no convincing evidence was found. Another theory considered organized crime beyond drugs, like money laundering in real estate or a conflict arising from a deal where Olivia accidentally offended someone. Fairfax police publicly stated they found no link between Olivia's legitimate real estate work and her murder, aside from it being a ruse to lure her. In other words, it wasn't the result of a failed deal or client retaliation. The property viewing was merely a convenient trap. Over time, investigators formed their own theory that best fit the evidence Olivia Daisy murder was a personal vendetta carried out by someone, or multiple people, close to her. As one report stated, investigators believe the murder was very personal and planned by someone in her inner circle, possibly someone with access to internal information from her office. This pointed to a scenario where someone in Olivia's social circle held a grudge or had motive to harm her. Perhaps not a best friend, but a friend of a friend or acquaintance. They might have used others, like the couple Olivia met, to do the dirty work while keeping their own hands clean. This could explain the murder as a fury and personal motive combined with a clever plan. But to this day, Police Haven hadn't publicly named any such person, and it seems likely the conspiracy involved more than just the man and woman Olivia encountered, possibly insiders who provided information or had motive, and outsiders who carried it out. In summary, Olivia Mason's murder was a targeted, meticulously planned crime committed by one or more people who knew her personally or indirectly. It wasn't a random killing, a robbery, or a crime of passion in the moment, but a deliberate assassination of a young woman for reasons possibly tied to personal hatred, betrayal, or perceived threat. And more than 15 years later, we were closer to understanding how the crime happened than why. The full truth remains locked behind lips that still refuse to speak. Since 2008, David, Olivia's father, has organized an annual March for Justice in her memory. Every year on February 2nd, the anniversary of her death, rain or shine, David leads supporters through the streets, holding banners and posters with Olivia's photo and calls for information. These marches gather dozens, sometimes over 100 people, all walking to remind the public that the killer or killers remain free. Until arrests are made, I'll keep walking, David vowed. And as of 2025, he's kept that promise for 17 consecutive years. The march typically starts at the Fairfax County Government Building and ends at the Virginia General Assembly, symbolically carrying the plea for justice to the authorities' doorstep. David also quickly recognized the internet as potential. He created the website oliviamasonmurder.com as both a memorial and a hub for tips and discussion. But this site became a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allowed community members to submit information anonymously and gave David a platform to share updates or theories he supported. On the other, it became a breeding ground for speculation, publishing wild theories and at least one malicious false confession. False confession, the echo of unfinished justice. Driven by his quest for truth, David became a true standard-bearer for Olivia's case. He moderated the website, which, despite emotional outbursts and sometimes defamatory posts, relentlessly kept public interest alive. David was relentless in his advocacy, countless interviews with local and national media, and perhaps his most notable appearance on Dr. Phil in May 2019, where he desperately and hopefully urged anyone with information to come forward. In these interviews, David's voice grew louder, and his conviction in the police investigation's incompetence and corruption stronger. He even entertained theories of police conspiracies and high-level interference, though without compelling evidence. It was during this period that Patricia filed her lawsuit, and detectives demanded he cease public attacks. Accusations flew from all sides, creating a whirlwind of passion. Yet despite all the interpersonal drama, one thing remains unchanged. Olivia deserves justice. As of early 2025, no arrests have been made and no charges filed. However, law enforcement seems closer than ever to a breakthrough. Major Crimes Division representatives hint that you have inside information about who did it, but are waiting for Tao, the final piece of the puzzle. This suggests the investigation is in the painstaking phase of gathering court-admissible evidence, perhaps DNA corroborating witness statements, or hope that someone in the conspiracy will finally talk. But with each passing year, the case faces a new challenge: the passage of time. Memories fade, witnesses grow harder to locate, and physical evidence can degrade. Fortunately, in the US, there is no statute of limitations on murder, and Olivia's case can remain open indefinitely until solved. Police are determined to see it through. This is Olivia Mason's story. If you have any information, please contact the Fairfax County Police Department immediately. My deepest condolences to all families affected by this tragedy. If you'd like me to cover other cases, let me know in the comments. Until then, see you.
For nearly a decade of service, patrolling the silent expanses of Texas highways had become routine. However, the night of August 9th, 2013, just past 1 a.m., brought a call that stood out from the usual. The radio reported a truck blocking part of US 277, approximately 4 miles south of the small town of Bronte. The dispatcher clarified that a passerby had reported the obstruction, followed by a 911 call. The caller identified himself as Brandon Lawson, 26, and urgently pleaded for help. His words were fragmented but chilling. Someone was chasing him. Despite distortion and static, the voice on the line sounded extremely agitated and urgent. As the closest patrol to the scene, the officer immediately activated his emergency lights and headed to the specified location. Highway 277, especially at night, is an extremely isolated stretch of road. The landscape is monotonous, flat fields covered in thorny mesquite, and the rare silhouettes of rabbits crossing the road. The moon that night was bright enough to cast long shadows, but this only intensified the feeling of eerie silence. Over the years, the officer had seen many vehicle breakdowns in these parts, from running out of gas and flat tires to drivers simply losing their way. Yet, there was something profoundly unsettling about this particular call. Arriving at the scene around 1:10 a.m. confirmed the dispatcher's information. Indeed, a silver Ford F-150 was there. It was parked extremely carelessly, partly on the shoulder and partly occupying a lane of traffic. The hazard lights were not on, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. The officer cautiously approached from behind, and the powerful spotlight of his patrol car cut through the pitch darkness. The truck's windows were down, and there were no keys in the ignition. There were also no signs of an accident or struggle, just an empty, abandoned vehicle. The officer radioed in the license plates and confirmed that the vehicle was registered to Brandon Mason Lawson, residing in San Angelo. Stepping out of the car, the officer felt the gravel crunch under his boots. The air was heavy, still retaining the heat of the day, and the chirping of crickets was so deafening it seemed to drown out his own thoughts. The officer carefully scanned the area with his flashlight. The beam picked out patches of tall grass and thorny bushes stretching along the road, but nothing more. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing that could provide any clue as to where this person had disappeared. A loud shout, "Brandon Lawson, Sheriff's Department," echoed through the area, then faded into absolute silence. There was no response. The officer thoroughly inspected the truck. The fuel level was at 0, which matched Brandon's words in the 911 call. A pack of cigarettes lay on the passenger seat, several empty, Doctor. Pepper cans were on the floor, and a phone charger dangled from the dashboard. Ordinary items, not immediately suspicious. The officer speculated that Brandon might have walked towards Bronte or hitched a ride. However, the words from the 911 call continued to trouble him. "I'm in the middle of a field. A guy is chasing me through the woods. Please hurry." The operator who took the call confirmed that the caller's voice sounded panicked, but the connection dropped before she could get more information. There were no woods in this area, only sparse trees and brush. What on earth was he running from? Around this time, another vehicle pulled up to the scene, a pickup truck with a gas can in its bed. It was Kyle Lawson, Brandon's brother, accompanied by his girlfriend. Kyle looked extremely worried. He explained that Brandon had called him around 2:30 a.m., saying he had run out of gas. Kyle decided to bring fuel and help his brother. The officer asked if Brandon had said anything else, perhaps about trouble or someone chasing him. Kyle shook his head, responding that Brandon just sounded irritated about the truck breaking down. The officer asked them to stay put while he searched the surroundings. He walked approximately 100 yards in both directions, illuminating the ditches and adjacent fields with his flashlight. Nothing, no bloodstains, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. If someone was chasing him, as he claimed, where did they disappear? There were no other vehicles in the area, and the nearest residence was several miles away. The officer called for backup, and soon another couple of sheriff's deputies joined them to assist in the search. They combed the fields until about 3:00 a.m., but Brandon had seemingly vanished. By dawn, the Texas Rangers were called in. Later that day, they deployed a helicopter that searched the area for many miles around. The results remained the same. Nothing. Soon after, Brandon's girlfriend, Ledesha, arrived in a state of extreme panic. She explained that they had argued that night, and Brandon had left to cool off, planning to go to his father's in Crowley, a 3-hour drive away. She also mentioned that Brandon had been clean from drugs for a long time, but there was an old arrest warrant for him, years old, related to a minor drug possession charge. This made the officer wonder if he had fled to avoid law enforcement. But then why call 911 if he intended to disappear? The 911 call recording was truly chilling. The officer listened to it at the station. Brandon's voice was fast, breathless, as if he was running. "There's one car here. I ran into him. A guy is chasing me." The operator tried to calm him, asking if he needed an ambulance, but he kept repeating that he needed the police. Then there was static, and the call disconnected. Law enforcement obtained his phone records. The last signal was detected near the truck, after which there was complete silence. His phone was either dead or turned off. Days seamlessly turned into weeks. Searches resumed with K9 units, volunteers, and even drones. The Rangers took over the case, classifying it as a cold case, an unsolved disappearance. Many theories circulated. Did he get lost in the brush and die of hypothermia? Did he stumble into something like a bad drug deal and get murdered? Or did he simply run away, abandoning his 4 children? None of these hypotheses formed a coherent picture. a father of 4 doesn't just vanish, not without a trace. Years passed, and then in 2022, a search expedition discovered clothing that appeared to belong to Brandon. A yellow shirt, camouflage shorts, white Nike sneakers. These items were found along with bones and a skull fragment. The DNA testing process was long and painstaking, but by 2024, it was definitively confirmed that the remains belonged to him. However, the cause of his death remained undetermined. The absence of bullet or stab wounds only deepened the mystery. How could his remains end up in the middle of the wilderness, just a few miles from his own truck? Even now, driving on Highway 277, the narrator experiences a strange sense of unease. What did Brandon see that fateful night? Who was chasing him? Or was he overcome by such intense fear, such madness, that he himself plunged into the impenetrable darkness and never returned? In his years of work, the narrator has seen many things, but Brandon Lawson's story remains with him, like a persistent echo. It feels as if the highway swallowed him whole, leaving behind only a multitude of unanswered questions. The narrator remembers working as a night guard at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The pay was modest, but it was the only way to support his family. His wife stayed home, caring for their young son, while he spent long nights patrolling the cold, deserted aisles filled with stored goods. One night, his life irrevocably changed. He had just started his shift, and the clock showed around midnight. The warehouse was silent, broken only by the hum of the lights and the rare echo of his footsteps. He usually brought a thermos of tea and his old, barely functioning mobile phone. His son should have been sleeping peacefully at home, but around 1 a.m. his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The number was unfamiliar. Usually the narrator never answered such calls, but that night, for some reason, he picked up. A gruff voice said, "We have your child." At first, he thought it was someone's sick joke. His boy should have been safe, at home. But then he caught a faint cry in the background. It was his son's voice. The narrator's stomach clenched with terror. The man demanded money, a colossal sum of $10,000, which he could never have raised. He was a poor man working as a guard for meager wages. He said he didn't have that kind of money. The man just laughed and stated that he had until the next evening. Then the connection broke. That night, the narrator left the warehouse, trembling with fear, and rushed home. His wife was in a panic. Their boy was gone. His son's bed was empty, and the back door was wide open. They immediately contacted the police. The narrator told them everything, including the call. The police advised them to remain calm and assured them they would set a trap for the kidnappers. The narrator couldn't sleep and couldn't eat. All he did was wait for the phone to ring again. The next day, the kidnappers called back. They named a meeting place, an abandoned parking lot by the river. The police devised a plan. They would hide in unmarked cars, watching every corner, while the narrator would bring a bag that looked full of money. They promised to catch the kidnappers before anything happened. That night, he drove to the parking lot with the fake money. The place was dark, surrounded by broken streetlights and weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. The river made a faint noise in the distance. His hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, and he constantly looked at the passenger seat where the bag lay. The police contacted him through a small earpiece. They told him to stay calm, just follow instructions. He got out of the car and stood under one of the few working lights. The air was cold, and he could hear every beat of his heart. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, without headlights, a car pulled up. It slowed and stopped about 20 feet from him. His throat was dry. A man in a dark hoodie and mask emerged. He stared at the narrator, then at the bag in his hand. For a second, the narrator thought it would work. The man walked slowly but steadily towards him. Then, suddenly, he froze. His head turned slightly, as if he saw something. The narrator realized what it was. He had spotted one of the officers hiding at the edge of the parking lot. The man rushed back to his car. The doors slammed shut, and the engine roared. They sped away so fast that gravel flew into the air. Police cars chased after them, lights flashing, but the kidnappers knew the area better. The narrator stood there helplessly, clutching the useless bag. The chase ended in failure. The officers lost them somewhere in the labyrinth of old roads by the river. When they returned, all he could do was collapse onto his car, feeling that he had lost everything. That was the last time he had hope. The next morning, a package appeared on his doorstep. He knew what it was before he even opened it. Inside was the body of his child. His world crumbled. He felt dead inside. His wife screamed until she lost her voice. He couldn't even explain the pain. It was like something had torn open his chest and left it empty. He couldn't protect him. He couldn't save him. After that, the police worked day and night. It took weeks, but they finally caught those people. There were 3 of them. All had prior convictions, robberies, assaults, and worse. They confessed after hours of interrogation. They had been watching the narrator for weeks, knowing he was poor and thinking he would do anything to get his child back. Now they are in prison. The law says justice has been served. But for the narrator and his wife, nothing feels like justice. They no longer have their boy. The man's heart still drops every time the phone rings during his new night shift, though he now works elsewhere. Passing dark corners, he invariably sees his face, hears his voice calling his name. That fateful night at the warehouse, which seemed like an ordinary shift, ended up costing him everything he held dear. No matter how many years pass, the silence of those endless warehouse spaces continues to remind him of the stillness that has settled in his own home. The tragedy occurred in May 2025. This isn't a story where fear creeps up suddenly, but it is certainly the most terrible experience of his life. The man and his friend, Brandon, both in their early 30s and from Atlanta, eagerly anticipated a 10-day trip to Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, to escape the routine of their office weekdays. They had been looking forward to this journey for months, discussing future rides on the Velocicoaster, exploring the magical world of Harry Potter, and many other attractions. They booked a room at the Hard Rock Hotel, located right by the parks, with 2 queen beds and a magnificent view of the lagoon. Brandon asked if his girlfriend Michelle could come with them. They had met on Tinder a few months prior, and he was completely smitten with her. The man agreed without hesitation, believing it would be a fun addition to their company. At the airport, Michelle made a pleasant impression. She was about 25 years old, had brown hair, a wide smile, and was wearing a Gryffindor t-shirt. They hugged, chatted a bit about the upcoming flight, and headed to the hotel. At that point, there were no red flags, but the situation began to change rapidly. By the first day, Michelle had completely taken the lead. She insistently demanded they skip the parks to visit random restaurants she found online, whether it was some Cuban place downtown or a vegan cafe miles away. If the friends wanted to go on a ride, she would pout or cleverly change the subject. Brandon always gave in to her, and the man agreed to keep the peace. It was certainly annoying, but he attributed it to her personality quirks. Soon Michelle started talking non-stop. She endlessly chatted about her job, her ex-lovers, or strange theories, such as Disney secretly running Universal. She seemed unstoppable. Brandon suggested it might be ADHD, or perhaps she had forgotten to take her medication. At night, the man couldn't sleep either. She would talk through the bathroom door while brushing her teeth, or whisper to Brandon at 2 a.m. The man would hide his head under his pillow, but her voice drilled through it. Brandon also looked exhausted, but he just shushed her and rolled over. The worst part was that Michelle stayed in their room. Brandon asked if he minded, as she couldn't afford a separate room. The man said it was fine, thinking he was being a good friend. This was a huge mistake. The room became cramped. Her belongings were everywhere, chargers, makeup, snacks, all over the beds. There was no privacy, no quiet. By the 3rd day, the man was at his breaking point. That day, they finally managed to visit the parks. They rode the Hulk coaster, enjoyed butterbeer, and laughed in the Simpsons area. It felt like the trip they had originally planned. Afterward, the man grabbed a burger at City Walk, Antojitos, cheap and tasty. Around 8 p.m., he keycarded into their room. He is 14 now, but this happened when he was 11. His older sister was suffering from a severe toothache again. She never really brushed her teeth, and such nights were not uncommon in their house. It was bitterly cold outside, one of those nights when the air burned your nose and the windows were covered with a thin layer of frost. Mom stood in his doorway, half dressed in her coat, and asked if he wanted to go with them to the dentist. The boy replied that he preferred to stay home. He hated the cold and liked the thought of a warm blanket and a movie. She said they would grab food on the way back. It sounded perfect. They left, and a heavy silence settled in the apartment. The kind that comes after a door closes and the building seems to settle. 2 minutes later, his phone lit up, showing a call from an unknown number. He never answered such calls, so he just watched it ring until it stopped. The phone rang again. He ignored it again. The boy convinced himself it was probably a wrong number. Some delivery person trying to reach someone else, or a scammer. The second call died down, and he tried to forget about it. His nose was running, and he sneezed 3 times in a row. He made himself a cozy nest on his bed, blanket up to his chin, pillow neatly stacked. He called his friends, and they played games on their phones for a while. After that, he put on a movie and let the sound fill the room. The kind of sound that makes you feel safe, as if you're not alone. And then he heard it, breathing, not his own. A slow, steady sound behind him, as if someone was trying to breathe quietly, but too close to the wall. His stomach dropped. He paused the movie. The room became quiet. He could still hear it. He didn't look back. He just slid off his bed and crawled into his sister's bed across the room. He kept telling himself it was the heating, or the ventilation, or a pipe in the wall, old building, old noises. He stared at the doorway leading to the hallway, listening, but the sound never quite faded into the building's general hum. 20 minutes passed, and then the lights suddenly went out. When one speaks of fear of the dark, It means something more than just the absence of light. It's the feeling when anxiety constricts your chest. It seemed as if the very space of the room had shrunk, pressing down on his rib cage. He pulled the blanket over his head, trying to slow his breathing. He knew that their apartment sometimes had power outages, especially on cold nights when everyone turned on their electric heaters. He convinced himself that the lights would surely come back on. He commanded himself to remain still. He decided to count to 100 and then try to activate the flashlight on his mobile device. Around the count of 60, his resolve wavered slightly. He abruptly threw off the blanket and grabbed his phone. The battery was only at 10%. His attempt to turn on the flashlight was unsuccessful, as the phone was in power-saving mode and would not allow that function to be activated. He desperately tapped the screen, as if these actions could change anything. No light, just a dim lock screen reflecting his own face. Enos. At that moment, the bathroom door stirred. It didn't slam shut, but slowly closed, the latch making a barely audible click. The bathroom door was light, and sometimes a draft from open windows could push it, but this time all the windows were tightly closed. The person was acutely aware of this. Their gaze was fixed on the dark silhouette of the doorway, and a flush of heat spread across their face. The person didn't want to speak, but finally uttered, "Mom." In response, there was only silence, broken only by the creaking of the building, a common occurrence in cold weather. The person sat perfectly still, hearing their own heartbeat in their ears. Thoughts turned to Mom's car pulling onto the street. The smell of takeout food came to mind. The person imagined the bright lights of the dentist's office and their sister's complaints. The mental replay of mundane things continued to ward off the rising fear. The electricity returned with a soft pop, and the lights flickered. The heating fan started, the refrigerator hummed, and the apartment was once again filled with the sounds of life. The person exhaled, not realizing until that moment that they had been holding their breath. The person convinced themselves that the sound of breathing was the heating system. The person explained to themselves that the bathroom door's movement was due to an air pressure change caused by the power outage. They almost managed to believe it. Then the phone vibrated, the same unknown number again. It filled the entire screen so casually and indifferently, as if it didn't know that for the past half hour, its existence had consumed all thoughts. The person stared at it, not answering. They watched it ring until it stopped. Then, a call was made to Mom. The person tried not to sound scared, but their voice still trembled. They said that something had been heard, that the lights had gone out, that someone kept calling. Mom replied that they were paying the bill and heading home immediately. 10 minutes, she said. Every second of those 10 minutes stretched like an entire minute. The person got up and, on shaky legs, crossed the room to the bathroom. The door was closed. Placing a hand on the handle, they stood there, almost touching the wood with their forehead, listening. Nothing. Quickly opening it, they found the bathroom empty, towels neatly in place, shower curtains still. Nothing moved. The person returned to the bedroom and tried to laugh at themselves. They turned the movie back on, making the sound too loud. When Mom and sister returned home, the person almost ran to the door. Cold air rushed in with them, and the apartment smelled of the street, the dentist's office, and food. Mom touched their face and asked if everything was okay. The person replied that everything was fine. Everyone ate and behaved as usual, and the person convinced themselves that the night was over, but it wasn't. The next morning, the sister's phone rang as she was brushing her hair. An unknown number. She said hello as she always answered calls. There was a pause. Then she frowned and hung up. Strange, she murmured, adding that no one was there. The person advised her not to answer if it called again, and told her that the number had called them last night too. The sister grimaced and suggested, maybe it's the dentist. However, the dentist's number was saved in Mum's phone. That night, as everyone was getting ready for bed, Mum's phone rang. An unknown number. She looked at the person, and everything inside froze. She didn't answer. It rang and rang, then stopped. A minute later, it rang again. She ignored it. After it quieted, she tried to call back. The call didn't go through. She tried again. Nothing. She blocked it. 2 days later, it called again. This time during the day when everyone was home. It called once. Hung up. Called the sister's phone. Hung up. And then called the person's phone. The same pattern, as if it was moving through their house from phone to phone. The person answered, heart pounding, planning to say, stop calling. The phone was pressed to their ear. Breathing was heard, slow, heavy breathing. No words, no background noise, just that calm rhythm, like someone who had all the time in the world. The person listened for a second longer than they should have, then hung up. Their hands trembled so much that the phone fell onto the carpet. Mum grabbed her keys and said they were going to the police station. A report was filed. The officer was kind. He asked if the caller had said any words. He inquired about the times of the calls. He asked if anyone knew who had gotten their numbers. He told them that unknown numbers could be spoofed or hidden, and sometimes it was difficult to trace if the caller was using certain apps. He advised them to block it, keep a log and call if the situation escalated. He didn't say it would stop. The silence was supposed to come. The calls, however, didn't stop for a whole week, continuing to ring at the most unpredictable moments. They invaded the peace of deep night, woke us at dawn, interrupted daytime meals. Sometimes there was absolute silence on the line, just the echo of an unseen presence. Other times only someone's breathing was heard, light and barely perceptible. Once, we clearly distinguished a faint cough, as if someone was trying to muffle the sound by covering the microphone. To avoid looking at the screen every time, we changed the ringtones, assigning this number a unique signal that immediately betrayed its ominous origin. We spent nights with the hallway light on, creating an illusion of safety. I moved my bed closer to the door, as if that could protect me from the invisible threat. Mum kept her keys and phone on her nightstand, ready for immediate action. Even my sister, who usually needed constant reminders, started brushing her teeth without prompting, as if she believed routine could ward off the approaching darkness. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The calls ceased. A day passed, then 2, then a whole week. Life, as if slowly awakening from a nightmare, gradually returned to its usual rhythm, leaving behind only a vague memory of the fear experienced. The sight instantly paralyzed me. The room was completely ransacked. A lamp lay broken, its shards scattered across the floor. My laptop, an $800 MacBook holding invaluable work photos, was savagely pried open on the bed, its screen shattered. A Gringotts Goblin souvenir, meant for my niece, was crushed. Clothes from my suitcase were torn, stained with wine, and some items were cut with scissors. The mini fridge stood open, its contents spilled onto the floor. Drawers were emptied, their contents strewn about. It resembled a robbery, but far more brutal and senseless. The damage amounted to hundreds of dollars. "What happened here?" I exclaimed, my voice trembling with shock. Brandon sat on the bed, pale with shaking hands. Michelle, however, sat on the floor, calmly picking at her nails as if nothing had happened. "It's not my fault," she said without looking up. "This is your room. You paid for it, so you deal with it." At that moment, I completely lost my composure. All her demands, her endless talking, and now this. "You two need your own room," I roared, unable to contain my anger. "This is insane. My things are ruined, and I've had enough." Brandon tried to say something, but Michelle slowly stood up. Her eyes were cold, completely empty. She reached into her jeans and pulled out a knife. It wasn't a folding knife, but a large one, like from a kitchen set, with a black handle wrapped in electrical tape. My heart stopped. Where could she even get that in a theme park? The thought flashed through my mind. "You can't kick me out," she said in a low voice, approaching me. "After everything." She lunged forward, swinging the knife at my face. I felt the blade whiz inches from my cheek. Pure instinct kicked in instantly. I dodged, tripped over the doorframe, and slammed the door right in front of her. The door hit her in the chest, knocking her down. The knife clattered to the floor. She cursed, reaching for it, but I had already darted out of the room and was running without looking back. I flew down the stairs to the lobby. The front desk clerk, Raj, stood behind the counter. "Call the police!" I gasped, spilling out the whole story, the knife, the trashed room, her attack. He immediately pressed the panic button. Security arrived very quickly, and then, in less than 10 minutes, the Orange County Sheriff's Office appeared. They arrested Michelle, handcuffing her while she screamed that I had ruined her life. Brandon was distraught, apologizing and offering his credit card to cover the damages. The hotel compensated my stay and moved me to a new room. That night, I locked the door tightly, flinching at every sound. Michelle was charged with assault with a deadly weapon. However, here's the catch. She was released 2 days later. Some judge let her out on $5,000 bail for reasons I will never understand. I cut my trip short, flew home to Atlanta, and blocked Brandon for a while. I needed my space. Then the situation worsened. Brandon called me a few days later from a blocked number, his voice trembling. Michelle had come for him too. The same knife, the same crazy look in his apartment parking lot in Tampa. She cut his arm, requiring 6 stitches, but he managed to fight her off and called the police. The charge is mounted: attempted murder, violation of a restraining order. She is now in jail, awaiting trial. The worst part is that Brandon isn't going to leave her. He claims he's afraid she'll come after him, or his family, if he does. She's not always like this, he keeps repeating, as if that changes anything. I called him a coward and cut off all contact with him permanently. He is now my ex-friend. This trip was supposed to be filled with roller coasters and magic wands. Instead, it showed me how quickly things can go wrong. 1 minute you're laughing about butter beer, the next you're dodging a knife in a hotel room. If you meet someone online, do a deep dive into who they are, because some people hide monsters within them. And I learned that the hard way. I still double-check my locks at night. I never imagined grief could drive a person so deep into the woods. However, after my mother's passing, it was vital for me to get away. My name is Forrest. I am 32, and I work as a mechanic in a small town in upstate New York. My mom was only 58. She always had a smile despite her heart problems. She swallowed beta blockers like candy to keep her blood pressure in check. But one night, she took too many. At least, that's what the coroner said. An accidental overdose. However, immediately after the funeral, rumors began to circulate. My stepfather, Rick, had been arguing with her more frequently lately. The bruises on her arms, which she meticulously hid under long sleeves, bothered me. Some diner patrons swore he'd slipped extra pills into her tea, envious of her small inheritance. Others said it was just her forgetfulness, a disease affecting her mind. The police classified it as an accident. No charges were filed. Rick got the house, and I got a crushing sense of guilt for not noticing it all sooner. I couldn't sleep in my apartment anymore, staring at the ceiling, replaying the arguments I'd heard. So I packed my old Ford pickup with a tent, a sleeping bag, a cooler with sandwiches and non-alcoholic drinks, and headed for the Catskill Mountains. He headed for the Catskill Mountains. The drive there took about 3 hours, winding through pine groves, where the air was infused with the sense of damp earth and untamed freedom. He chose a secluded spot, far from busy routes, the Black Bear campsite, but ventured deep into the woods, avoiding the proximity of families with their RVs and children's chatter. It was just him, the flickering campfire, and the silent stars. In his mind, he held out hope that 3 nights spent in complete solitude would help clear the fog that enveloped his mind. There was no cell service there, and that was the whole point of his trip. He arrived late on a Friday evening in October. The leaves had already turned yellow, crunching under his boots with every step. Quickly setting up camp, he pitched his tent by a creek that gurgled as if whispering ancient secrets. The campfire flared to life from dry branches and a lighter pulled from his pocket. After cooking a hamburger, he opened a can of Bud Light and sat watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. The air quickly grew cold, a piercing chill that seeped into his bones, raising goosebumps on his skin. At that moment, he remembered his mother's laugh, her playful scolding about him never settling down. Then Rick's voice echoed in his mind, shouting about money a week before her death. "She doesn't need that old fool," Rick would have said. He brushed away these thoughts, convincing himself that this trip was for her, for both of them. Night fell, a heavy, inky black blanket. There was no moon visible that night, only the campfire's light casting strange, flickering shadows on the tree trunks. Around 10 p.m. he crawled into his sleeping bag, but sleep never came. The creek's whisper began to sound ominous, like distant, arguing voices. The wind rustled through the branches, making them creak like old floorboards underfoot. He lay with wide-open eyes, his heart pounding from the excess caffeine from his last soda. That's when he heard it, a soft crunch, like a branch breaking under someone's foot about 20 yards away. A deer, he thought, as there were many here. But then another crunch, closer this time. He sat up, flashlight in hand, aiming the beam into the pitch blackness. Nothing but tree trunks and swaying ferns. He tried to laugh off the fear, rolled over, closed his eyes. A few minutes later, another rustle, clearer this time, as if something was deliberately pushing aside fallen leaves. His pulse quickened. He grabbed the flashlight again and turned it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, falling on a mighty oak about 15 feet from his tent. And there, peeking from behind the trunk, were eyes. 2 crimson points, glowing like embers in a dying fire. These were not animal eyes, too high, too still. They stared directly at him, unblinking through the mesh window of the tent. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. "Who's there?" His voice came out softly, swallowed by the forest's depths. There was no answer, only those eyes continued to hold him in their steady gaze. Then, slowly, like an embodiment of sin, a hand rose from the shadows, pale with thin, crooked fingers that seemed to beckon. "Come here," it silently said. "Join me." The air around him grew thick. Cold sweat beaded on his neck. His mind frantically searched for an explanation. A bear. No, bears' eyes don't glow red. A poacher. But that hand, it was unnatural. Too long, joints bending wrong, like bones under loose skin. He shot up, heart hammering like a jackhammer, zipped up the tent flap, fumbled for his boots. Those eyes didn't move, just watched patiently. The hand waved again, gently, as if calling a lost child home. His mother's face flashed in his mind, her pale cheeks in the coffin, Rick smirking at the wake. Was it him waiting for him here? No, that was crazy. But the eyes burned brighter, drawing him in, causing a pulling sensation in his stomach, like a hunger that couldn't be ignored. He didn't hesitate. Grabbing his keys, he burst out of the tent into the cold night. Branches slapped his face as he ran, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically. The creek splashed under his boots, mud sucking at his heels. Behind him, a low chuckle, or was it the wind? He didn't look back. The ranger station was a mile down the trail marked on his map. His legs burned, his lungs burned. He pushed through thorns that tore at his jeans. Every shadow hid those eyes. Every tree hid that hand. "Help!" he yelled, but only an echo answered. Finally, the station lights appeared. Yellow bulbs on the log cabin glowed like a beacon from hell. He pounded on the door at 1 a.m., gasping for breath. Ranger Neil, a stout man in his 50s with a broom-like mustache, answered, awakened. "Bear get into your camp," he grumbled, but he spilled everything. The eyes, the hand, his dead mom, the doubts. Neil radioed another ranger, poured him coffee that tasted like tar. Probably a hiker with a red LED, headlamp playing a trick, he said, but his eyes said he wasn't sure. They waited until dawn, him shivering under a wool blanket. The sun rose, gray and weak, through the clouds. They walked back, him, Neil, and his buddy Tom, a shotgun slung over Tom's shoulder just in case. The trail seemed shorter in daylight, but his stomach churned with anxiety. They reached his spot. The tent sagged, the fire pit cold ashes, no tracks but his own, and a deer's print in the mud. No eyes, no hands. Neil walked around, found his hamburger wrapper fluttering in the wind. "See anything?" Tom asked. He shook his head, examining the oak. Only bark and moss. They decided he had scared himself. Grief plays tricks. "It happens out here," Neil said, patting his shoulder. "Go home, son. Get some rest." He packed up quickly, hands trembling as he folded his sleeping bag, drove away, radio blaring classic rock to drown out the silence. Back home, he slept for 2 days, dreaming of red lights and beckoning fingers. Several months later, Rick sold his house and moved to Florida. The police officially closed the case, classifying it as an accident. However, last week, late in the evening, as he was alone fixing a carburetor in his workshop, Under the hum of fluorescent lights, he saw them again. In the rearview mirror of a client's crookedly parked Chevy, 2 red eyes flickered in the dark yard, and a hand slowly rose from the shadows, beckoning him. The man rushed inside and locked the door, immediately calling the police. The arriving officers found nothing, just an empty yard where the wind rattled the chain-link fence. But he was sure it was there, waiting for answers, or perhaps wanting him to join her. Whatever caused her death, it now craves company, and it definitely knows where he lives. It was September 7th, a young woman's 24th birthday, and she dreamed of something modest. She didn't want a noisy club or an overcrowded bar. Time twos. Her only wish was to have a quiet, secluded celebration in a place where she could fully relax with her closest friends. Online, she found a beautiful Airbnb house. It was a 2-story building located on the outskirts of the city, with a spacious backyard, perfect for hanging fairy lights, setting up a fire pit, and creating a cozy gathering area. She booked this house for the weekend. Moreover, she even paid extra for catering services to completely free herself from the hassle of preparing food and drinks. The catering company promised to send 3 waiters to serve appetizers and beverages. Her plan was a barbecue dinner, accompanied by music, laughter, and a complete absence of any dramatic events. The weather promised to be warm, slightly humid, but perfectly suitable for an evening outdoors. On Friday afternoon, she arrived at the venue with her best friend, Harper. Her friend helped her unload boxes of party decorations. The house looked even better in person than in the photos. Its facades were painted white, a wraparound porch encircled the building, and a tall fence securely enclosed the yard. Inside, the owner had left the Wi-Fi code and a spare key hidden under the doormat. Harper and the birthday girl spent several hours setting up folding tables, stringing lights in the trees, and blowing up balloons. By Saturday morning, the place was fully ready for a real celebration. By 6:11 p.m., the catering staff arrived as promised. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black vests and ties, carrying trays and ice buckets, exuding professionalism. One of the men was tall with a short haircut. The other had disheveled brown hair and a name tag that read Alex. The woman's name was Lisa. They offered polite smiles and immediately got to work. Guests began to gather around 7:00 p.m. The birthday girl's brother, Marcus, was the first to arrive, bringing a pack of non-alcoholic drinks. Then came Harper's friends from work, a few old college neighbors, and a couple of neighbors. Soon the grill was in full swing. Steaks sizzled on the grates. Corn wrapped in foil was ready to be served, and music streamed from a portable speaker. People laughed, enjoyed their drinks, and shared stories. The backyard glowed with string lights, and fireflies danced in the grass. The servers discreetly blended into the background. Tom, the tall waiter, constantly refilled drinks without being intrusive. Alex remained by the food table, ensuring trays were always full. Lisa cleared dirty plates. Everything ran smoothly, as if they had done it hundreds of times before. By 10 o'clock, it was cake time. The birthday girl had ordered a large vanilla cake from a local bakery, covered in white frosting and adorned with the inscription, 24 and thriving. Everyone gathered around the picnic table. Marcus lit the sparklers. All the guests sang in unison, and the birthday girl blew out the candles in one breath, wishing for a promotion at work. People clapped and eagerly dug into their slices. It was at this moment that she noticed Alex. He wasn't holding a tray. Instead, she saw him by the chair where the gifts were stacked. He unzipped her new leather purse and extracted a small item. Then he reached for a box that held a silver necklace. "Hey man, what are you doing?" her cousin Jake loudly exclaimed, catching him red-handed. Everyone turned to look. Alex froze, his hand halfway to the box. His face remained impassive, showing neither guilt nor fear. "What?" he uttered in a lifeless voice. "You're stealing," Jake said, moving closer. "Put it back." Silence fell over the yard. People stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Alex. Then Alex reached into his vest pocket. He pulled out a switchblade and flicked it open, the blade glinting under the string lights. Gasps filled the air. Harper grabbed the birthday girl's hand. "Back off," Alex said, calmly pointing the knife at Jake. "Nobody move. Call the police, and you'll regret it." He slowly retreated toward the gate. Chairs scraped across the ground as he slipped into the dark side yard. Chaos ensued. Marcus yelled for everyone to stick together. Harper called 911 and reported what had happened. People whispered, fearing he might return. Jake checked the gifts. Some money and a charger were missing, but the necklace was still there. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived. Officers took statements under the light of the porch lantern. The birthday girl told them about the catering company she had booked. Quick Serve Events. They verified the name and took notes. Another officer searched the yard with a flashlight, but Alex was long gone. They advised them to lock up and stay inside. The party had to end early. People left in groups. The birthday girl stayed with Harper in the house, too nervous to sleep. Every creak in the old house made her jump. Ring. Around 2 a.m, the phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence. Police officers seemed to have returned to the front door. "We found him," one of them said, his words echoing in the air. The officers escorted everyone to a downstairs bathroom. The narrator's heart sank, sensing something was terribly wrong. Inside, leaning against the cold wall, was a semi-conscious man in a waiter's vest. His shirt was torn, his skin unnaturally pale, and his chin was stained with vomit. Needles and a syringe kit lay on the countertop, indicating recent medical procedures. Paramedics were already assisting him. In a weak voice, the man mumbled, "They claimed to be guests. 2 men. They offered me a drink before my shift. My throat burned terribly. I woke up here with no clothes, no knife. They said they would handle the party themselves." The officers exchanged significant glances. One of them reported that the contents of the syringe tested positive for powerful sedatives. The bitter truth hit everyone with incredible force. The man in the bathroom was the real Alex, the genuine waiter. The 2 individuals previously thought to be Tom and Alex were merely imposters. They had cunningly drugged the true employee, taken his uniform, and infiltrated the party unnoticed. Lisa, however, was indeed who she claimed to be. She had genuinely left the event early due to a headache, but these 2 men skillfully played their roles throughout the night. They deftly poured drinks and served food, all the while harboring a sinister plan for robbery. By dawn, everyone had packed up and left the Airbnb. The owner promised a refund for the rental, but peaceful sleep never returned with the same ease. The narrator's thoughts constantly drifted back to the knife, to how calmly and coolly it had been aimed at Jake. The police classified the incident as attempted robbery, but to the narrator, it felt far more sinister and ominous. A month had passed since that day. She was still 24, but birthdays now felt tainted, overshadowed. She couldn't stop replaying the events of that night in her mind, reliving each moment. In her imagination, images of those men arose, smiling as they served food, subtly observing everyone present, and sometimes a disturbing question surfaced. Was stealing money truly their only objective? Or were they plotting something far worse, something that never came to pass because Jake spoke up in time? At one point, the narrator worked at a Pizza Hut located in one of Tucson's less affluent neighborhoods. This area was notoriously known for its dilapidated apartment buildings, numerous trailer parks, and duplexes that seemed long past their prime. Most customers were typically not generous tippers, and many appeared to be struggling with drug addiction or living on government assistance. This job was certainly neither the safest nor the most pleasant, but it allowed her to make ends meet and pay her bills. One evening, an order came in for a large meat lover's pizza with extra sausage. The delivery was assigned to another driver. However, even before that driver could return to the store, the customer was already calling the pizzeria, claiming the pizza was so spicy it was inedible and demanding an immediate replacement. The staff doubted the truth of his claim regarding the dish's spiciness, but the manager decided to send another pizza to resolve the conflict and appease the dissatisfied customer. When the driver returned, he was given a fresh pizza for redelivery. Everyone believed this would finally solve the problem. However, their hopes were dashed. The man called again, not once, but twice more over the next few hours. Each time, he repeated the same complaint. The pizza was too spicy, and he couldn't eat it. The staff continued to send replacements and retrieve the old pizzas, ostensibly for quality checks, though in reality, they simply threw them into the dumpster. The pizzeria believed the customer was trying to scam them for free food and hoped he would eventually stop calling. By 11,000 callers p.m., an hour before closing, he called once more, demanding another pizza. By this point, the manager's patience had worn thin. He politely but firmly explained that they could do no more. If the man came to the store the next day, he would receive a refund. Everyone assumed the incident would be over. The narrator wasn't closing the store that night, so she was at the register, counting the day's earnings. Just then, a beat-up truck screeched to a halt in the parking lot, stopping right at the front door. A heavy, unkempt man emerged from the cab, carrying a pizza box. He came inside, placed the box on the counter, and declared he was there for a refund. The narrator called for the manager. While waiting for the manager to arrive, the narrator watched as the man opened the box and began to mumble. "This pizza is so spicy," he said. "You just have to try it. Someone's putting pepper in the sauce or something." The narrator, trying to avoid conflict, told him she believed him and stepped aside. The manager approached to process the refund, but the man became even more agitated. He pushed the pizza toward the manager, insistently repeating, "You have to try this. You just have to believe me." He poked his finger into the pizza, turning it into a shapeless mess. The manager calmly explained that he didn't need to try it and asked the man to leave the premises. Finally, the man took his pizza and quickly rushed back to his truck. By this time, all the store employees had gathered near the entrance, the waitress, the cook, and other drivers. One of these drivers was the person the narrator had a secret crush on. When the man drove away, the narrator tried to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke. "Hey, Kevin, want to try my pizza?" Everyone laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. The truck suddenly screeched to a halt, then accelerated back into the parking lot. The man burst inside again, this time enraged. He yelled at Kevin, "You think this is funny? You're laughing at me." Kevin froze as if struck by lightning. The man climbed onto the counter, shouting that he would teach him a lesson. He demanded that Kevin come outside to fight him. Kevin was only 22, slender, and clearly frightened. This man was much older, larger, and far more unpredictable. The manager managed to calm him enough to push him outside and quickly lock the door. For a moment, it seemed that it was all over. Then a rumble sounded, and the massive truck reappeared, but this time its maneuvers around the building took on a sinister tone. A gun now protruded menacingly from the driver's window, pointed directly at them. Instantly, everyone present dropped to the floor, gripped by panic. The waitress couldn't hold back her sobs, and their manager, trembling all over, blindly fumbled for the phone to dial 911. Each time anyone dared to raise their head for a quick glance, they saw the truck continuing its terrifying circular drive. Eventually, the vehicle stopped and parked neatly next to a driver's car, seemingly waiting, clearly hoping that one of the employees would come out for a delivery. They remained hidden, barely moving, until, after approximately 15 minutes, their pursuer finally drove away. The police arrived almost an hour after the incident. By that time, one of the employees had already hastily left the scene, consumed by fear that the aggressor might return if he stayed. The next day, the man continued to call the establishment. He furiously yelled into the phone, claiming that they had attacked him and even thrown pepper in his eyes. Fortunately, because they had his phone number and address recorded, law enforcement was able to promptly track down the assailant. The police arrested him, and he was never seen again after that. Following this incident, his name was permanently placed on the Do Not Deliver blacklist. NUS Alice, who was 16 at the time, would never forget the events of 1977 in Colorado Springs. For several months, she had been babysitting for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. The kids, Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were remarkably well behaved. They both went to bed quietly without making a fuss. The task seemed simple, just a couple of hours of watching to prevent any mishaps, like an accidental fire, and some cash in her pocket. However, that night, February 7th, started routinely, but ended so dramatically that the memories still haunt Alice to this day. Mrs. Carter lived in the same apartment complex as Alice's family, just a few doors down. As a single mother, she always looked exhausted, rushing off to her night shift at the local diner. She had found Alice through an ad she posted at the community center. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The woman liked that the girl lived nearby and didn't charge high rates. That evening, Mrs. Carter kissed Tommy and Lily goodbye, handed Alice a $5 bill, and instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, already flipping through channels on the old TV. The apartment was a modest one, cluttered with toys and piles of unwashed laundry. The children, dressed in pajamas, were curled up on the sofa. Alice picked up a Dr. Seuss book, their favorite story with bright illustrations and funny rhymes, and read aloud until the little one's eyelids drooped. By 8:30, they were sound asleep. She carefully carried them to their beds, went around the rooms checking the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. A peaceful silence settled, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Settling on the couch with a bag of chips, Alice turned on a light-hearted comedy, turning the sound down to a whisper so as not to disturb the children. Around 9 in the evening, a suspicious noise occurred. A light thud, as if something had slipped in the kitchen. Alice froze, her hand with a chip paused at her lips. The apartment was on the first floor, and the kitchen window faced directly onto the parking lot. She tried to convince herself it was nothing. Maybe a stray cat had jumped onto the windowsill or the wind had stirred the trash. But her pulse quickened. Her heart pounded. She grabbed the phone, an antique rotary dial, and moved it closer. There were no cell phones back then, just a cord that barely reached the couch. Taking a deep breath, she tiptoed into the kitchen and flicked on the light. Empty. The window was locked. The sink was clean. Alice chuckled at her own fear, feeling foolish, and returned to the screen. Soon after, there was another sound, a sharp scraping, as if metal scratched against glass. It came from the back door, which led to a narrow patio. Alice turned off the TV, listening in the darkness. The children were still sleeping peacefully in their room. From behind the door, she could hear Tommy's soft snoring, reassuring in its ordinariness. Barefoot, in socks, she moved silently to the door, where the linoleum gently cushioned underfoot. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it aside a centimeter, Alice peered out. The patio was shrouded in gloom. The nearest street lamp was too far away to dispel the shadows. But in the corner, behind the glass, something stirred. Or was it just her imagination? Her stomach clenched. She pulled the handle the lock held firm. Stepping back, she was already mentally dialing her mother's number. But then she heard footsteps, not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured, they echoed from the hallway near the children's room. Alice darted to the kitchen drawer and grabbed a knife. Her hands were shaking, and the blade nearly slipped. "Who's there?" she whispered, her voice cracking. Silence, only another step in response. With the knife at the ready, breathing raggedly, she moved down the hallway. The door to the children's room remained ajar, as it should, but the air suddenly felt thick, filled with the sensation of being watched. Pushing the door open, Alice burst inside. Tommy and Lily were sound asleep in their beds. Relief washed over her, her knees buckling. However, a shadow lurked in the corner, tall, static, like a sentinel. The girl froze. The knife fell from her sweaty hand. "Go away," she said more firmly, trying to sound confident. The shadow didn't flinch. Turning on the lamp, Alice expected to see emptiness, the product of her overactive imagination, the weariness of a long evening. But no, a man in his 20s stood by the children's dresser, tall, with tousled hair and the piercing gaze of dark eyes. He stared directly at her. A knife gleamed in his fist, far more imposing than her own, reflecting the light from the bulb. Alice screamed, recoiling. The stranger was silent, only taking a step forward. In a panic, she lunged for the front door, her fingers slipping on the lock, wet with sweat. Behind her, his boots thudded, heavy and relentless. Finally, the door swung open, and Alice burst into the parking lot, screaming for help into the cold night. A light flashed on in a neighboring apartment window. Someone shouted, Call the police! Barefoot, not feeling the asphalt burning her feet with frost, she ran on until she burst into her own apartment. Her father had already run outside. Sensing something was wrong from the noise, he dragged his daughter inside, held her close, and dialed 911. The police arrived quickly. After inspecting the scene, they stated that the man had fled, the back door forced open with a tool. The children had slept through everything safe and sound. Thankfully, blood was found on Alice's pajamas, not her own, but smeared in haste when she brushed against the wall. Detectives collected samples along with fingerprints from the door. It later turned out to be William Kernan, a local college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had often appeared in the complex, loitering aimlessly. He was not arrested that night. He had long since melted into the darkness. Decades later, in 2024, Alice stumbled upon a news story. The case was finally resolved. DNA from that blood perfectly matched the profile of Kernan, who died in 2010. Full verification was impossible. The body had been cremated, and there were no relatives left, but investigators had no doubt of his involvement. That same evening, he had stabbed a 14-year-old girl named Maria Hansel in a neighboring apartment. She, like Alice, was working as a babysitter and did not survive. Still, in her nightmares, Alice sees his eyes, icy, bottomless. After the incident, she refused to babysit again, never set foot in that complex again. At times, she wonders how close she came to the edge, to becoming just a line in a police report or a newspaper chronicle. She started babysitting for the Millers when she was 12. By 15, it had become a routine. Walk a couple of blocks, watch their 6-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter get paid, and go home. The children were rambunctious, completely messy, and devious in the ugliest ways. However, the money she earned allowed her to buy necessary school supplies and save up for a used bicycle. That Friday evening, Mrs. Miller said that she and her husband would be back around 11. Nothing unusual, she said, shrugging on her coat. The girl nodded, mentally planning, get the kids to bed by 9, finish her homework at their kitchen table, and be in her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, the house was quiet. The single lamp on the floor lamp softly illuminated the living room. Cartoons played at low volume. Rain drummed against the wide front window, and from time to time, headlights swept across the curtains, casting shadows. The children, exhausted from an hour of wild games, were curled up on the couch, wrapped in blankets up to their chins. She clutched to the remote to instantly mute any intrusive commercials that could wake them. 9 o'clock passed. She decided to give them an extra 10 minutes before carrying them upstairs. Getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to turn up the heat slightly. And at that moment, everything changed. A dull thud at the front door, massive, decisive, nothing like the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade vibrated slightly. A second blow sounded muffled, as if someone was pressing their ear against the panel. Her heart pounded. She looked at the children. Their eyes were now wide with fear. Pressing a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, not a sound." They obeyed silently, a feat for those restless kids, and scurried under the knitted blanket. She turned off the TV and the lamp. The room was plunged into darkness, broken only by the flickering numbers on the cable receiver. In this sudden silence, the sound of the rain intensified, but she still caught the commotion at the entrance. the rustle of soles on the mat. She pulled the phone out of her pocket. Not a single bar of signal. Their home network often acted up during thunderstorms, so contacting anyone was impossible. Backing towards the kitchen, she yanked open a drawer by the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had washed earlier after heating up store-bought pizza for the kids. She tried to even out her breathing, creeping along the wall to the hallway leading to the door. In this rickety house, every inch of parquet betrayed her presence, so she leaned on her heels first, muffling any possible creaks. Halfway there was a new noise, the click of the mail slot, which opened and slammed shut. Someone outside was probing vulnerabilities, probably looking for a weak spot in the lock. The thought of escaping through the back door with the children flashed through her mind, but the backyard had no fence and backed onto a dense, dark grove. If the stranger went around the building, they would be trapped in the open. The decision to face the threat inside, where she knew the layout, seemed more reasonable. With the phone clutched in her left hand and the knife in her right, she turned the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so fiercely that she could barely hear the front door swing open. Two tall figures burst inside, waving their arms, their mouths agape. Boo! For a moment, her mind refused to recognize those faces. Then a flash of lightning lit up the window behind them, and she made out Mr. and Mrs. Miller, their wet coats glistening with water. They burst into laughter, doubled over, and patting each other on the shoulders. Her scream caught in her throat. Her breath caught. The tip of the knife trembled inches from Mr. Miller's chest. He straightened up, noticed the blade, and his cheerful grin faded. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising his hands as if facing the barrel of a police revolver. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, still giggling. "We were checking if you'd be brave," she explained. "Looks like you passed the test with flying colors." She lowered the knife, but horror gave way to anger. Her knees buckled. "You risked your lives," she breathed. Mr. Miller waved his hand. "All for fun. We came back early, wanted to test your mettle." He turned away to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're hungry. We'll make grilled cheese." She stood frozen, waiting for at least an apology or permission to leave. But the couple simply walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began clattering dishes. She returned to the living room, still trembling. The children emerged from their hiding place, stunned. She told them that their parents were back and dragged the 6-year-old upstairs, the 8-year-old trailing behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her confusion. She kept her tone even and concise. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still clutched the knife. Returning it to the drawer, she washed the blade clean of fingerprints and wiped it thoroughly. From the corner of the hallway through the kitchen doorway, she saw the adults. They stood by the stove, embracing, swaying in time, and laughing at some family joke, spreading butter on bread. The aroma of melting cheese wafted through the house, but her stomach only clenched. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her a snack. No one expressed gratitude for her restraint in not stabbing Mr. Miller in the ribs. By 10:30, Mrs. Miller finally paid attention to her. "You can go," she chirped. "Standard pay." The girl walked home in the pouring rain, the money folded in half in her pocket, her boots squishing through puddles. That night, she lay in her room staring at the ceiling, replaying in her mind the moment the door swung open, the flash of lightning, the glint of the knife, Mr. Miller's dark, wet coat like a silhouette from a police procedural. She realized how close she had been to turning her fate and their lives upside down with one instinctive movement. She realized that her own life and the lives of their children hung by a thread. The girl also realized that the parents were completely indifferent to her distress. This prank served only their personal entertainment. Since then, she no longer agreed to look after their offspring. When Mrs. Miller sent a message 2 weeks later, the girl replied that she was busy with schoolwork. After that, the invitations stopped. In the evenings, heading to the bus stop, she sometimes passed their porch. From the outside, the house seemed quiet. Ordinary warm yellow light shone through the windows. Toys littered the lawn. However, the chilling rush of horror they had caused for fun flashed in her memory. This incident taught her 2 important lessons. Panic feels as acute as a real threat, and some adults remain eternally immature. Now she carefully checks every door she enters, including her own. Her phone is always charged and ready, and if someone brings up a harmless joke built on someone else's embarrassment, she remembers the trembling knife in her hand and shakes her head firmly. No, the girl never particularly believed in ghosts, but after babysitting at the Thompsons' house, her certainty wavered. It was an ordinary-looking cottage at the end of Willow Street, right across from St. Mary's Church in her quiet, provincial town. The girl's mother worked as a kindergarten teacher and knew the Thompsons' sons, Ethan and Liam, well from her classes. Mrs. Thompson had called her one evening last summer because their regular babysitter had suddenly cancelled. She was 17, needed the money, and figured it was an easy gig. How wrong she was. The evening started uneventfully. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old respectively, turned out to be charming but restless scamps running around their dilapidated 2-story house. It was a typical house built in the 70s, with creaking wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if permeated with all the decades it had lived through. Mrs. Thompson left a clear list of tasks: feed the boys, oversee hygiene, and put them to bed by 9 in the evening. Nothing complicated. At 6:30, she was in the kitchen with them, preparing dinner. The boys insisted on tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam slammed a plastic container of store-bought salsa onto the table. She turned around for the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Sauce splattered everywhere, on the walls, cabinets, refrigerator, creating a scene reminiscent of a bloody massacre. The boys shrieked, a mixture of laughter and fright. The girl froze, clutching a piece of cheddar tightly, in complete amazement. She assumed the salsa was old, maybe fermented and built up gas. That's how she calmed herself, grabbing a roll of paper towels and starting to clean. The children helped, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing towards the living room, as if anticipating someone's arrival. It took them a good 20 minutes to wipe up all the mess, and the pungent tomato smell stubbornly lingered. They were still wiping remnants off the refrigerator when a sharp crash came from the living room, as if something massive had collapsed. She told the boys not to move and headed there, her heartbeat accelerating. 2 photo frames, one with a picture of the boys on the beach, the other with the parents at their wedding ceremony, had fallen off the walls opposite each other. Both lay on the carpet, the glass intact, face up, as if they had been carefully placed on purpose. She inspected the walls. The nails were in place, no cracks or damage. The windows were locked, no draft. Ethan, who had followed her despite the ban, whispered, "This happens sometimes." She forced a smile, leaned the frames against the wall, and didn't put them back. Her stomach churned, but she kept telling herself it was just the quirks of an old house. After the meal, it was time for bathing. She herded the boys upstairs, drew a bath, and let them splash around while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door slightly ajar. Their father's office was across the hall, a cramped room with a cluttered desk and an antiquated desktop computer. As she leaned against the wall, scrolling through her phone feed, there was a soft, tinkling sound, followed by another. The monitor came to life, its fans whirring loudly. The screen lit up with a blue light, displaying the Windows login window. She froze. No one had touched the device. The children were splashing in the bath, and she kept her distance from the desk. Peeking into the office, she expected to find a cat or a random object on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse was motionless, the keyboard covered in a thin layer of dust. The girl attributed it to an automatic update, but after the salsa and frame incidents, it seemed ominous. She yanked the monitor's power cord and hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15, she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom on the 2nd floor. They were exhausted and instantly fell asleep, their steady snores filling the space. She closed the door and went down to the living room to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on their bulky, ancient TV, she suddenly caught it. Footsteps, measured and heavy, shuffling down the upper hallway. She muted the sound, her pulse quickening, decided the boys had woken up. She tiptoed up the creaking stairs. The bedroom door was closed. Opening it slightly, she saw that they were sleeping soundly, as before. The hallway was deserted, the air still. She went around the other rooms, the guest room, the bathroom, the office, all empty. Goosebumps ran down her skin as she returned downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking resumed, now quieter and slower, as if an invisible figure was pacing from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't dare go up again. She huddled in the corner of the sofa, texting her boyfriend about her growing fear. "Just relax," he replied. "Old houses always have lots of noises." But she didn't buy it. She sat clutching her phone, mentally counting down the minutes until 10:30. When the Thompsons finally returned, she tried to act casual, but she must have given away her anxiety, because Mrs. Thompson asked if everything was okay. The girl mumbled that the boys had behaved perfectly and hurried to grab her coat. She didn't mention the salsa, the frames, the computer, or the footsteps. She just wanted to leave as soon as possible. On the way home, she thought about Ethan's whisper. This happens sometimes. She babysat them a couple more times, but never stayed late, and always brought a friend with her. To this day, she doesn't understand what exactly was going on in that house, but it clearly wasn't her imagination. The place exuded something wrong, and the memory of it is forever etched in her memory. NUS, that memorable summer when I turned 15, my family decided to spend our vacation at the fancy Hilton Hotel in sunny Orlando, Florida. It was one of those grand resorts with splashing pools, glittering arcade games, and a vibrant family atmosphere. For 2 weeks, we reveled in the escape from the sweltering Chicago summer. My parents, wanting me to have freedom and adventure, allowed me to explore the surroundings on my own during the day while they lounged by the pool or visited nearby theme parks. That's how I met Jake. He, like me, turned out to be a hotel guest, an 18-year-old who arrived from the heart of Texas. At least, that was his story. From the first glance, he gave the impression of being a cool guy, tall with unruly chestnut hair and a constant smirk on his face, as if he was always plotting something mischievous. From the start, Jake aroused vague suspicions in me. He was prone to risky adventures, such as secretly sneaking into the gym after it closed or manipulating vending machines for free treats. One time, he even talked me into switching the signs on the men's and women's restrooms to watch people's reactions. It seemed funny, but looking back, I realized how absurd it was. Jake radiated irrepressible energy, constantly talking about pranks and convincing me that life without a little chaos becomes unbearably boring. Since there weren't many peers at the hotel, I spent time in his company. My parents, having casually met him in the lobby, found him polite enough, but warned me against participating in questionable enterprises. Everything changed on the 4th night of our stay. Around 2 a.m, I was sitting in my room scrolling through my phone, trying not to wake my parents, who were sleeping peacefully in the next bed. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, notifying me of a message from Jake. "Hey, buddy, can't sleep. Let's pull a late-night prank. Knock on doors and run like the good old days. Meet me in the lobby in 5 minutes." I hesitated for a moment. It was late. The hotel was quiet, but the idea seemed tempting. Boredom was setting in, and Jake had a way of turning the ordinary into an exciting adventure. I quickly put on my sneakers, grabbed my keycard, and slipped out of the room silently. The hallway was dimly lit, the soft light of the nightlights and the plush carpet absorbing the sound of our footsteps. Jake was waiting for me by the elevators, grinning foolishly. "This floor is perfect," he whispered. "It's mostly old people who go to bed early." We started on the 3rd floor, quietly knocking on doors and immediately hiding around the corner. The first few times we heard disgruntled grumbling or the sound of doors opening, barely able to contain our laughter. No one caught us. It seemed like a harmless, childish prank. After about 20 minutes, we had probably knocked on 6 doors. Jake was getting bolder, knocking harder each time. "One more," he said, heading to the end of the hallway. That's when everything took a sinister turn. He led me down a side corridor that I hadn't noticed before. It was narrower, with a staff-only sign partially hidden by dense vegetation. The dim light flickered, and the air had a musty smell of old carpet that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. "Why are we here?" I asked, but Jake just shushed me and continued forward. At the end of the corridor was a slightly ajar door with service area written on it. Jake carefully opened it a crack and peeked inside, then turned to me with the same sinister smirk. Before I could say anything, I saw him. An old man stood in the dim light right in the doorway, tall and thin, wearing a faded gray jacket and pants that looked like a hotel staff uniform, but clearly worn and dirty. His face was pale, etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes seemed unnaturally dark, like bottomless shadows. Behind me, I heard Jake's voice, but it was no longer a whisper. He shouted right behind me, "Dad, there he is! Our meal for tonight! Get him!" I froze for a split second, gripped by terror. What? Meal? My heart pounded in my chest. I spun around and saw Jake lunging at me, his face contorted into a malicious grin that had no trace of playfulness. He was bigger than me, stronger according to his stories about working out at home. Without thinking, I reacted instinctively. As he tried to tackle me, I swung my fist as hard as I could and hit him right in the nose. There was a crunch, and blood splattered. He yelped and stumbled back, clutching his face. I took off running, my feet barely touching the ground. My sneakers slapped against the floor as I raced towards the open hallway. Behind me, I could hear Jake cursing, and the old man shuffling heavily behind. "Catch him!" The old man growled in a raspy and sinister voice. I didn't look back. Bursting into the main hall, I ran for the stairs, ignoring the elevator, which seemed too slow. After descending 2 flights, I felt my lungs burning. The hotel was dead silent, no night staff or wandering guests. I ran out through a side door to the pool area. The humid Florida night air hit me like a wall. The pool was illuminated by underwater lights that shimmered eerily blue in the darkness. There was no one around. Without stopping, I jumped straight into the water, fully clothed, splashing loudly into the deep end. The water was freezing, shocking my body. I swam to the bottom, about 8 feet down, and huddled there, holding my breath. My lungs screamed for oxygen, but I stayed underwater, looking up through the rippling surface. Bubbles of air escaped from my nose. Suddenly, I saw him. The old man emerged from the door, scanning the pool area. He moved slowly, as if sniffing out prey. "I know you're hiding here, boy," he shouted, his voice echoing off the concrete. "I'll find you. You can't escape." My vision started to blur from the chlorine, but I held on, counting the seconds. 30, 40. My chest burned unbearably. Then I heard another familiar voice, my father's voice. "Excuse me, sir. Have you seen my son? He's 15, about this tall, wearing a blue shirt." My father must have woken up, noticed I was missing, and gone looking for me. He was standing there in his pajamas, with his phone in his hand and the flashlight on. With the beam of light from the flashlight, the old man went silent. "No, I haven't seen anyone," he muttered with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, my patience snapped. I pushed off the bottom and shot to the surface, gasping for air. Streams of water ran down my face as I treaded water. "Dad!" I exclaimed. My father turned instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. "What the hell? Get out of there immediately!" He hurried to the edge of the pool and helped me out, wrapping his arms tightly around my shivering shoulders. I glanced back. The old man was retreating into the shadows of the doorway, disappearing not like a ghost, but rather slipping away, as if trying to avoid attention. When my father looked in that direction, he was gone. We hurried back to our room, leaving wet footprints behind. My mother, worried and unwell, had gotten out of bed. I shared everything that had happened with them. The pranks, how Jake had lured me into that creepy corridor, the mysterious old man, and the shout of meal. Even to me, it sounded implausible. My parents exchanged glances. "Honey, are you sure they weren't just playing a prank on you?" my mom asked. "Kids can be cruel with their jokes sometimes." My father supported her, nodding. "Probably some weird father-son duo decided to scare you. We'll be sure to report it to the front desk tomorrow morning." However, the next morning when we tried to inquire about Jake and the old man, the hotel staff thoroughly checked the guest list. It turned out that there was no Jake from Texas registered at the hotel, and there was no old man matching the description, either as a guest or on staff. I spent the rest of the vacation hardly leaving the room. I blocked Jake's number. Maybe they left that same night, or maybe it was all carefully planned to scare me. About 6 months ago, shortly after moving with my wife Laura to our new home in a quiet suburb just outside of Dallas, strange events began to unfold. We were thrilled to finally have our own yard with a pool. It was our first real home after years of apartment living, and we were eager to make it our own cozy haven. The neighbors seemed perfectly normal at first. A family with 2 children, a boy around 8 years old and a girl around 6. Their father, Mike, worked in construction, and the mother occasionally worked as a nurse on the night shift. We exchanged pleasantries a few times, but our interactions were mostly limited to that. The trouble began with the children. Their yard backed onto ours, separated only by a wooden fence about 6 feet high. At first, it was just balls accidentally landing in our pool. I'd hear a splash, go out, and toss them back. Nothing out of the ordinary. But over time, the situation escalated. Every day after school, they would deliberately throw toys into our yard. Frisbees, action figures, even a plastic dinosaur. It wasn't accidental. I could hear them giggling and saying things like, "Throw it higher." Our pool filter started getting clogged with debris, which frustrated Laura, who enjoyed swimming laps in peace. Then came the persistent doorbell ringing. The kids would come to our front door and press the doorbell repeatedly, as if it were a game, not stopping until one of us answered. The boy would say, "Our toy fell into your yard. Can we get it?" At first, we tried to be polite. I'd let them in through the side gate. They'd retrieve their belongings and they'd leave. But it happened so often, sometimes up to 5 times a day, that it started to feel like an intrusion of our privacy. Our pool area was our private sanctuary. We had lounge chairs, plants, and even a small bar. We didn't want strangers traipsing through it. One weekend, Laura and I discussed the problem. "This has to stop," she said. "It's our property." So the next time they rang the doorbell, I opened the door and said firmly, "Listen, kids, you can't keep throwing your things into our yard. And no, you can't come into our yard anymore. I'll throw your toys back when I see them." The girl pouted, and the boy glared at me, but they left. I naively assumed that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. The toy throwing became even more frequent, as if they were testing our patience. Toys accumulated in our yard, a Nerf gun, a Barbie doll, even a remote-controlled car that buzzed around until the battery died. They continued to ring the doorbell, despite my ban. One day, the boy rang it for a solid minute without stopping. I tried to ignore it, but Laura was starting to get anxious. "What if they climb over the fence?" she asked worriedly. Later, I checked the recordings from our Ring doorbell camera. Sure enough, the kids were standing there, whispering and laughing. Before running away, the situation escalated when Mike got involved. A few days after I stopped letting the children in, he appeared at our door one evening. He was a large man, about 6'3", with tattoos on his arms from his construction work. "Hey, man," he said without a hint of a smile. "My kids say you're keeping their toys. That's not cool." I politely explained that they were throwing them deliberately, and I was simply returning them. He stared at me intensely. "Just let them get their stuff. It's no big deal." I remained firm. Sorry, but it is our property. Tell them to stop throwing them." He muttered something under his breath and left. That night, even more toys flew into our yard, thrown with more force than before. One of them even cracked our sliding glass door. Laura and I installed extra lights in the yard and made sure the gate was securely locked. My job as a sales rep for a tech company often required me to travel, so Laura was sometimes home alone at night. She started double-checking all the doors before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." There are moments in everyone's life when a vague sense of impending doom creeps into the soul, poisoning the joy of the present. One July night, the oppressive heat clinging to Austin, Texas, brought with it an event that would forever alter the life of one family. Laura, home alone, texted her husband, who was 2 hours away at a conference, to say she was going to watch Netflix and head to bed. But sleep was shattered by a sudden, violent pounding at the door. At 2:17 a.m., a frantic text message from Laura arrived. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." Her husband's heart plummeted. Without a second thought, he grabbed his laptop to check the Ring camera feed. There, on the porch, illuminated by the motion sensor light, stood Mike, the neighbor, his face contorted with rage. He was hammering his fist against the door, demanding the return of his kids' toys. Laura, terrified, texted her husband that the neighbor was drunk or high. Soon, the pounding escalated into furious kicks. The door frame shuddered under the assault. "He's trying to break in," Laura whispered. Her husband, trapped in his hotel room, immediately called 911, giving the dispatcher their address and narrating the events in real time through the Ring app. "My wife is alone and the neighbor is trying to kick down the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher assured him that officers were on their way. The phone line with Laura suddenly went silent, replaced by the sound of shattering glass. "Oh God, the kitchen window," she sobbed. Mike had smashed the window, shards of glass raining inward. He was reaching in, trying to unlock the latch to gain entry. With a scream of terror, Laura fled upstairs, barricading the bedroom door with a chair. Soon, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the night. Mike, as if startled back to his senses, backed away from the porch, but it was too late. 2 police cruisers, lights flashing, screeched to a halt in front of the house. Officers leapt from their vehicles, weapons drawn. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike raised his hands but continued to argue, claiming his children's toys had been stolen. The officers handcuffed him on the front lawn. Laura, peering out the window, saw the scene unfold and pointed the officers to the broken window, where drops of blood were visible. Mike had cut himself, breaking the glass. As Mike was being led to the police car, he turned and looked directly at Laura through the open doorway. The Ring camera captured the look, seething with hatred. "I'll kill you someday, bitch," he said calmly, as if making a promise. The officers, hearing the threat, noted it in their report. Laura's husband raced home, arriving at dawn. Still in shock, Laura clung to him. Mike was arrested for attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats. He spent the night in jail, and the family obtained a restraining order. The next day, his wife came over, offering profuse apologies and explaining that Mike had anger issues due to stress at work. The children stopped throwing toys and the family tried to keep to themselves, but the fear lingered for Laura and her husband. They replaced the broken window with reinforced glass and installed additional security cameras. Now, Laura jumps at every noise at night. Her husband sometimes replays the Ring camera footage, hearing Mike's voice saying, "I'll kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. What if he really means it? The family is considering moving, but housing prices are high. For now, they are forced to keep their doors tightly locked and hope it's over. But in quiet moments, Laura's husband can't shake the thought that one day Mike might try again. A summer evening in Austin, Texas, 2017. The heat seemed to linger even after the sun had set. Emily often visited the Zilker Park public pool to unwind after a stressful day at the office. She arrived late that evening around 7:30 p.m., hoping the pool would be nearly empty. It was. A couple of older men were gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end with their mom. The lifeguard, a college student named Jake, waved goodbye as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out. Budget cuts meant no one stayed after sunset. Emily was fine with that. The water, cool against the humid air, had a sharp chlorine smell. Cicadas buzzed in the trees, providing a soothing backdrop. Emily slipped into the deep end, adjusted her goggles, and started swimming freestyle, slow and steady, letting her mind wander. Work anxieties receded with each stroke. The sun was low, painting the sky orange and casting long shadows. The chain-link fence around the pool rattled a bit in the breeze, but Emily didn't pay it much attention. This was her time. After about 10 laps, she stopped at the edge to catch her breath. The other swimmers were gone now, just her and the quiet lapping of the water. Wiping the water from her eyes, Emily looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed empty. Her beat-up Honda was the only car left. Good, she thought. Peaceful. But suddenly she felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, as if someone was watching her. A familiar sense of unease. Emily scanned the trees beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but shadows from the oaks. Probably just paranoia from too many true crime podcasts, she thought. Shrugging off the feeling, she pushed off the wall again and swam a few more laps. Stopping again, this time she heard something. A faint creak, like a gate opening. She turned, treading water. The gate was slightly ajar, but no one was visible. Wind, maybe, Emily thought. She called out, "Hello?" Her voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding small and uncertain. There was no response. The cicadas continued their monotonous drone. The summer heat enveloped everything, and only the incessant chirping of cicadas broke the silence. Moving closer to the shallow end, she kept her eyes fixed on the pool grounds, and then she saw him. A male figure emerged from behind the changing rooms. Tall, muscular build, wearing a hooded jacket, which seemed absurd in the heat. The stranger's face was obscured by the shadow of the hood. His posture was unnatural, just standing there with his hands in his pockets, staring intently at her. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over her. Who would wear a jacket in this weather? The thought of a jogger flashed in her head, but his posture was too static, too focused. She swam back a little, pretending to adjust her stroke, but her heart was pounding in her chest. "The pool's closing," she said, trying to sound casual. The stranger didn't reply, didn't move. Then he started slowly walking along the edge toward the deep end of the pool. The sound of his footsteps echoed. Not sneakers, but boots. Heavy boots. And something in his hand, an object like a flashlight, hung loosely, as if it could be used for something sinister. With redoubled force, she pushed off the water, striving.
ENUS. At the age of 14, as an 8th grader completing middle school, a young man needed to use the restroom. Rising from his seat during math class, he took the wooden hall pass and made his way down the corridors towards the bathroom. However, a sign on the first-floor restroom door indicated it was out of order, directing students to use the facilities on the upper or lower floors. At that moment, an elderly man approached him with a friendly smile, asking if he knew where the nearest restroom was. Without hesitation, the young man pointed out the alternative options upstairs or downstairs. The man thanked him and headed towards the staircase. To avoid further conversation with the stranger, the narrator decided to go downstairs. His mind was occupied with the identity of this person. He was certainly not a school employee, perhaps a parent. The lower level had only 4 restrooms and changing rooms for sports teams. Opening the restroom door, he found the lights, as usual, were off, the sign that this particular restroom was used less frequently. Entering a stall, he closed the door, covered the toilet seat with paper, and sat down. Suddenly, the restroom was bathed in bright white light, and outside, the fire alarm blared. It was a drill, the first fire drill of the school year. The young man's heart pounded faster, as he didn't know how to proceed. He wondered if he could get away with simply finishing his business while everyone else was outside. Making a decision, he continued with what he was doing. The flashing lights and loud alarm began to irritate him. Suddenly, the alarm grew even louder. The young man realized this was because the door had opened, and someone was walking directly towards his stall door. He saw feet beneath the door. He was sure it was a teacher checking the room for students. However, the person said nothing. The young man hesitated, unsure whether to speak. His gaze fell upon the stranger's shoes. Facing the door, the stranger seemed to be simply waiting. But upon closer inspection, the young man noticed this wasn't the case. Through the hated gap in the stall door, which everyone dislikes, he saw a face pressed against it, or rather, a wide-open eye of the man. Then, a sinister chuckle came from the other side. The young man's breathing quickened, his heart pounding wildly. He didn't know whether to scream. Suddenly, the stranger knelt down and put his head under the stall to look at him. It was the same man from the hallway. Recognizing him, the man crawled under the door into the stall, grabbed the young man, and covered his mouth. He whispered things like, "Don't resist, and just relax." The young man didn't know what this person was going to do to him. In that moment, he experienced something unreal, as if his entire life flashed before his eyes at such a young age when one usually feels invulnerable. Suddenly, the fire alarm grew louder again, as the restroom door burst open. The principal's voice echoed through the room, "Is anyone in here?" The young man screamed, and although the sound was muffled by the man's hand, the principal heard him and rushed to the stall, trying to open it. He demanded the door be opened. The man released the young man, flung the door open directly into the principal's face, and ran away. The principal was elderly and unable to pursue the assailant. There were no surveillance cameras in the school at the time, so the perpetrator managed to escape. The principal hugged the young man, and, very upset, offered to take him to his office to call his parents. The young man's friends saw him almost in tears as he walked with the principal to his car. It was humiliating, but at the same time, he felt immense relief. The principal had seen the man press the fire alarm button and run downstairs, so he had calmly gone down there and checked the restroom first. Unfortunately, 5 years later, the principal passed away. The young man still feels deep gratitude towards this man, considering him his hero. In high school, fire drills were typically a source of amusement, especially if you were with good company and in the right class. One overcast day, during third period, the narrator's friends, all in the same class, heard rumors that a fire drill would occur during that period. It was a Friday, near the end of the school year, and they had no assignments in subsequent classes, so they decided that during the drill, they would sneak to the storm drain behind the school, near the woods, and smoke. They eagerly awaited the piercing bell, and when it rang, it was music to their ears. Exchanging glances and laughing, they were the first to exit the classroom and head down the hallway. While everyone else from that part of the school headed towards the main entrance, they moved towards the back exit, located near the woods. Once in the crowd, they proceeded to the back of the school, where the basketball and tennis courts were. They approached their escape quite strategically, ensuring no teachers were nearby. Passing through a narrow gap between the tennis courts and the bushes, they found themselves directly at the storm drain. A few students who noticed them probably thought they were acting strangely, but it didn't matter. They reached the storm drain, a huge hole in the ground, surrounded by bushes and trees, located at the edge of the forest. This place had a nickname, which the narrator unfortunately doesn't remember. He only knows that it was a spot where people gathered at night to drink, smoke, and use other drugs. Rumors circulated that students even built bonfires there. In this place, where bonfires once blazed, a chain of mysterious events unfolded. The day was unusually gloomy. Heavy, leaden-gray clouds hung low, creating an oppressive sense of impending evening. Gusty winds, a harbinger of the storm, only added a sinister piquancy to the scene. After waiting for the commotion on the hill to subside and people to disperse, the group of friends indulged in carefree fun. One of them, rummaging through his backpack, pulled out a pipe and a grinder. At that moment, one of his friends' eyes caught a strange silhouette in the distance, at the very edge of the woods. Something resembling a human face peered through the dense thicket of bushes that concealed the rest of the figure. For a moment, he looked away to get his friend's attention, but when he looked back, the vision was gone. His friends merely laughed at his apprehension, but deep down, he was 70% sure he had seen a person. The remaining 30% were tormented by doubt. Had he imagined it in the prevailing gloom? Unwilling to argue, he stayed with his friends. As the smoke from the pipe increasingly enveloped his consciousness, so did his paranoia. He had never been a big fan of smoking, as it often triggered anxious thoughts, but the desire to keep up with the group was stronger. Now, all his thoughts were focused on the mysterious face in the woods. Was someone watching them? Were they in danger? Meanwhile, his friends decided to venture deeper into the forest and visit an old shed that once belonged to the school. He felt uneasy about this venture. The damp air and the first signs of rain only intensified his anxiety. He tried again to persuade his friends to return, citing the approaching storm. But his words went unheeded. As they ventured deeper into the forest, he swore he heard footsteps other than their own. However, under the influence of the intoxication, he couldn't determine where the sound was coming from, front, back, left, or right. But he was certain he heard a loud snap of a broken branch from behind. Stopping and turning around, he loudly asked, "What the hell was that?" His friends also stopped, but seemed to have heard nothing. No one was visible, and his comrades again laughed at him. He seemed to be losing his mind, and his friends' jokes grew increasingly sarcastic. Finally, the old shed appeared ahead. It seemed larger and more ominous than he remembered. The school had long abandoned this dilapidated structure, which looked as if it would collapse at any moment. Even on the path leading to the door, grass pushed through the cracks. The front door was ajar, as if inviting uninvited guests. One of the friends, Jack, forcefully pushed the door open. Inside, impenetrable darkness reigned, with only faint light penetrating from outside. Piles of old, broken crates were visible in the room. However, there was an unpleasant smell in the air that the friends did not remember from their previous visit. A sudden sound of something soft thudding to the floor, followed by footsteps on the wooden floor, made everyone jump. In the corner of the room, in the shadows, the silhouette of a very tall person emerged. Their outline was only discernible thanks to the faint light filtering through a window. Without screams or extra words, the company hastily rushed out of the shed and headed back towards the school, towards civilization. Looking back at the window closest to the mysterious figure, they saw something horrifying. The first flash of lightning illuminated the room, and in the window, a person's face appeared, monstrously deformed. Without wishing to offend people with physical disabilities, it should be noted that this person barely resembled a human. Half of their face seemed to droop, and one eye was missing entirely. They stood so close to the window that their face was practically pressed against the glass. Without losing a second, the friends ran. Reaching the storm drain, they stopped to catch their breath and decide what to do next. Just as the rain began, Jack pointed upwards, towards the forest. There, behind a bush, stood a person, showing only their face, exactly as the first time, but this time 10 times closer. However, it was not the same person they had seen in the shed. In a panic, they ran back to the school and hid by the back entrance, where they could shelter from the rain. They agreed to forget what had happened, tell no one, and never return to that shed again. And they kept their word. Their school had a hidden door that led down a half staircase into a strange, dark corridor. Many students knew of its existence, but no one knew what lay beneath. The door only opened during fire drills when almost all doors in the building unlocked. Two friends, Kyle and the narrator, had long dreamed of finding out what was down there. In their early high school years, they often got into trouble, and the plan to infiltrate the underground during a fire drill was one of their craziest schemes. They had 3 classes together, increasing the likelihood of being in the same class during a fire drill. And luck smiled on them during independent study. When the alarm sounded, Kyle and the narrator hurried to take cover in one of the restrooms, the door of which was thoughtfully propped open with a doorstop. They hid in a stall, waiting out the commotion until everyone had left the building. Descending the stairs after that proved easy. A dim light barely illuminated the doorway leading to the next flight of stairs, where complete darkness reigned. Attempts to find a light switch were futile, and they had to use their phone screens for orientation. Soon, they discovered a door with a warning sign, "Do not enter." Naturally, this only piqued their curiosity. The door seemed to weigh a ton and opened with a terrible screech, revealing a small square room. Strange clicking sounds echoed in the room, originating from a ventilation shaft in the corner. Deciding to investigate the source of these sounds, they approached the ventilation and heard grunting and moaning. Kyle suggested holding his phone screen up to the vent to peer inside. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the narrator followed Kyle's advice. Pressing his phone screen against the ventilation grate, he knelt down and heard someone breathing. As he pressed his ear to the grate, something suddenly grabbed his ear. In a panic, he screamed, and Kyle pulled him away from the vent. Stepping back, the narrator saw a hand reaching out from the ventilation shaft. In horror, they ran out of the room, slamming the "Do not enter" door behind them, and rushed back to the restroom. The next day, they decided to speak with a janitor named Tom, who wasn't particularly enthusiastic about his job. Tom didn't express anger about their trespassing into the forbidden area, only asking what they were doing there. They recounted what had happened and asked if anyone worked in the ventilation. Tom replied that no one had been in that room for years, and that it was impossible to access the ventilation downstairs. Kyle and the narrator exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with alarm as they wondered who or what was in that ventilation shaft that day.
On that fateful night, as the threads of fate wove themselves into a sinister pattern, one of the friends had taken on the role of the designated driver, entrusted with safely getting the group home after a wild party. His companions were Michael, Eddie, and Daniela. Since their homes lay far from the bustle of the city, every trip to bars or entertainment venues meant a long drive. This made it absolutely essential that someone remain sober enough to drive. Their route followed Highway 513, a dark, largely deserted road, interrupted only occasionally by solitary buildings and otherwise flanked by endless stretches of dense forest. It was the only way into the city, where nightlife thrived and most entertainment venues were located. It was on the return journey from that very city that events unfolded which would be forever seared into their memories. Suddenly, overwhelmed by an urgent need, Daniela began tearfully begging them to stop. The driver tried to calm her, explaining they'd have to wait a little longer, but he, too, was growing nervous. Combined with Daniela's drunken cries, this prompted a simple thought: why not just pull over and find privacy in the nearby woods? Without hesitation, Daniela was the first to leap from the car, vanishing instantly into the thick underbrush on one side of the road. Preferring complete solitude himself, the driver crossed to the opposite side and stepped a short distance into the forest's shadow. He finished quickly and returned to the car first. Inside, Michael and Eddie, still riding the high of the evening, were carelessly singing along to loud music blaring from the radio. The driver, however, sat in anxious silence, his impatience mounting by the minute. His two inebriated friends seemed utterly oblivious to Daniela's absence. She had now been gone for at least 5 minutes. This delay forced him back out of the car to call her name. Michael's voice boomed far louder than the driver's, making it seem impossible that Daniela hadn't heard him, but there was no reply. Though deeply reluctant to venture into the ominous thicket alone, the driver's sense of duty, as a friend and the most level-headed of the group, prevailed. Gripped by an inexplicable fear of going solo, he persuaded Michael to join him. Eddie remained in the car, far too drunk to be of any use. Armed with a flashlight from the glove compartment, the driver and Michael began pushing through the dense, tangled undergrowth, every rustle sounding like a dire omen. Their only possible path led straight away from the car, deeper into the unknown. Michael, still in high spirits, kept calling Daniela's name, laughing cheerfully. The driver understood why it seemed funny to Michael, but all he wanted was to ensure their friend was safe and get home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, cutting through the sounds of their footsteps, crunching leaves, and Michael's loud laughter, the driver heard something else, something deeply unsettling, very close by. He instantly shot out his arm, pressing it against Michael's chest to stop him. In the sudden silence, only a faint night breeze stirred the underbrush. "What was that?" Michael whispered, barely audible. The driver hissed, "Shoo," demanding complete silence. After a tense, breathless pause, Michael called Daniela's name again. The driver joined in, trying to convince himself it was just her playing a prank, sneaking up to scare them in the dark. After their shouts, the footsteps stopped once more, prompting them to push a little deeper into the mysterious thicket. That's when they unexpectedly emerged onto a narrow clearing. The driver knew little about farming or crops, but this spot seemed more like a narrow, man-made trail, perhaps just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. He slowly swept the flashlight beam across the area, first left, then right, straining to pierce the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, 3 distinct footsteps reached his ears, then several plants parted as someone stepped into the opening. At first, the flashlight illuminated only the newcomer's legs. Given the situation, the driver assumed it was Michael. But as the light rose, he realized with horror that it wasn't Michael at all, it was a complete stranger he'd never seen before. The man's features were too indistinct to describe clearly, but one thing was certain: he did not look friendly. Overwhelmed by sudden, all-consuming terror, the driver bolted back in the only direction he remembered. He ran so fast he estimated it took him only about 10 seconds to reach the car. Eddie was asleep inside, deeply unconscious, rendering any hope of help from him useless. The driver began honking the horn desperately, trying to get Michael's attention and, deep down, hoping Daniela would hear it too. The sight of that stranger had shaken him to his core. He didn't know if the man owned the land or not, but his presence was undeniably menacing. He kept honking until finally, Michael burst from the underbrush, dragging Daniela behind him. She appeared unconscious. The driver rushed to help lift her into the car. That's when Michael pointed to a terrible wound on her forehead, as if she'd been struck by a heavy, sharp object. The shock and horror of the situation seemed to sober Michael quickly. He urgently told the driver to head straight to the nearest hospital, just 10 minutes away. The drive was filled with panic and desperate cries. The atmosphere inside the car was unbearably tense. They rushed Daniela to the emergency room for immediate treatment. Only at the hospital did Michael explain to the nurses, but notably not to the driver, that he'd seen the man dragging Daniela's lifeless, unconscious body before vanishing deeper into the brush upon spotting him. He hadn't mentioned it in the car, but now this horrifying revelation made chilling sense. The man they'd encountered in the thicket that night was the perpetrator of the attack. Daniela regained consciousness after her wound was stitched, but, tragically, she remembered nothing from the moment they arrived at the party until the terrifying blow to her head. Silent terror on the night road. According to the glowing green digits on the car's dashboard, it was 017. The driver, returning home after a night shift at the pharmacy, remembered that moment clearly. Driving on the highway at such a late hour carried special dangers. Poor lighting, sparse traffic, and frequent deer crossings created a high risk of sudden collisions, often too late to avoid if an animal appeared directly in the car's path. So the driver always kept a moderate speed, never exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. As the road curved gently to the left, a distinct line of reflective lights appeared on the horizon. It soon became clear they were reflective strips on a row of traffic cones, with a faint blue light flickering in the distance. Ahead, the reflective material of a safety vest was visible. So puzzled was the driver by the scene that he didn't immediately realize he needed to brake. Only at the last second did he slam on the brakes, tires screeching, as the man in the vest began approaching the car. The man advanced with arms outstretched, waving them in what seemed like a signal not to move the vehicle. As he drew closer, the driver could make out what looked like a police uniform beneath the vest. The man tapped his index finger's knuckle on the driver's window, a clear demand to roll it down. When the window lowered, the driver got a better look at the man's face. He was black, about 6 feet tall, lean, with light stubble and an earring in his left ear, around 25 years old. He spoke in an unusually low, non-authoritative voice, which struck the driver as odd for an officer. "License and vehicle registration, please," he said. The driver froze for a moment, confused, wondering if he'd committed some violation, though he was certain he hadn't been speeding. The man fell silent too, glancing briefly to the left before meeting the driver's eyes again. "Sir, this is a sobriety checkpoint," he repeated in the same uncommanding tone. The driver asked why he needed to provide documents if he wasn't under suspicion. In response, the man stepped back and ordered him out of the car for testing. The driver immediately opened the door and stepped out. It was now obvious the supposed officer was significantly taller than him. From his vest pocket, the man pulled out a roll of tape and unspooled about 15 feet of it onto the ground. He instructed the driver to stand at the start, extend his arms, and walk a straight line. The driver performed the task easily, but the man stood uncomfortably close behind him the entire time. At the end of the tape, the driver got a clearer look at the flashing blue light. It wasn't coming from a police cruiser, but from an old, small sedan. He turned to the man and asked to see his badge. The man simply stared back with a completely blank expression. In that moment, realization dawned and the driver's heart clenched. This man was not a police officer. Then the man mumbled something unintelligible at first, but as he moved toward his car, the driver thought he said, "I'll get it in a sec." He leaned into his vehicle, reaching for something. Seizing the distraction, the driver sprinted back to his own car. The man raised a gun the instant the engine started. Needless to say, the driver floored the accelerator and the car surged forward, scattering traffic cones in its wake. He saw the pursuer's headlights switch on, but by then his own car was already hundreds of feet ahead. He was now doing over 95 kilometers per hour, leaving the other driver no chance of catching up. At the next exit, he turned off, and as soon as streetlights appeared, he switched off his own headlights to avoid drawing attention on the way home. His only regret was not having a dashcam to record the incident. He was certain it would have made national news. Another driver, traveling from Maine to upstate New York, looked forward to a week with family. His journey began right after work, around 5:30 p.m., so he didn't expect to arrive before 1 a.m. The top of his Jeep Wrangler was off, letting him fully enjoy the warm night air. Somewhere in Vermont, long after night had fallen, a low fuel warning light flashed on the dashboard, accompanied by an alert sound. Unfortunately, the fuel gauge was faulty, making it impossible to know exactly how much gasoline remained. His brother, who'd driven the Jeep the day before, claimed he'd filled it to the brim, but clearly, he'd either been mistaken or deliberately misleading, as the driver hadn't used nearly a full tank. Just then, a blue road sign appeared ahead. One panel displayed a gas station symbol, prompting the driver to exit the highway onto a deserted road he assumed would lead to a town. But his hopes were quickly dashed. The Jeep began sputtering and lurching, emitting strange, ominous noises. Within seconds, acceleration failed and the engine died helplessly. He couldn't believe it, but the truth was undeniable: he was out of gas. He jumped out and immediately called roadside assistance, giving his exact location. He was told help wouldn't arrive for at least 20 minutes. Grateful for the prompt response but frustrated by the seemingly endless wait, he spent about 15 minutes slowly circling his Jeep, checking his phone, texting friends about his predicament, and scrolling through social media. Absolute silence surrounded him, no distant traffic, no passing cars, just the chirping of crickets and other nocturnal forest creatures. Then he heard movement in the woods. The footsteps sounded heavy, leading him to suspect a deer, or possibly a bear, given this was known bear territory. He walked toward the passenger side of the Jeep, where the forest was thickest and the sounds originated. He hoped to see a deer or some other harmless creature. Suddenly, two dull claps echoed, like someone clapping their hands. He crept closer to listen again. This time, 3 claps. He shouted into the woods, oddly hoping for a response, but the clapping didn't resume. He just stood there, waiting for something to happen, but only ringing silence answered him. He returned to his Jeep and waited. Soon, footsteps approached again, from the forest, straight toward him, then stopped abruptly. He peered out and saw a head peeking from behind a tree directly in front of him. It looked almost lifeless. The eyes were so devoid of expression he couldn't even tell if they were looking at him. He was so absorbed by these chilling details that he didn't even think to scream. He hurriedly rolled up both windows and switched off the headlights. But the Jeep offered no real sense of safety. The top was completely removed. Without headlights, he was swallowed by pitch blackness. He couldn't see an inch ahead, yet was surrounded by countless night sounds from the forest. He huddled under the dashboard, doors locked, but still felt utterly exposed to the outside world, praying he wouldn't hear sudden noises like footsteps. Yet a cold shiver shot down his spine when he heard someone yank the car door handle sharply. He desperately tried not to move or make a sound. He expected furious pounding on the glass, or at least a hand reaching through the open space where the top had been removed, trying to unlock the door. He felt so helpless it was beyond absurd. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a hand grabbed him violently from behind. In that instant, he completely lost control of himself, letting out a piercing, almost animal-like cry. Yet, to his immense relief, the hand gripping his shirt suddenly released its hold, and at that very moment, the space around him began to fill with a bright light. The distant rumble of an approaching truck engine sounded to him like the most welcome and salvific symphony he had ever heard. He hastily scrambled to his feet and turned to see the headlights of a roadside assistance vehicle, a beacon of salvation. But the figure who had just terrified him to his very core had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the darkness. Without wasting a second, he leapt out of his car and rushed toward the man who had stepped out of the truck, a tall man in his 40s. He was nearly sobbing, struggling to recount the horror he had just endured, gasping for breath between every sentence. There was something inherently calming and reassuring in the man's manner and very presence. The rescuers swiftly refueled his car, and shortly afterward, they parted ways. Although that man's aura had offered him the solace he so desperately needed in that terrifying moment, the memories of what happened that night continue to haunt him. The image of that lifeless face peering out from behind the tree remains indelibly etched in his mind, a relentless reminder of the terror he experienced.
Autumn was setting in, and nature was already preparing for its winter slumber when a traveler decided to embark on a spontaneous hike. It was an impulsive urge to make one last foray into the northern Minnesota woods before winter arrived, and everything plunged into a months-long dormancy. He had been to these forests countless times, living only a couple of hours south, and the place had long become his favorite refuge for hiking and weekend getaways. He chose a small, secluded lake for this trip. What was particularly appealing about Minnesota was its reputation as the land of 10,000 lakes, especially in the northern region, often allowing one to discover small bodies of water completely devoid of other people. Having such a lake entirely to himself always seemed like the greatest pleasure. This was why, upon discovering this particular spot several years ago, he had made it his regular camping retreat. The first 3 days of this hike passed completely without incident. Time goes, nothing happened. He simply enjoyed relaxing in his tent, relishing the empty lake that was entirely at his disposal. He spent his days wandering through the forest, swimming in the cool water, and immersing himself in the silence and peace. The traveler felt completely safe and noticed nothing that would cause him to feel otherwise. However, on the 4th day, waking at dawn and stepping out of his tent, he discovered scattered footprints all around his campsite. They weren't just around, but some led directly to the entrance of his tent. These tracks hadn't been there before, and they clearly didn't belong to him. The imprints were left by heavy boots, which he didn't own, and they had obviously appeared while he slept. An intense feeling of discomfort instantly washed over him. The realization that he had had a visitor in the middle of the night. He spent that entire morning inspecting the area, both in the forest and around the lake, searching for any other signs of someone's presence. But he found nothing. He wasn't so much bothered by the mere fact that someone else had come to this place. What troubled him was that this person had appeared in the middle of the night and wandered all over the area where he was clearly camped. They even approached his tent, which was just incredibly creepy, and then this person simply vanished, without a trace, without even setting up camp here. It simply didn't make sense. For the rest of the day, the traveler remained vigilant. The thought of leaving crossed his mind, but the last thing he wanted was to cut short his final trip of the year, and he saw no signs that whoever it was, they were still nearby. It seemed this person had truly just appeared and then left. Perhaps they had hoped the spot would be empty and didn't want to share the lake with anyone else. Overall, the day passed quite slowly. He stayed in camp, not doing much. As the sun set, he sat by the campfire, waiting until he felt tired. He had mostly calmed down about the situation. He still found it strange and almost inexplicable, but continuing to think about it would only upset him more, and he wouldn't get any answers anyway. The night was quite quiet. The sound of the lake water, the crackling fire, and the rustling wind kept him from fully relaxing. He settled into his chair and leaned back, cozy in his winter jacket. His eyes began to feel heavy, but he didn't want to get up, so he just allowed himself to doze off in the chair. He says doze off because he doesn't think he actually fell completely asleep. His eyes were closed and all, but he still believes he was mostly conscious. And then he heard it, a voice calling his name. His eyes snapped open, and he froze for a moment. He sharply turned his head in all directions. The forest was silent, and everything seemed as it was before. His eyes were still wide open, and his heart pounded wildly. He couldn't tell if it was just a brief dream or something similar, or if he had actually heard someone call his name. It seemed so ridiculous and impossible that it couldn't be true, but it felt so real. After a minute, he called out hello and listened as his voice echoed through the forest with no reply. He thought it was just a brief dream, or perhaps one of those sleep paralysis-type hallucinations due to his half-asleep state. That's how he tried to reassure himself. His heart, which had pounded so wildly, had still woken him up, and that feeling of unease still lingered. He couldn't shake it. He must have sat there for another half-hour until he felt his eyes grow a little heavy again. But this time, before he even closed his eyes or was close to falling asleep, he heard it again, a voice calling his name from the darkness of the forest. A voice he didn't recognize, but the way it spoke his name was as if it were asking for help or wanted him to come out there. He stood up and stared into the forest. The voice called his name again. It didn't seem too far away. He was clearly disoriented. How did this random person in the woods know his name? And what were they doing out there in the dark? He took a few steps towards the trees and the edge of the light, then reluctantly called out, "Hello again." There was a 15-second silence before a response came. The person called his name for the 4th time. Clearly, something was wrong. Their persistent attempts to lure him into the forest, where impenetrable darkness reigned, raised serious concerns. Under no circumstances was he going to succumb to that call, despite all his curiosity and desire for answers. The man took a few steps back and began to pack his belongings. This process wasn't quick, as he had to constantly stop, listen, and survey the surroundings. Additionally, the campfire had already turned to glowing embers, making packing in the dark significantly more difficult. However, the feeling that time was running out only intensified. The voice grew closer as the campfire light faded, and several times footsteps crunched on leaves quite nearby. Whoever was out there, they clearly knew what they were doing, and it was terrifying. When all his belongings were finally packed, the man slung his backpack on and took out his flashlight. He hesitated whether to turn it on, but decided it would be better to keep it off and try to blend into the forest, allowing the darkness to provide sufficient cover for retreat and to prevent pursuit. So the flashlight remained off, and the man quickly hurried in the direction opposite to the voice. The man called his name again as he was moving away, and he only looked back once he was a significant distance away. The barely perceptible warm glow of the campfire embers was visible, and right behind it, a faint silhouette was outlined. Nothing distinct could be made out, though something about it seemed extremely unnatural or just wrong. He turned and hurried deeper into the forest, hearing the man call his name one more time before he found himself alone again in the empty, silent, and dark woods. Getting out of the forest was, to say the least, exhausting. But the relief he felt upon making it out, getting back to his car, and driving away from those woods was indescribable. He considered calling the police, but honestly, he thought he'd sound crazy. Some guy calling his name in the woods and seeming to pursue him. What could the police even do about that? So, almost 3 years later, he still doesn't know what actually happened there that night. He admits it's crazy, but a part of him is frustrated that he didn't get closer to the voice to try and figure out who it was or how they knew his name. Though he knows that if he had, it might have been the last decision he ever made. The man prefers to remain anonymous, but this event happened several years ago. He worked at a small independent company, and one of his colleagues was a guy named Cameron. They hit it off immediately, as they were hired around the same time and their desks were next to each other. So, it goes without saying, they talked a lot and developed a great work friendship. They never socialized outside of work, but they always joked about going on a hike together, as they both enjoyed hiking and the outdoors and often brought it up during the work day. However, he never thought it would actually happen, until one day he came to work and found Cameron's desk empty and Cameron himself gone. It turned out he had been fired for reasons they, of course, weren't allowed to know. That same day, he received a message from Cameron suggesting they meet up outside of work and go on that hike they always talked about. Honestly, he felt bad for him, and knowing now that he'd likely never see him again if he didn't agree, he accepted his offer. After all, what could go wrong? They made arrangements, and a week later, they met at the trailhead 2 hours west of the city. Cameron looked very excited and happy to see him, and he, in fact, was glad to see him too. However, right away the man felt that Cameron wasn't the same person he was in the office. It wasn't alarming, but he just noticed it. They started down the trail and talked the whole way. The man tried to delicately ask why Cameron wasn't at the office anymore, but Cameron evaded the question. At work, Cameron had always been very open about everything, perhaps even too open, so it was a little strange to see him so reserved, but the man assumed he had just made some awkward mistake or something similar. In short, they reached the campsite, set up both tents, and then made lunch, and as soon as they finished eating, Cameron abruptly stood up and said, "Be right back." Then he walked into the woods. The way he said it was as if he needed to go somewhere, which, in that setting, made no sense. Why not just say you're going for a walk or something? The man stayed in camp, resting for 10 minutes until Cameron returned. He said nothing and acted as if nothing had happened, so the man just let it go. They talked a little more, unsure, about an hour probably. Then Cameron did the same thing, said he'd be right back, and walked into the woods, only this time it happened right in the middle of their conversation. A silent escape from the forest. Suddenly, mid-dialogue, something inexplicable happened. Quite unexpectedly, his companion, fixing his gaze on the forest trees, fell silent, then resolutely walked away. His first impulse was to follow the direction of his gaze, but nothing remarkable could be found. At this moment, the strangeness of the situation reached its peak, causing an almost alarming unease. 10 minutes later, he returned. This time, a direct question was posed about the purpose of his absence, to which, after a second's thought, a laconic answer followed: nowhere. No further explanation was offered, and again it was decided to let this oddity go. 6 months of daily interaction with Cameron prevented a few inexplicable occurrences from completely altering the established opinion of him. The conversation by the campfire continued for a while longer, after which they retired to their tents, preparing for sleep. The fatigue was so profound that falling asleep presented no difficulty whatsoever. However, he awoke in the middle of the night. His eyes snapped open, and the absolute silence, broken only by the soft rustling of the forest, was clearly imprinted in his memory. Unzipping his tent, the narrator peered outside, intending simply to look around, still unaware of the true reason for his awakening. Immediately, he noticed Cameron's tent was open, and Cameron himself was absent. A search of the entire camp yielded no results. He noticed the flashlight was missing, but no light was visible anywhere among the trees. "Cameron!" he called several times, but there was no answer. For a minute, the narrator sat by his tent, looking around and waiting for his return, until sounds resembling a quiet conversation between two people drifted from deep within the forest. "Cameron, are you out there?" he asked. The conversations instantly ceased, and silence once again reigned in the forest. After 30 seconds of tense waiting, Cameron slowly emerged from behind the trees into the camp clearing. His face was strained, but he tried to hide it with a nervous smile. He was asked about the presence of anyone else. He paused, then uttered, "Nobody." However, as he spoke, footsteps could be heard from behind the trees. It was clear that Cameron heard them too. Looking at him again, the narrator repeated the question about who was there. The feeling of discomfort intensified, but even then he stubbornly uttered, "Nobody." An extremely tense 15 to 20-second silence followed, during which both simply stared at each other while quiet footsteps slowly but steadily approached from the darkness. Adrenaline surged, and suddenly the narrator bolted down the trail, leaving everything behind. As he fled, he heard Cameron's voice and some other man's voice, but he never looked back. The escape didn't stop until he reached his car. Fortunately, they had arrived separately, and his keys and phone were with the narrator. He headed home and spent the rest of the night trying to process what had happened. An attempt was made to contact Cameron, but the message never went through. He had already blocked the contact. Since that night, there has been no further contact with him. It's unknown who else was there or what Cameron was up to, but the narrator believes he was incredibly lucky to get away. Last year, around early November, the narrator traveled to his hometown, primarily to meet old friends, and also to spend a week in a cozy country cabin, a spacious rented dwelling located deep in the woods. His hometown was small, surrounded predominantly by forests, offering many scenic views and camping spots. Although he had never been into hiking before, he had done extensive research and had a strong desire to try it. Gathering all the necessary gear, he decided that the ideal first hike would be a trip into a familiar forest just outside his hometown. This approach provided a sense of security and allowed him to gradually ease into his new hobby. The rented cabin was chosen specifically because of a trail that led to a small camping spot. The narrator reasoned that in case of unforeseen circumstances, he could always return to the cabin and everything would be fine. It seemed like a risk-free way to enjoy his first trip. The first few days were dedicated to meeting friends, and another day was spent relaxing at the cabin and preparing his gear. Then, finally, he set off for the camping spot. The trail was only about an hour long. For the first 10 minutes, he focused on properly adjusting his backpack and checking all his equipment. Once everything was settled and there was nothing more to worry about, a strange feeling washed over him, a sensation as if he was being watched from behind the trees. Since this was his first time alone in the forest, he assumed he was just nervous. However, this feeling didn't disappear as expected. Every time he looked into the forest beyond the trail, that empty, dreadful sensation enveloped him. It truly seemed like a sign, a warning to get out of there. But he didn't listen. He kept walking, battling these feelings all the way to the campsite. The camping spot was small, just a little patch of land that, frankly, the narrator wouldn't even have considered a campsite if it weren't for a few scraps left behind by previous campers. The place was definitely undeveloped, as it was unkempt and not maintained at all. Nevertheless, being off the trail and in a more open area, the narrator felt a bit better. He felt comfortable enough to stay. He began unpacking his things and setting up his tent. Since this was his first experience, he meticulously followed the step-by-step instructions, aiming to complete all actions flawlessly. This task took, by his estimation, about 15 minutes, which he felt was a perfectly acceptable result. It was at that very moment, as he was pulling the last tarp, that an unfamiliar man approached the campsite. The stranger was tall, and his age, judging by his appearance, was approaching 25, which matched the narrator's age. When the narrator looked at him, the man waved and gave him a strange smile. The strangeness of this smile was that it was normal, yet the rest of his face remained immobile. It seemed he was only smiling with his mouth and teeth, while maintaining a completely blank expression. The narrator found it extremely unusual, and even a crazy coincidence that the stranger appeared right after him at a campsite that, from his observations, wasn't very popular. However, what could he know? He continued with his tasks, setting up his area, getting everything he needed, and gathering branches for a fire. There was already a small fire pit there, likely built by someone long ago. While he was busy, the man set up his tent nearby. But oddly enough, that was all he had brought with him. The narrator saw the stranger approach with what he thought was a proper hiking backpack, but it was actually just a shoulder bag containing only a tent. He had no sleeping bag, no food, no other essential items. The narrator was certain of this because the stranger's tent was mostly mesh, see-through, and it even lacked a rainfly, and the man just sat there, doing nothing. The narrator felt a growing unease every time he accidentally glanced in the stranger's direction, because the man would instantly look back, forcing him to quickly avert his eyes. After gathering all the branches and finally being able to just sit and rest, the narrator became more and more frightened of this man. Simply put, his intuition told him something was wrong with him. And as the sun began to set, the thought of staying there alone with him overnight began to truly alarm him. No matter how much he chided himself for it, he decided it wasn't worth staying here when he felt such strong feelings, especially since his rented cabin was nearby. He might even make it back before the sun fully set. He started packing up, and the man immediately came out of his tent. He stood next to it, and although he tried not to show it, it was perfectly obvious that he was watching the narrator. His smile was gone, and his entire face was tense and almost annoyed. The narrator didn't even bother to organize his backpack, just threw everything inside and hoped it would zip. When he was finally ready to leave, sunlight was barely filtering through the treetops, so he knew he needed to hurry. But the man didn't pack up his tent, so the narrator hoped that meant he was staying. He set off, constantly looking back to ensure the stranger wasn't following him. For the first few minutes, he was relieved to see an empty trail each time he turned around. But after about 10 minutes, he turned again and saw him. The path wasn't perfectly straight, but far behind him, through the trees, he saw the man walking down the trail towards him. the narrator felt a sense of dread. He was terrified. He quickened his pace, moving faster along the trail. As far as he could tell, the stranger didn't seem to realize the narrator had spotted him, and the setting sun actually worked to his advantage. He was able to get back to the rented cabin, threw his bag inside, and locked all the doors. He then stood by the back window for 15 minutes, watching the woods, until the sun had fully set, making it dark and lifeless. And as he was still looking out the window, a sudden pounding shook the front door behind him. But it wasn't just an ordinary knock. Again and again, he hammered his fist against the door. In a panic, the narrator called the police. He genuinely couldn't tell if the stranger was simply knocking very hard or actually trying to break down the door, and he was too scared to even look. As soon as he started speaking on the phone, the man fell silent for a second. The narrator knew he was listening. Then his footsteps ran around the cabin, and he was almost certain he heard several thuds as the stranger tried to open one of the windows before his footsteps disappeared into the woods. After that, silence fell until 2 officers arrived 20 minutes later. After hearing everything the narrator told them, the officers agreed that the man seemed to have very bad intentions. However, finding him wasn't so easy. The narrator knew what he looked like, but that was all. That night, they conducted a quick search with flashlights, but never found him. His tent had also vanished from the campsite. The narrator truly doesn't know what might have happened that night. He still can't forgive himself for not listening to his intuition right away. It would have prevented everything that happened that night. He should have listened to his gut feeling the moment he sensed something was wrong in those woods.
At 16, he began his working life at a pizzeria located in a suburb of a large metropolis. Initially, his duties were limited to assisting the chef in the kitchen and maintaining cleanliness. However, after a couple of months, management offered him a weekend courier job, filling in for the main pizza delivery driver. He, of course, agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to earn more money and gain new experience. Soon, something unexpected happened. The main courier suddenly quit. After delivering an order to one of the houses, he returned to work in a state of extreme shock. Something in his eyes and facial expressions spoke of the terror he had experienced. Following a heated 15-minute argument with his boss, he emerged from the office and, with a final "good luck, kid," announced his departure. When asked the reason for such an abrupt decision, he merely replied that it was a shitty job, and, patting his young colleague on the back, left the pizzeria. The story's protagonist felt it was more than just difficult working conditions, but didn't give it much thought. This was their last encounter. Thus, for several weeks, he performed the duties of a courier until management found a replacement for the departed employee. Approximately 2 weeks after starting as a courier, his boss handed him the address of another client. As usual, he entered the address into his GPS and set off, admiring the sunset. He hoped the delivery wouldn't take long, and he could return home quickly. To his dismay, the house was located in a remote rural area, where homes were spaced about a quarter of a mile apart. As he pulled up to the 2-story house, he felt an unexplainable unease. The overgrown lawn, weeds, dead trees, and old, unfurnished porch gave the impression of abandonment. It seemed as though no one had lived there for a long time. Nevertheless, he got out of his car and knocked on the door, hoping his boss had made a mistake with the address, and he could leave this eerie place as soon as possible. Suddenly, the door lock rattled, and the door slowly opened. Standing on the threshold was an elderly woman, about 70, with gray hair, several missing teeth, and painfully thin. Her piercing gaze instilled genuine horror. Mustering his courage, he decided to remain polite. "Pepperoni pizza?" he asked as friendly as he could. "Yes," she croaked, as if her throat was sore. "Great, here you go." He offered her the pizza, but she, showing no emotion, continued to stare at him, not taking the order and fumbling in her purse. "You didn't come alone?" she asked unexpectedly. He froze, then quickly looked at her. Her intense gaze didn't waver. That question truly scared him. No," he replied. "Where's the other one?" "He ran away from me last time he came." Ran away, flashed through his mind. It made no sense. The previous courier had quit weeks ago. He tried to explain the situation, but the old woman, ignoring his words, continued rummaging in her purse, trying to find money, or so he thought. The search continued for a full minute, which felt like an eternity. With her hand still in her purse, she suddenly froze and looked at him with an expression that couldn't be clearly interpreted. She seemed to be deep in thought. He noticed something in her right hand, but couldn't make out what it was. At that moment, genuine panic seized him. What if it was pepper spray, a knife, or even a gun? Was it really that hard to get $10 out of a wallet? Suddenly, behind the old woman, he saw a shadow, the silhouette of a man approaching the door. Simultaneously, he heard footsteps crunching on leaves to his left, near the porch, and heard a rough male voice say, "Hey." He turned and saw the head of a middle-aged man, with an angry expression peeking from around the corner of the house. As this man started to climb onto the porch, he knew he'd had enough. He rushed to his car, threw the pizza onto the seat, started the engine, and sped away. He didn't look back as he sped down the dark road. He had to lie and pay for the pizza. Out of his own pocket, but it was worth it. On the day he quit, he told his boss what had happened. His boss, in turn, panicked and asked why he hadn't reported it sooner. The boss recounted that James, the previous courier, had mentioned a strange incident where he simply drove off, ignoring a client. After that, the boss called the police to investigate the suspicious situation and sent him home. 2 days later, his boss called back and informed him that the house had been registered by the police as foreclosed due to debt over a year ago. During the search, 3 people were found in the house, 2 men and the old woman. All 3 were arrested. No further details were provided. The story's protagonist still experiences emotional trauma, and cannot imagine what might have happened if he had lingered. They could have easily attacked him. Fortunately, he quit after that incident and remained safe. He would never forget the time he filled in for a friend at the pizzeria. He usually worked the cash register, while his friend was the delivery driver. That evening, he successfully delivered 2 orders to regular customers, and then the manager gave him the last order for the night. The address was 5 miles from the city, which was quite a distance. His GPS directed him off the highway into a quiet town he had never heard of before. Then, the navigator led him onto secondary roads that were even more desolate than the main streets of the town. Half of the street lights were out. He didn't like this place. He just wanted to deliver the pizza and leave. Late in the evening, as a pizza delivery driver, he received an order that turned out to be the farthest in his entire career. A 20-minute drive wasn't unusual for his area, but the order included 4 large pizzas, which suggested a party and a generous tip. However, driving at night on country roads was always inconvenient. Upon arriving at the specified address, he discovered an old, sinister-looking building, lost deep in the woods. The absence of parked cars and lights only heightened his anxiety. Stopping his vehicle, he called his manager, who, despite being in a bad mood, insisted he verify the address and attempt the delivery. The manager was known for his anger regarding returned orders, and the prospect of bringing back 4 pizzas caused the delivery driver serious apprehension. Despite his intense unease, he got out of the car and headed towards the door. The lack of a doorbell forced him to knock loudly. The silence that followed was broken by rustling sounds from within. He knocked again, announcing himself as the pizza delivery driver, but silence once again prevailed. Suddenly, a movement flickered in the window. Someone was staring at him, their eyes unnaturally wide, their gaze fixed and terrifying. Overwhelmed with horror, he dropped the pizzas and rushed back to his car. But when he tried to start the engine, the car refused to obey. Only on the third attempt did he manage to get it moving. However, as he drove from the grass onto the country road, he felt the car behaving strangely. Soon, a loud scraping sound echoed, and the car came to a halt. Getting out to assess the damage, he felt a chilling terror. All 4 tires were punctured, and he realized this had happened while he was knocking on the door. Instead of running, he locked himself in the car and called 911. The operator advised him to stay hidden and wait for the police to arrive, remaining on the line. A shiver ran through his body as he realized he was trapped in the middle of a dark, endless forest, knowing that help would not arrive soon. He was extremely uncomfortable being in the car, so close to whoever had committed this act of vandalism. Recalling another incident, he recounted a delivery to a single-story house, where he was met by an elderly man, with a pale face and a grey mustache. The man seemed nervous and insisted on inviting him inside while he waited. Unable to resist the persuasion and escaping the cold, the delivery driver entered the house, but immediately felt uncomfortable. The man disappeared into another room, then suggested he go down to a dark basement for the money. Refusing, the delivery driver heard footsteps in the basement and, sensing danger, tried to leave. But the man blocked his way. In desperation, the delivery driver hit him and ran, not looking back. After this incident, he told his manager everything, who then called the police. He was subsequently given a few days off. This experience taught him never to enter strangers' homes. The trauma he experienced left an indelible mark on the narrator's memory. But the most horrifying moment was what left him in a state of paralysis. To this day, the memories of it make him shiver, and he sincerely hopes no one ever has to experience such terror. While checking the windows to ensure no one was outside, he accidentally glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. There, in the reflection, he saw the same sinister figure he had seen in the window. The stranger's eyes were unnaturally wide, and now the narrator could discern that it was a woman. A creepy smile slowly spread across her face, chilling his blood. Without losing a second, he flung open the car door and ran into the woods, ignoring the noise he made. He ran until he was breathless with exhaustion. Overcoming his weakness, he hid behind a huge log lying on the ground. Trying to quiet his loud breathing, he lay in wait. Time dragged agonizingly slowly until, in the distance, he heard the wail of police sirens. Gathering his last strength, he ran back to the country road. Soon, flashing red and blue lights appeared in sight. Never before had he experienced such relief. The police officers were standing by his car, examining it with flashlights. Noticing them, the narrator burst from the woods and, frantic with fear, began screaming for help. He fell to the ground, gasping and nearly fainting from the exertion. The police helped him up and began questioning him about what had happened. Brokenly and disjointedly, he recounted everything he had seen and experienced. One of the police cruisers headed towards the abandoned building, and 2 officers began inspecting it. However, their search yielded no results, except for several sharp objects scattered nearby. These objects turned out to be identical to those used to puncture his car tires. The police speculated that some mentally disturbed couple was behind the attack, given the account of the woman seen in the rearview mirror. Unfortunately, the perpetrators were never found, and this uncertainty still haunts the narrator. After the nightmare, he immediately quit his job and found employment at a local grocery store. He understands that he will never be able to forget the eerie image of the woman who appeared in his car's rearview mirror.
10 years ago, when Halloween still held on to its former glory, a group of 3 friends, referred to in this story as Alex, Ben, and the narrator, set out on their annual trick-or-treat adventure. That year marked a significant milestone for them. For the first time, they were allowed to go out without adult supervision. Alex's parents, known for their overprotectiveness, usually dampened much of the fun, so their absence was a source of unambiguous joy for all 3. As for costumes, the narrator chose a terrifying clown, Ben dressed as a scarecrow, and Alex wore a white sheet with a pumpkin mask. His concept wasn't entirely clear. Perhaps he was meant to be a ghost with a pumpkin for a head, creating an enigmatic figure. Their adventure began at 5 p.m., considered rather late, but in their town trick-or-treating continued until 9 p.m., making such a start perfectly normal. The first few hours passed in carefree revelry as the friends playfully dashed from door to door, relishing every moment of the holiday. By 7:30 p.m., however, their attention was drawn to 2 men who seemed to be constantly following them. This was especially odd given that the group kept switching streets and visiting random houses without following any set route. Noticing this, the friends grew uneasy and made several extra turns, essentially looping back on themselves. To their alarm, the 2 men mirrored nearly all their maneuvers. Still, it was hard to say for certain they were being followed. The men were dressed in costumes like everyone else and approached houses as ordinary trick-or-treaters would. Yet they were noticeably larger and seemingly older than teenagers, perhaps even college students or adults, which raised suspicions. Against better judgment, Ben and the narrator agreed to Alex's suggestion to leave the neighborhood and cut through the woods to lose their pursuers and reach another part of town. Their only reason for agreeing was the presence of a well-trodden path through the forest. Though they'd never walked it at night, their familiarity with the route gave them confidence they wouldn't get lost. They hurried to the trail and plunged into the dense woods, hoping the 2 men hadn't noticed them. The deeper they went, the darker it became, so dark they could barely see anything ahead. This was long before mobile phones were ubiquitous, so none of them had a light source. They had to stop briefly, overwhelmed by the eerie and potentially dangerous situation, debating whether to turn back. But as they stood still, they began to hear footsteps crunching on gravel behind them. All they could make out were vague silhouettes of 2 approaching men before all 3 bolted deeper into the forest. The situation worsened when Ben, who'd started running last, swore he saw the 2 men chase after them the moment they left their hiding spot. In a panic, they became completely lost. Every time they paused to catch their breath, they had only 10 to 20 seconds before hearing footsteps again, forcing them to flee once more. This convinced them beyond doubt that they were not only being followed but that their pursuers had truly sinister intentions, relentlessly chasing them through the woods. They wandered for what felt like over half an hour before finally emerging onto a street. None of them knew where they were, so they picked a direction at random and, by chance, ended up in Ben's neighborhood. They rushed straight to his house, locked themselves inside, and remained glued to the windows for the rest of the night, gripped by fear and anxiety. Naturally, being children, they told no one about what had happened. Alex was picked up around 10 p.m., and the narrator stayed the night at Ben's. Notably, in the middle of the night, somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m., both friends woke up convinced they heard 2 sets of footsteps on the driveway. Ben's room was on the ground floor, right at the front of the house, so the sound was quite distinct. Yet when they looked outside, they saw no one. It might have been nothing, but the fact that they both woke up to the same sound leaves room for speculation. Nothing else happened that night. Every Halloween since has been entirely normal, yet they've always felt a faint surge of adrenaline mixed with a nervous sense of being watched, a memory that left an indelible mark. 5 years ago, on Halloween night, the narrator happened to own a lovely house in one of the city's larger neighborhoods. Larger here referred not to the size of the homes themselves but to their sheer number, which meant the streets were always teeming with children on Halloween, creating a lively, festive atmosphere. Typically, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., he'd been steadily handing out candy. Nothing unusual ever occurred, it was always the same routine: kids would arrive, ring the doorbell, say trick or treat, receive their sweets, and leave. But near the end of the evening, the doorbell rang again. When he opened the door, he found a lone little girl on his porch. She was alone, though a man stood on the sidewalk. The narrator assumed he was her parent watching over her. Still, the girl looked somewhat odd. She wore a costume he recognized as a dead bride, a tattered white wedding dress, and her entire face was covered in white makeup. Strangely, the longer he looked at her, the older she seemed, not quite like a child. But, of course, he chalked it up to the makeup distorting his perception of her age. She didn't smile or say a word. The rest of the evening passed surprisingly quietly, as if in the calm before a storm. A few more young trick-or-treaters appeared, but the festivities seemed to be winding down. Having fulfilled his candy-giving duties, the narrator put away the leftovers and settled into his usual evening routine. He stayed up late, chatting casually on the phone with friends and tending to mundane household tasks. By his own admission, he didn't head to bed until around 1 a.m., realizing how late it had gotten. After turning off all the lights, he went upstairs to take a shower before sleeping. About 15 minutes after the water started running, he stepped out of the bathroom and instinctively checked his phone. A notification from his doorbell camera awaited him, recorded 10 minutes earlier, almost immediately after he'd entered the shower. Sometimes these alerts were false alarms, but as he reviewed the footage, his heart sank. For a split second, in the corner of the frame, the same girl in the white wedding dress appeared, then quickly retreated, as if remembering the camera and trying to stay out of view. The narrator hastily dressed, ran downstairs, and peered outside. The street was silent, the porch was empty. His heart raced. This couldn't be a coincidence, the girl had already shown up earlier. But then he heard something behind him. He spun around and stared down the shadowy hallway. Whispering came from the other end of the house, two people talking to each other. Without hesitation, he flung open the front door and bolted out, running to the other side of the neighborhood. He called the police and waited anxiously. Moments later, another notification popped up from the doorbell app. His face went pale. The footage showed the girl and the man running out of his house. He handed the video evidence to the police, who took all necessary measures. It was determined the intruders had likely forced the side door leading into the garage, then entered the house from there, but they were never found or identified. Notably, other neighbors reported similar strange encounters with the pair, though only the narrator's home was actually breached. It's likely the two had been roaming the neighborhood, seeking out those they deemed most vulnerable, though that remains speculation. To this day, no further information has emerged, and the pair has never been seen again. The narrator was 15 that year and felt too old to dress up and go trick-or-treating. Instead, he spent Halloween hanging out with his friend Aiden, lounging in Aiden's room and feeling bored. He thought they ought to do something special, given the occasion, and since his parents were at a corporate party downtown, the whole house was theirs for the night. After failing to come up with anything interesting, they did the most unoriginal thing possible, went downstairs to watch a Halloween-themed horror movie. They found one, turned off all the lights, and immersed themselves in an atmosphere of mystery. The basement was already a creepy place, unfinished, cluttered with boxes and random stored items. There was only a couch in the middle and a small TV facing it. Usually, his dad would come down to drink a couple of beers and stay late while everyone else slept. They watched the movie for a while, getting through the opening scenes, when suddenly they heard a dull thud. They exchanged glances and paused the film. Silence enveloped the house, thick and heavy. The narrator thought it might have been from the movie, so he rewound and replayed, but there was nothing even remotely similar to the sound they'd just heard. Everything upstairs sounded muffled, yet they were certain the noise had come from the floor above. The narrator stood up, and Aiden followed as he crept to the bottom of the stairs and listened again. Very faintly, they heard more dull thuds, quieter now, moving across the upper floor. They just stared at each other in fear, not moving or speaking, both certain of what the sounds meant. It sounded like someone was quietly walking upstairs. Then, suddenly, a voice called out, "Aiden! Aiden!" It repeated his name several times, low and unfamiliar. Aiden clearly had no idea who it was. And even if he had, these people had broken into the narrator's house while his parents were away. The friends quickly found a hiding spot, a tiny closet in the basement corner. The narrator was almost certain it was a utility closet, housing the water heater and such. Just seconds later, the basement door creaked open. Through narrow gaps in the closet door, they could see The overhead light pierced the darkness, illuminating the stairs leading down into the shadowy space. After a brief pause, a man began descending. His steps were slow and deliberate, stopping occasionally to look around. He walked to the center of the basement, noticed the still-running TV, stared at it intently, then called out again, "Aiden." He started searching behind boxes and even opened one, carefully examining its contents for about a minute. That box held old photo albums and cherished family heirlooms, so watching a stranger rifle through them was deeply unsettling. After about 5 minutes, he turned and headed back upstairs. His footsteps echoed through the upper hallways for a while, then complete silence fell. The narrator waited in the closet for what felt like an eternity before finally daring to emerge. He grabbed his phone and dialed emergency services. The wait was agonizing, and by the time help arrived, the intruder had vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black basement, the man's face was impossible to discern, making identification hopeless. But one thing was clear: he knew who Aiden was and that he'd be alone in the house that night. The stranger's actions left no doubt about his stalking intentions, possibly aiming to abduct Aiden, or perhaps the narrator himself. The incident was deeply disturbing, and though the narrator still keeps in touch with Aiden, the case never progressed further. The man was never seen again. This unsettling episode occurred in the last week of October, just before Halloween. The narrator lived in a cozy, modest house in a typical suburban neighborhood. While he certainly enjoyed the holiday, outdoor decorations had never been his passion. A few years earlier, his sister had given him a small ghost figurine, so he simply placed it in the yard, and that was the extent of his Halloween preparations. But a week before Halloween, there was a knock at the door. It was the narrator's day off, so he was home and answered. The man on the porch was unfamiliar, around 40, with light stubble, short chestnut hair, and wearing a thick down jacket. He smiled broadly and said he just wanted to compliment the narrator's Halloween decorations. The narrator didn't quite know how to respond. After all, there was only one small ghost in the yard. It wasn't unusual or unique at all, just a piece of wood with a painted ghost. He thanked the man, who kept smiling, and left. It struck the narrator as odd but not alarming, probably just an overly friendly person, perhaps a bit too friendly. Yet just a couple of days later, the man reappeared. This time, the narrator had just returned from work at 7 p.m. and hadn't even changed out of his work clothes when he heard another knock. Seeing him again filled the narrator with dread, and the ensuing conversation only heightened his unease. The man praised the ghost again but then tried to strike up casual conversation. The narrator gave short, disinterested replies, clearly signaling he wasn't interested in whatever the man wanted. At this point, the situation turned genuinely creepy. Eventually, the narrator claimed he was busy, but even then, the man kept trying to keep him at the door, forcing the narrator to simply shut it in his face. The man stood there for 20 seconds, seemingly considering whether to knock again. Thankfully, he changed his mind and walked away. This guy was becoming truly disturbing, but the narrator hoped that would be the end of it. Several days passed with no further incidents, so he nearly forgot about him. It was Halloween night, and the narrator had the good fortune of finishing work early, so he was home to hand out candy. He ate an early dinner and spent the evening alternating between watching TV and keeping watch at the front door. By about 7 p.m., most of the trick-or-treating crowd had dispersed, and only a few small groups of children occasionally walked by. But when he opened the door to give out candy, he happened to notice something across the street from his house. He recognized the thick down jacket and realized it was the same man who had shown up twice before. The man stood on the sidewalk, almost as if watching the narrator or his house, but the narrator couldn't be sure. It was too dark. After handing out the candy and watching the children walk away, he made sure the man didn't follow them or do anything suspicious. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but eventually the stranger walked off in the opposite direction. The narrator closed the door and tried not to worry too much. After all the kids seemed to have gone home, and the neighborhood streets were quiet and peaceful. No one else was in sight. He stayed in the living room and put on a horror movie to round out the night. He thinks it was around 10 p.m. when he started watching, and probably 11 p.m. or midnight when a sudden knock at the door startled him so badly he nearly fell off the couch. He got up and cautiously peered out the door to see the same man standing there, holding something. It was far too late for trick-or-treating. The narrator immediately knew something was wrong. He didn't open the door, but the man must have heard him inside, because he began speaking. "I've got something for you. Nothing special, just wanted to give you a little Halloween gift." He knocked again. "Hello? It's just a present. You'll like it." The narrator didn't respond. Instead, he silently dialed 911, his eyes fixed on the door as he waited for the police to arrive. The stranger kept knocking persistently, trying to deliver his mysterious gift, though its nature remained hidden. All that was visible was an ordinary box clutched in his hands. A moment later, the stranger left, taking the enigmatic item with him. The victim gave law enforcement all the information he had, but it wasn't enough to identify or locate the man. A nagging feeling told him the stranger was still nearby, perhaps even watching from outside during his call to the police, because after that night, the man never reappeared. What the gift was, and what had driven such relentless pursuit, remained a mystery. Yet every year as Halloween approaches, the obsessive dread that the stranger might return and resume his haunting never fades. Years earlier, on another Halloween Eve, a series of events left a deep mark on the narrator's memory. At the time, he was still a child, though nearing the age when many of his peers began losing interest in the traditional candy collecting ritual. That year, most of his friends decided to skip it, but the narrator and his loyal friend Jason were still full of enthusiasm. For the narrator, the real joy wasn't so much in the candy itself, but in the rare chance to wander aimlessly through the neighborhood, soaking in the festive atmosphere, enjoying time with friends, and doing things normally forbidden in everyday life. And, of course, by the end of the evening, they'd have a whole mountain of sweets enough to last for weeks. Jason lived in a slightly larger neighborhood than the narrator's, so right after school, the narrator headed to his friend's house to begin their route from there. Both boys wore the most ordinary, unremarkable costumes they could find. Neither had felt the need to put much effort into their outfits. Around 4 p.m., they set off to collect candy. Everything started exactly as expected. They went door to door, gathering as much candy as they could, running joyfully through the streets and admiring all the incredible decorations. By 6:30 p.m., they'd covered Jason's neighborhood and possibly 2 or 3 others, eventually finding themselves in a completely unfamiliar area. It looked like any other part of town, except that instead of leading to another residential zone, the road ended by disappearing into a dense forest. Lining the road were enormous houses, at least twice the size of those they'd visited, maybe even more imposing. They resembled mansions hidden among the trees. Both friends realized they had to find out what treasures these grand homes were giving out. They didn't even finish the houses they'd already started, they headed straight for the giant estates. In their excitement, they didn't even notice the sun sinking below the horizon. And, honestly, since they didn't know where they were to begin with, venturing deeper into this unknown, wooded area wasn't the wisest choice. They approached the first house. A long driveway led up to it, and only a single porch light illuminated the entire mansion. The narrator rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. After waiting a minute, they moved on to the next house. Almost immediately, they felt how eerily quiet it was. Only crickets chirped in the trees. There were no other children or parents walking around or collecting candy. Somehow, they still didn't get the hint and kept going deeper, stopping at every house along the way, but none of them opened their doors. They must have knocked on 8 or 10 houses before spotting an orange glow in the woods, the first sign of Halloween decorations they'd seen all evening. The house looked just like the others, old and extremely large, but this one had vintage-style lanterns and garden decor that matched its character. They figured that if the owners had gone to such lengths with the decorations, they were surely handing out candy. Excited, they hurried up the driveway to knock on the large wooden door. But when they reached the porch, they saw the door was already slightly ajar. Inside, the house was very dark, and everything looked outdated. Still, the narrator knocked. For a full 30 seconds, there was complete silence as they waited. Something felt off. If you had all those decorations and left your door open on Halloween, you'd likely be home, watching the door. Just as they were about to leave, a man suddenly appeared in the doorway. He was elderly, at least 50, with thinning hair and unnaturally wide-open eyes. He smiled and said, "Happy Halloween," adding that he had candy inside for them. An awkward pause followed. They expected him to go fetch a bowl, but instead, he simply stepped aside, as if inviting them in. Neither the narrator nor Jason moved. "Come on in," the man said. "It's right there in the hallway. The bowl's too heavy for an old man like me to carry." He swung the door wider and gestured again toward the corridor, clearly encouraging them to enter. But common sense, mixed with the unsettling darkness swallowing most of the house, told them not to take the risk. Jason tried to mumble an excuse, but stumbled over his words and couldn't form a coherent sentence before his friend nudged him, signaling they should just leave. Both boys hurried away without looking back to see the man's reaction. They still didn't know whether he had ill intentions or if something else was at play, but they just wanted to be safe and avoid ending up in the news as kids who'd willingly walked into some lunatic's house on Halloween. In their rush to get away, however, they unconsciously kept following the road, wandering deeper into the maze of this strange neighborhood. Still caught up in discussing the unsettling encounter, they passed several more houses without stopping. Eventually, they agreed they should leave the area and return to familiar ground. But since they'd already gone so far, it seemed logical to keep walking, hoping it would lead them to a main road. They walked for 15 minutes without stopping at any houses. The forest remained ominously silent. Now that the sun had fully set, pitch-black darkness had fallen. There wasn't a soul in sight. Suddenly, ahead of them, they saw something unusual, a car parked right on the roadside along the forest path. In the complete darkness, with its headlights off, it was barely visible. By the time they noticed it, they were only about 20 feet away. It was a very old vehicle, and with no lights on, it almost looked abandoned. Confused and curious, the boys nervously walked past it, staying on the opposite side of the road. Through the windshield, they could see nothing, the car was perfectly parked in shadow. But as they passed right beside it, one of them glanced through the side window and caught a glimpse of a person sitting in the driver's seat. In that instant, he recognized the same unnaturally wide, anxious eyes. His friend told Jason to run, and they both bolted down the road. Almost immediately, the car's headlights switched on. They kept running, and luckily, just a minute later they reached an intersection leading back into a normal neighborhood. They never saw the car follow them, but perhaps their sudden sprint made the driver realize they'd spotted him, discouraging him from pursuing them further. They went straight back to Jason's house and never told anyone, not even their other friends, about what had happened. It was their last year trick-or-treating on Halloween.
NOS. In 2014, after losing his driver's license for 12 months due to a DUI charge, an annoying and foolish mistake, the protagonist of this story became a frequent user of the Uber app. There was a nightclub bar in his city that he and his friends would sometimes visit on weekends. Getting home often involved a designated driver, if available, or calling an Uber. On this particular night, he wasn't feeling well, which prompted him to leave the venue a bit earlier, sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. Walking home was out of the question due to the biting cold, so he decided to call an Uber. A driver named Alex, who was nearby, accepted the request. His image, frankly, seemed a bit ominous. An older man, no smile in his photo, with a grayish goatee and a black beanie. Despite this, the short 2-mile distance to his location didn't cause much concern. The car description listed a Chevy Malibu, which sounded perfectly acceptable, and the ride request was sent. He waited, on a bench by the club's entrance, next to the bouncer who stood motionless, like a statue, arms crossed. After about 5 minutes, a silver Chevy Malibu, presumably a 2003 model or around that year, pulled up to the club. The protagonist stood up, feeling a slight disappointment at the sight of such an old and beat-up car. The driver didn't call out to him, honk, or otherwise acknowledge his arrival, simply waiting by the curb. The passenger then approached and got into the back seat of the car. An immediate sense of discomfort arose. The driver didn't offer a greeting, shake hands, or even turn his head to look at the passenger. The only thing he said in a very quiet voice was, "Where are we going?" The passenger gave his address. The car started moving down Main Street, but in the opposite direction from his home. Pointing this out, the passenger got the driver to turn left at the next intersection. Now they were moving away from the main roads, delving into quiet residential neighborhoods. The driver hadn't entered the address into his phone, which felt very strange. The passenger didn't know if the driver expected him to provide directions or not. Eventually, he entered his address into his own phone so the driver could follow the voice prompts. When the GPS indicated a left turn on the next street, the driver completely missed the turn. The passenger expressed his confusion with a hand gesture. The driver noticed and said, "I just need to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Despite being intoxicated, the passenger clearly realized something was wrong. It was at this moment that he noticed a gun protruding from the center console next to the driver. By now, his thoughts were consumed with finding a way to get out of the car. At the next red light, he very quietly tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. He discovered the child lock was engaged, and from that moment, his heart pounded furiously. The man was driving him far from home. Apparently, they had already crossed 2 city limits. Desperation engulfed the passenger. He couldn't call the police, fearing this man's unpredictable reaction. He decided the best option would be to try and flip the child lock switch, located near the driver in the front seat. He needed to somehow move to the opposite side of the back seat, behind the driver, without being noticed. This was one of the most intense moments of his life. The passenger watched the driver's head intently through the rear-view mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. He very casually slid behind him. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice anything. Now came the scariest part. He needed to reach the button on the front seat at the next red light before the driver could react. With each passing traffic light, the tension grew as the passenger waited for one of them to turn yellow, and finally one did. The driver slowed the car at an intersection that would normally be busy during the day. This was the perfect place to escape. The car stopped. The passenger knew this light didn't stay green for long, so he had to act fast. The car was on the opposite side of the intersection, which was a little reassuring. Gathering all his courage, he reached for the glowing child lock button and must have startled the driver because he jumped a couple of inches in his seat. The driver yelled at him and, as the passenger feared, reached for the gun beside him. The passenger managed to open the door and run to a nearby Cadillac Escalade, where he knocked on the windows, begging for help. They drove off, completely ignoring him, but it no longer mattered because the man in his Chevy Malibu had already disappeared around the block. The passenger ran into the nearest 24-hour convenience store, where this time he called a taxi. It was a very sobering experience, as he had no recollection of being drunk in that store or during the taxi ride home. The driver was reported to Uber, who promised to escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a full week later that an officer finally showed up at his door for questioning, and that was the end of it. The passenger has no idea what happened to that guy, but he hasn't used Uber since. As a former Uber driver, the narrator encountered many unpleasant characters, from intoxicated groups of friends on Saturday nights to people feigning disabilities for free rides. However, sometimes you come across those who can unequivocally be called true perverts. He had driven several such individuals, but none were as bad as a certain Tom. It was a Friday in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. With no other plans, he decided to work a bit late. These events took place 2 years ago. The narrator was 18 years old and owned a new Honda Accord. His parents, it must be admitted, spoiled him a little. However, being a rather slender 18-year-old, he always followed his father's advice to keep a blade in the car, because you never know what kind of psychos will get in your car. A request came in from a young man named Tom, who was just a few miles from a large shopping mall. The driver accepted the call and headed in the indicated direction. As he approached the mall, he noticed a group of teenagers loitering nearby, which immediately gave him a sense of impending trouble. A hope flashed through his mind that Tom wasn't one of them. Many of these young people watched him as he slowly drove past in his car. Eventually, the driver simply pressed the gas pedal and hurried into the mall parking lot, eager to leave the vicinity of this suspicious company as soon as possible. He made 2 full loops around the entire parking lot, before finally noticing a figure approaching his car from behind in his left rearview mirror. Rolling down the window, the driver called out loudly, "Tom!" And an affirmative yes came in response. He offered the passenger a seat. This request had to be repeated 3 times, and considering the words were spoken very clearly, the situation felt very strange from the start. On the 4th attempt, Tom finally understood and slowly walked around the back of the car, sitting directly behind the driver. Usually passengers preferred to sit diagonally, which the driver found more comfortable. When someone sat directly behind him, it sometimes caused him a slight paranoia, especially if the person seemed sinister. This particular passenger was an older man, probably in his 40s. "Where are we going?" the driver asked. Tom gave an address, which was immediately entered into the phone. From the passenger's voice, it was clear he was a heavy smoker. Indeed, the car's interior began to fill with the smell of cigarettes. The address given was 10 miles away, which, fortunately, promised a decent fare. At first, the driver tried to strike up casual conversation, but these attempts were unsuccessful. To yes or no questions, Tom sometimes mumbled something unintelligibly, and any other questions met with dry and concise answers. The driver stopped talking when one of his questions was completely ignored. They had already driven 5 miles, with 5 more to go. By the 6th mile, the atmosphere in the car became unbearably tense. The driver was afraid to look in the rearview mirror, convinced the passenger was watching him. He quickly glanced for half a second and confirmed he was right. Tom was indeed looking. Involuntarily, the driver pressed harder on the gas pedal, wishing this ride would end sooner. By the 8th mile, he realized they were practically in the middle of nowhere. They were driving down an almost deserted street, surrounded by woods on both sides, with only occasional isolated buildings. Now the driver began to suspect the true location of the address the passenger had given. So, while continuing to drive, he swiped his finger across the phone screen to shift the map toward the indicated location. Apparently, the address led to a dead-end street, with no other roads nearby. His nervousness grew with each passing minute. He looked in the mirror again, and Tom was still staring at him intently. Finally, gathering his courage, the driver asked if the given address was his home. Silence reigned for a few moments, and the driver thought he would be ignored again, or perhaps unheard, but after 5 seconds, Tom finally replied, "Yes." Less than a mile remained until the end of the trip, and still only woods stretched around them, with sparse, empty-looking buildings. The driver was approaching the dead-end street where the passenger said his address was, secretly hoping to see at least some houses. When the street appeared, he slowed down to examine it carefully, but there was nothing to be seen but pitch darkness. He could only guess why Tom wanted to take him here alone, so far from people and civilization. The driver casually continued driving, pretending to have missed the turn, hoping the passenger wouldn't know